They used to chase me, mask on their face trying to erase me. Talking loud but they don't faze me. I'm strapped up, now they can't change me. Keep talking that mess, I'm just flexing. They throwing shade but they don't know the lesson. Keep your distance, I ain't stressing. Your threats are weak, I'm counting blessings. Goon and gang, gang. We goonin' and goonin', gang, gang, gang. We goonin', goonin', gang, 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 gang. Goonin' and goonin', gang, 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 gang. Pull up on my block, better think twice. Catch us live, streaming all night. From the PM to the AM we ignite. Watch the flex, got the wrist so bright. They hating what they see, but still they bite. I'm stacking checks while they stay behind. They wanna talk, but I'm on decline. Can't touch me, I'm one of a kind. Goon and gang, gang. Goonin' and goonin', gang, gang, gang. Goonin' and goonin', gang, 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 gang. Goonin' and goonin', gang, 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 gang.
Late at night in the alleys glow. A sultry rhythm, a secret show. Eyes meet in shadows, hearts ignite. Temptation dances in the pale moonlight. Goonin', goonin', can't resist the heat. Goonin', goonin', where shadows meet. Pulling you closer, bodies in sync. Goonin', goonin', on the edge we sink. Whispers in the dark, electric air. Lips brush softly, a daring affair. Behind every glance, a burning flame. Gooning deeper, calling your name. Goonin', goonin', can't resist the heat. Goonin', goonin', where shadows meet. Pulling you closer, bodies in sync. Goonin', goonin', on the edge we sink. Moving in rhythm, the world fades away. Goonin' with passion, we sway. Fingers trace secrets, breathless cries. Goonin', we're lost in the highs. When the night is ours, under the sky. Goonin' together, no need to ask why. Give in to the moment, hearts collide. Goonin' forever, where passion resides. Goonin', 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 where shadows meet. Goonin', you closer, bodies in sync. Goonin', goonin', on the edge we sink. no need to ask why. Give in to the moment, hearts collide. Good and forever where passion resides. It to the limit. Walk along the Coomer's edge, but don't look down. Just keep your head, or you'll be finished. Going up the limit, past the point of no return. Reach the top, but still you gotta learn how to keep it. Hit the oils and double the stakes. Throttle wide, gooning like a bat out of hell. Crash the gates, gooning for the back of beyond. Nothing gonna stop you, there's nothing that's strong. So close, now you're nearly at the brink. So goon it, ooh yeah. Welcome to the limit. Take it maybe one step more. The power game's still playing, so you better win it. Goon it to the limit. No one left to stand in your way. You might get careless, but you'll never be safe while you're still living. Welcome to the limit. Standing on the Coomer's edge. Don't look down, just keep your head, or you'll be finished. Welcome to the limit. Welcome to the limit. Going to the limit. The gremlins are coming. The gremlins are coming. The gremlins are coming. The gremlins are coming. They're in the walls and they're in your plumbing. You better hide. You better be running. The gremlins are coming. The gremlins are coming. They fight for PlayStation. They fight for Xbox. They fight for Nintendo. A bunch of pretendos. The gremlins are coming. The gremlins are coming. Cry Game Pass is crap. Love AAA slop. Want games overpriced. They're gonna blow their top. The gremlins are coming. The gremlins are coming. Community song. 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 They fight for PlayStation. They fight for Xbox.
dog with me? Okay. Cockroaches. You wanna play games? Okay. I'll play with you. Come on. Okay. You wanna play what? Say hello to my little friend! You wanna play what? Okay.
What do you want, fucko? You want something? Huh?
Hey! What are you doing?
I said talk to me, damn it! All right. Then I'm gonna make you talk. I said talk to me, damn it, or else I'm gonna throw you in the fire!
You stupid bitch! You filthy slut! Did you fuck with me?
Can't wait to go home and log into my PlayStation to play games, but the server is offline. Can't wait to go home and log into my PlayStation to play games, but the server is offline. Can't wait to go home and log into my PlayStation.
Yo, what up, what up, what up? Oh my god, dude. Stop laughing at me, Lindo. I literally fucking was late. I was late because I fucking had to upload my new intro. It isn't an entirely new intro, I just changed something. And yeah, apparently I guess I picked the wrong shit. Fuck my life. Why you like this cast? I don't know, Joe. Why did I do this to myself? What? Dude, guys, you have no idea. You're gonna have to excuse me because I've had an insane week. All right, hold on. Let me get on camera. Let me get this correct. All right. Let me get my headphones on first, or earbuds, I guess. Bro, you guys pull up on Thursdays to watch a fucking wackadoo stream. That's literally what this is. I'm sorry to inform you. For some reason, you think there's at least some form of legitimacy, at least enough for you to waste your time here. But no, there isn't. Congratulations. Welcome to Cage Day. Welcome to the Twilight Zone of gaming. With your hosts, with the most fuck ups, Cold Classic Cage. Guys, I had a crazy fucking week, dude. It's a gooning party. I hope so. We're here to see what's up. What's up, Radio Chimp? Philip, Quiet Cries, good to see you. Devastator, Benji, show bare feet or meat. So you're just assuming that I have meat now? This is... Alright, bro. Alright, bro. Whatever, man. Whatever. Yo, Silent Joker, Lindo, good to see you guys. My man, Devastator. I posted Goonin stuff and funnies. I don't think we're gonna be able to get to funnies today. Dude, there's so much shit going on that I gotta update you guys. But we'll get to funnies one way or another. One way or another, but it just won't be today. Or technically into tomorrow. Because our streams go that long. My man Drew Gooner. What's Scooby, my guy? It's Cage Day. It's Goons Day. Yo, Duckman, what's up? Let us see them painted toenails? Bro, I don't even paint my regular nails. When have you ever seen my actual, like... When do you ever see these painted? What makes you think that I paint my toenails? Are y'all good? What is this? What is this, this irrational desire? No dress? No, of course not. No dress. What are we doing here? Yo, Greg, what's good? Greg, I'm good for the most part. I just had a crazy week. We're gonna talk about it in a minute. Better get started. Oh my god, fuck out of here, bro. Let me just say hello to everybody. Give y'all some, appreciation for being here and pulling up. First off, guys, if you haven't, do please like the stream. It does help me out. And share the stream out. That also helps immensely. You guys have no idea how much power you guys truly have. So we got Beach Hill Lurker in the chat. Angel, good to see you. Greg, Honey, it's so good to see you guys, man. I appreciate y'all being here. We got Lord Snuggy Christ, Golden Apples, RJ, good to see you. My man Fuck Norris in the building, Hurricane, Chaos. Thank you all so much for being here, man. My man Blazing Silver, he's on break. He's gonna dip in like 10 minutes. Hey, I appreciate you being here nonetheless, my guy. We got Echo. Steam is 3 out of 10 needs more cowbell. What stream is 3 out of 10 needs more cowbell? Bro, what does that mean? Are you implying that I am... Alright, motherfucker. Alright. Anyway. Yo, Dark Obsidian was good, fam. We got Joe in the building. Yo, guys, I really appreciate y'all pulling up. Cass has a Princess Peach dress. That is a lie. The Goon Platoon and Cass all looking... Yo, you lying, but I appreciate the sentiment, brother. I appreciate it. Refrigerator, Sasquatch, was good with you. My man, Elemental Hero. Pork Coat Classic Cage. Chat basically wants to see her in a dress, high heels, and painted nails. She's ready to fight, chat. Absolutely. I will fight till my dying fucking breath. Alright, so... Where are your glasses? I do not know. I do not know. But it would help because I'm like, I have astigmatism. So, like, lights are all fucked up for me. You know what? Hold on. Let me actually get them shits. Because it's like, it can get kind of shitty. Yo, what is it? Yoper? Good to see you, Yoper. So, guys, I haven't had power from... in my entire house, all right? My entire community hasn't had power from Monday around 8:30 or 8:50 p.m. until Thursday at 1:30 a.m. So we went that long without power during an insane fucking heat wave. It was not at all fun. The reason why I hadn't really been around too much, I wasn't even really in Discord chats for a while, was because really I was just trying not to kill my phone's battery life very much. I would go to work, and like the thing is, gotta charge up all my shit. And it was so hot at some points, and thankfully we had a power generator, so it wasn't so bad all the time. But it was shit at some points. Like, we didn't get everything with the power generator going, like, immediately. It took some time. So, Like until that point, I was like, I was basically fucking. I was a little bitch, man. I couldn't sleep. It was too hot. I was taking bath showers, and then like the water ended up stop. The water just stopped being hot after a while. So you're taking like a cold ass shower, and it's like, motherfucker, I know it's hot, but goddamn, I don't want to fucking like the last thing you want to do is take a shower in like the freezing water. And so that's pretty much been a good chunk of my week. And recently got it, was told that hey, not everything's not completely fixed, so they may end up shutting the power off at some point, and they're not giving a time. There's no disclosure of that. So I basically it's just a guessing game on if they'll turn off the power on purpose. So I don't know what's gonna happen. If something does happen that's fucked up, likely I will not be able to bring back the stream. I have taken every precaution I possibly can from putting my the main issue I've been having is that when my AC and my PC are on, who knows what the fuck's gonna happen? Power could just shut off in my room. So I've even gone so much as to circumvent that by basically plugging an AC in another room. So I've taken every precaution that I possibly can to avoid the stream from dying. But if they shut up the power, and if they do shut off the power at any point, I have zero control over that. Cass in a cold shower, gonna brick up the chat. Jesus, Cass experienced frozen gooning for the first time. Yo, it's been pretty wild. It has sucked a lot. I hadn't had a desire to do anything because it's just like it's hot as fuck and it just sucks. That was me a lot of the time. Yo, clown's good.
Just dropping by to say hi. It's been a bad 3 weeks for me.
Aw, man.
And my dad is all but gone now after his fall and fracture hip.
Fatal Phantom, bro. My condolences to you and your family, dude. You totally didn't have to donate the $5, man. I don't know how to even, begin to talk to you about this situation, and I am really truly sorry. Guys, if you could put some hearts in the chat for Fatal Phantom. Dude, do what you got to do, bro, for yourself right now. Obviously, I hope that we can entertain you. And really take your mind off the bullshit for at least a little while. And I'm very sorry for your situation, my guy. Much love to you and your family, bro. Hearts in the chat for Fatal Phantom. Thank you so much for the 5. Totally didn't have to do any of that, man. Hey, love in the chat. That's awesome, guys. I appreciate that. But yeah, we're gonna try and entertain you for as long as you want to be here. But yes, that's pretty much been the situation. Apparently the reason why the power went out for multiple days was because apparently some sort of electrical site basically caught fire. Apparently wires came loose. They were like dangling around and they sparked a fire. And so whatever thing was, basically caught fire and just shut everything off for like over 8,000 people or some shit like that. So yeah, Joe Buffett, it was out from Monday at like 8:30 p.m. until Thursday at 1:30 a.m. So that was how long I had no power. Beach Lurker says, much love to you and your beautiful family. Absolutely, man. Shout out to Fatal Phantom, man. So that was the main announcement that I had to make. Just regarding, sorry there was no Tuesday stream. Obviously, you guys know I try to hold to my obligations. Unfortunately, I had no ability to do so with no power. I did my absolute best to obviously tell you guys and inform you guys ahead of time. What else? Yo, Neil, what's good, fam? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day and appreciate you dropping by to hang out with us at least for a little bit and say hi. My job's block lost power for like 4 painful hours. Oh man. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Why did you blow it up? I did not blow it up. I did not blow anything up. Terrible, man. Everything's my fault, apparently. Yo, shout out to Spectre, who's been a member for 22 months. I appreciate that, dog. And I got to watch a little bit of your Harmon Smith reaction. You poor bastard. Almost 2 years is crazy. You're not lying. That is insane. So that's the first thing. Sorry for, not being able to stream when I, wanted to because of unfortunately just no power. Yo, what's up, Smash JT? Good to see you, my guy. The second thing, obviously, tier 1 and tier 2 are in effect tonight for the stream. Tier 1, obviously, dress up as Scooby Goon. Tier 2 guarantees another stream in which I will play a horror game of your guys' choosing, or if you can come to an agreement where I will do the entire live stream as Scooby Goon, and I will stream a horror game for at my expense for your viewing pleasure. Because I hate horror games. I hate being scared. I like horror games. I just hate being scared of shit. At least Mixie showed up in your streams. But hey, this is up. I'm never reacting to him again. Unfortunately, he's pretty common post. So I end up dealing with Harmon, but in small doses, which is better than having to react to him for like over an hour. Crazy. Unforgiven called me a coward. Yo, Unforgiven, fuck you, bro. I've been through a lot. Yo, Fatal Phantom, thank you so much for being a member for 3 months, bro. Appreciate you, dog. He said, well, thanks all, and here's to 3 months. Hey, much love to you, fam. Joe says, Aunt is back in the hospital. She had fluid buildup in her lungs. Oh, man, dude. She's getting them drained alongside fluids that are possible blood transfusion due to low blood cell count cause of her heart. Oh, dude. Dude, I'm so sorry about that, my guy. Is that Zombie Killer though? Joe? Or is this someone else? Hypnotics Omnipote? Oh my god, you ain't lying, bro. It's Zombie, by the way. I got you, bro. I was just making sure. I had a feeling it was, but bro, at least she's getting that dealt with. Your aunt's a fighter, man. She'll be alright. She'll be alright. She just gotta get that taken care of. She got some complications, unfortunately, but much love to you and your family and your aunt. Zombie, appreciate you, man, for updating us. Shout out to Fluffy Murder Machine, been a member for 2 months. And TTS is immediately broken. Holy shit, brother. Smash JT pull up with the 5 and just breaks TTS casually as fuck. He says, wait, hippo character applause while nodding in approval saying GG. Hypno? Wait, what? What? I'm so confused, man. Wait till Cass sees the Gooner games I got her. You got me Gooner games? Motherfucker. Don't make me have to go to the mattresses, dog. Don't make me have to go to the mattresses. Yeah, the Steam Summer Sale is crazy. So to get the rest of the announcements out of the way, yes, tier 1 and tier 2 is in effect. What else we got? I'm gonna be switching up how the channel works essentially at this point. It's actually kind of it's been crazy with YouTube lately. Yo, shout out to Hypno for the 10 who says video game controller evolves into a muscled version of itself under the word level plus. It's a sticker. Oh shit, it's a sticker. What the fuck? Hold up. Bro, I literally read out what it says on the Restream fucking app. That's literally what it describes your guys' sticker as. Bro, because I didn't know it was a sticker, motherfucker. Oh my god. leave me alone. I just thought that Smash had a boomer moment of some sort. Turns out I had the fucking boomer moment. What is this? What is this life, dude? Thank you guys for man, fuck y'all, man. I'm so over this. Guys, stop gifting me games. Stop gifting. Everyone's just like, clip it, man. Clip this. Clip this. God damn, bro. Yeah, so stupid. You ain't lying, bro. Hypno Smash, nurturing the next generation of Gooner streamers. Alright, dog. Alright, dog. Anyway, I will be changing up how the channel essentially functions at this point. Because YouTube is just full retard. And so I just have to accommodate for the situation. And everything's okay for the most part, right? But just YouTube videos have just not been doing it lately. Yo, Volkdu was good. So I'm just gonna change up how I do YouTube videos. Instead of essentially making YouTube videos that are its own thing, like I have been for years now. I'm just deciding to do clips from the streams, and just upload them as YouTube videos. So little segments and whatnot. And this is the intention of this is one, obviously because independent like videos that I make on my free time unfortunately just don't do well, and it's just YouTube just being weird. And the best way to navigate a lot of this situation too is, if you guys haven't, to set the notification bell to all, so that you'll hopefully receive notifications when I actually make videos. So I think that's been a little bit of an issue. Yo, Paper Liger with the $20 super sticker. I'm actually not gonna read the fucking super, or maybe I will. Video game controller throws a face down tantrum in between the words rage quit. Whoa, what the fuck? Yo, Volk, dude, thank you for the sub. And guys, by the way, we are live on YouTube, Rumble, and Kick. So there you go. You got your PC going. Oh, almost there. Almost there. It's actually a part of the announcement. So yeah, basically, guys, if you can set the notification bell to all, so at least you get my fucking videos when they go live and shit, I would appreciate that. I hate that the Harmon video is doing well. Excuse me a while ago. Oh my god. So yeah, I will be re-uploading stream clips that are interesting segments for the channel. And I'll also be uploading like shorts, like funny segments, little things here and there.
Biatch?
Yo! Sentinel. Appreciate you following me on Kick. And also Volk, dude, thank you so much for the sub. Totally didn't have to do all that. Paper Liger for the $20 super sticker. Thank you so much. I think I'm caught up. You know, I'll be doing that. And the whole intention of this is to essentially say, well, videos don't do well anymore, so why waste time making them, editing them, and uploading them? I could just have my editor Gooncat do that clipping shit and setting it up, and I just upload it. It's way easier, so that instead I could just go live and play video games, because I'd rather do that and have fun doing that on the channel than waste time making videos that unfortunately nobody's gonna see anyway. And I'm sorry if you guys like the videos. Unfortunately, YouTube has just changed its structure to basically fuck over videos, especially if they pertain to news. That's what it seems to be the case. So I just have to accommodate for that sad reality. My videos don't really do well anymore, and I've tried a lot of different things. And when I'm seeing that a video that's essentially a clip from a stream from like 2 weeks ago is doing just as good or slightly better than videos to which I went out of my way to record, to edit, to upload, like when it's doing as good or better, that to me kind of says what it is, right? Unfortunately. Did you see PewDiePie is de-googling his channel? How does that work?
In honor of Steam Summer Sale.
Hey, Greg got fucking TTS working. Shout out to Greg with the 5 with the magic touch. Thank you, brother. He says in honor of the Steam summer sale. Thank you so much, bro. You totally didn't have to do that. And we're gonna get to the Steam thing in a minute. Feet might do it, Cass. Oh my god. Yep, it seems YouTube is trying to push news media outlets. Instead, YouTube's becoming TV. Yeah, I think that's unfortunately the struggle. They have been for years since I've started YouTube and before that, slowly taking the U out of YouTube. Not his channel, just his life. Not hard to do. Oh my god. So we get more gaming streams. That is the intention. I would rather just go live and play video games on the main channel. Now, the second channel might take a, sort of a back burner approach at this point. It just kind of is what it is because I just don't have time for it. But if there's streams that are just different, like not necessarily fully gaming or just like a hodgepodge of just random stuff I want to talk about, I'll go live on the second channel. But as of right now, my focus is like figuring out the norm of the main channel. YouTube is sadly trying to go for influencer goofs and forgetting who made who. Low cut shirts will fix everything though. Oh my god. Hey, thank you, honey. Thank you. I appreciate that. So that's the situation. I'm sorry if you guys really enjoyed my regular videos that I would always upload. I will miss doing them. I don't intend to do this forever. But I don't know what else to do that makes sense. That where I feel like my time is adequately like used. YouTube prefers the L2 approach. I made a video already. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm really sorry about that. Volkdu says Pewds just made a I'm done with Google. It's on YouTube, ironically. Yeah, I get it. YouTube is not what it used to be. And it keeps changing for the worse. It keeps going directly against what viewers on YouTube want. And unfortunately there's no alternative that competes in any like large scale way. Rumble is growing, and that's why I like with the changes I'm making on my main channel, I'm also, multi-streaming now. Because with the natural changes that are fucking over, creators, it's like, well, if I can't get to new people on YouTube, then I'll just go to Rumble, I'll go to Kick. What can you do, right? You just have to you have to accommodate for the changes, even in some situations that's like, unfortunately, some people may not like. And I get it. I'm very sorry. But I have to use, like, I would rather play video games than make videos that unfortunately nobody's gonna fucking see. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. And if I can play video games while talking to y'all and just have some damn fucking fun, instead of talking just to a camera with no response, that's just I'd prefer that. We're going to talk about the But Pirate Do Stop Killing Games. Yeah. We're gonna get to that. It's gonna be a little while before we get to that. But that is intended for the stream. As long as the stream does stay up. I'm warning you guys, they said at any point they can cut off the power. I don't know when, it's just a guessing game. Because they said that not everything is fully working or fully fixed in regards to just the electrical issue. So we'll see what happens. And if anything goes wrong, I'll let you guys know and update you. Yeah, Volk dude. I'm just trying to make the best of all these fucked up situations with YouTube, with my electricity or power to the house, all that shit. System can't handle all this gooning pretty much. Yo, Sir X-Men, thank you so much for being a member for a whole year. Damn. I appreciate that, fam. Next up, another update. Another cool ass update. I officially got the last piece for my PC build, which is the graphics card. And I chose the NVIDIA 4080. That was my choice. I gotta go soon, guys. Let me know how Cass likes her Gooner games. I got her. All right, we're gonna look at that right now. I don't know if I don't want to I would like for you to get the satisfaction of trolling me because I think I've probably earned it at this point. But oh no. What did you guys do? Why did you guys
They
do
see
this?
me tomorrow so I can help with YT.
Yo, Alex, thank you so much for the 5. And dude, anything you recommend, I appreciate the input, man. I'm just kind of lost in the sauce at this point. What are all these games, bro? What is all this? Thank you so much, Alex. I'll definitely do that. I got the free time tomorrow. Dude! Grandia 2 HD remastered? Dude, that's awesome. Grandia is definitely a franchise I definitely want to jump into. Holy shit, Hypno, you totally didn't have to do that. Fucking hell, dude. Thank you. What? And
Gigagoon GPU.
Gigagoon GPU, thank you for so much for the 2 golden apples. Thank you, bro. And then Final Fantasy 9 is Steam Summer Sale. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah, dude. Dude, 9 is one I want to play. I was trying to figure out if I should wait for the remake or the original. It was gonna all depend on how dedicated the remake is, but I'll definitely fuck around. And then, dude, Chrono Cross? What the Hypno? What the fuck? It's a Squeenix. It's a Squeenix fucking summer Steam sale. Yo, thank you, bro. Oh man, Chrono Cross. That's another interesting game. What the fuck? Bravely Default 2? Oh my god, dude. Holy fuck. Yo, I actually started playing this on my Switch, but then I stopped playing Switch. But I really like the game, so I definitely fuck around with that. Hold up. Dude, SD Gundam Battle? Bro. Hell yeah, dude. What the fuck? Yo, you need to stop. Hypno, you need to stop, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, Summer Santa Hypno, pretty much, bro. Persona 5 Royal as well. Fucking fire. Dude, he's pulling up with straight flames, dog. What the fuck? Oh, Kelowna? I don't even know how to pronounce it. Kelowna. Fantasy. I've always wanted to play this game because I like the look of it. I like the style. Dude. 3D side-scrolling action game series. I will definitely fuck around. Dude, there's too many games. You guys are gifting me too many games. Like, Hypno, stop gifting me games, bro. Thank you. And then Ori and the Will of the Wisp. Dude, I played the first Ori on the Switch. And it was fired. It looked really good even on the Switch. Dude, I can't imagine how the fuck this looks on PC, dude. Ori and the Will of the Wisp. Yo, Fluffy Murder Machine. Dude, thank you so much, man. Fuck, bro. I don't know how to fucking properly express my gratitude. Dude, Sir Duck with Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare 2 Deluxe Edition. Dude, Garden Warfare on PS4 is actually like one of my favorite PS4 games. Like, I don't know if you guys remember how dry it was at that point, but that game got me through a lot of dry early PS4 moments. Holy shit. I'll definitely fuck around with this too. Thank you, man. Holy shit. You guys are too kind, man. You guys are way too kind. Totally didn't have to do all that. I don't even know what to buy at this point. Like, you guys are just fucking destroying my wish list. Like, stop it. Get some help, man. No, but for real, Fluffy Murder Machine, Hypnotic, Sir Duckman, you guys are too awesome. Thank you so much, man. Yo, shout out to Scooby Pup. Has been a member for 7 months. Says Hypno is making up for all those furry games. I appreciate all the gifts, even the troll ones, nonetheless. Thank you. But Scooby Pup, I hope you're doing well. It's always good to see you. And then we got beautiful Zaxel that gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Holy shit. I like that beautiful Joe. Love, man. I would love to see a remaster of the game. Yo Cannoli says, I already bought the Guardians of the Galaxy game for $6 today. There's so much more to look at. These Steam sales are nuts. Dude, and if you're like relatively still new to like PC gaming, Oh man, your first dudes, guys, your first Steam summer sale is like always your best one, right? It really is. It's like so insane the amount of shit that you end up walking away with. Stuff that you're not even like, bro. You'd be like, your takeaway is, well, I didn't know I wanted this, but it's so cheap. Fuck it. That's kind of the usual thought process behind a lot of this shit. Deep Rock Galactic, dude. I meant to play that on PS4. I mean, excuse me, PS5, because I still had PS Plus and I was still relatively, okay with PlayStation 5, or at least waiting for it to get good, and it just never did. Miss Bella says I picked up the game Grounded because it was 50% off. I could dig it. I could dig it. But it's good to see you, Miss Bella. Sailor Mercury, good to see you as well. Beautiful Joe was badass. Yo, was a glorious game. So we got the Steam Summer Sale. It's always an exciting time. It really is. Grandia 2 turn-based, but it's animated instead of looking like pictures. Hey, I could dig it. For Carl, Deep Rock is awesome. Yeah, I need to play Deep Rock. The Valve Pack. Yeah, that's the first thing you gotta buy. That was the first thing I bought in a Steam Summer Sale because it was so cheap. And you got, like, it just padded the fuck out of your library off rip.
What up, biatch?
Yo, the Jerk Store, appreciate the follow, fam. So, what y'all get from the Steam Summer Sale? What y'all planning to get from the Steam Summer Sale? I'm just trying to look at some deals and see what I want. I didn't really get to look at it because I was trying to look at my Steam wish list when it went live, but like Steam like fucked up. Cyberpunk looking good? Let me see. What's up with Cyberpunk? I'm curious. Let me just make sure that I didn't skip out on anyone's anything. I got Atomic Heart for 70% off. W. I heard really good things about Atomic Heart. I actually downloaded Atomic Heart. I just haven't had the chance to play it. To be honest, guys, I haven't had a chance to play like games, period, this week. Due to my electricity issue. For me, gaming is either socially or to relax, one or the other, and I couldn't really do any of that well. So when that happens, I just don't really like to game. I enjoyed Atomic Heart. Cast versus Atomic Heart on Steam. Actually, I was gifted Atomic Heart like a little while ago. Atomic Heart at that price, that's awesome. Oh no. What are y'all doing? All right, Cyberpunk at $21. That's a deal. And then the Phantom Liberty DLC is also 21. Actually, I think I need to get the DLC. I'm planning to really take Cyberpunk seriously because like I said, got my 4080. That's the last piece I needed for my PC build. I specifically chose the 4000 series because don't download any Borderlands, the spyware now. Well, so I heard that they can make it spyware, but it's not necessarily spyware now. I don't know if that necessarily makes a difference, but yes. I hold on. I wanted to talk a little bit about my choice making process. But I did go to the gifts because Hypno wanted the satisfaction of gifting me all those games. Holy fuck. But so I chose the 4080. I bought it used. I bought it for too much because everything's too much, but this is the best deal on a white 4080 that I could possibly get. And the deal still sucked balls. So I purposely chose this because I don't like the 5000 series. I think that there's a lot of weird shit to it. I think it's too AI focused. And I just don't think that the money they're asking and then the price of what it is right now, it is worth investing in at all. I think a 4080 is a great card. I will see a huge upgrade from my 3080 just specifically around the VRAM situation. I won't have the 10 gigabyte VRAM limitation. That alone means a lot. I was planning to throw my 3080 in my new build, but I kind of just said, I don't really want to do that. I just want to fucking go ahead and just get it the fuck over with, because I just want to take my current PC build after I transfer over all my files, which I've been very lazy on doing, and I just want to put it in my game room downstairs so that I could just play games on my TV in my game room and more utilize my game room than before. Did you get a GPU stand? So funny enough, Volk dude, so I bought a bit of a premium case. It was like $200 or 230, something like that. But it actually has a lot of amazing features. I think that it's a great PC case, especially not just generally, but if you're a beginner, it is an amazing case. It's called the Haven HS 420. And I bought the white variant. It's an amazing case because one, it tells you where to put all the fucking wires. So if you're new and you're doing your first PC build, hey, this case really goes out of their way to help you out. There's a lot of great features that they really thought really well about, but a great feature is that it actually has a graphics card stand that comes with the case. So it is such a beautiful, sexy, cool case. You're gonna stream the build. Gaming Wolf, I already built the PC. I just need to throw the graphics card in there, put 2 more fans in, and put the graphics card streamer in because I want my PC to be extremely white and gay. That was the whole goal. Make it very white and very gay. $4070 Evo 12 gigabytes. Bro, I didn't want a 12 gigabyte card. That was I had to have at least a 16 gigabyte. Now, if the 5080 had like 20 gigs VRAM or more than 16, I would have opted to pay it, even though it's ridiculous. It genuinely is ridiculous, the pricing. But yeah, it's the same VRAM as the 4080, so I said, fuck it. I'm just getting the 4080, calling it a day. I had the choice between a 4080 and a 4080 Super, and I just didn't feel like the 4080 Super really warranted the extra $200 that I would have ended up paying. So 24 gigabytes is nice. Absolutely. I would never, obviously would never have to worry about VRAM. Zesty as fuck. Absolutely, honey. My PC build is extremely fucking zesty. I have mine vertically mounted to take pressure off of the motherboard. See, so for the Haven case that I bought, there was a vertical option. You could buy either the regular case or the vertical GPU case. I opted for the regular case because the temperatures are they're quite different. The regular mounted GPU case has way better temperatures than the vertical mounted case. Now, the vertical mounted case looks sexy as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little like it's interesting. That's what makes it, kind of sexy. But yeah, I think that the regular variant is very sexy in its own right and just better temperatures, and at the end of the day that's kind of just wins out for me. I got my GPU today. Yo, me and Miss Bella both got our GPUs today. Hell yeah. I'm so stoked to have the final piece of my machine. Exactly. I'm right there with you, Miss Bella. I got my GPU today, and it's the final piece for my machine as well. So, hey, Miss Bella, good luck to you and your new PC. I'm happy to hear it. Did you use code KATA? KATA's code feet on Meta PCs? No, I built my own PC. All right? I built that shit. So two PC bills in the tank. But that's crazy. So I'm just excited for all that shit. My case is a fractal design pop in a mini desktop build. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds cool. Shout out to you, brother. Unicorn puke, absolutely. Radio Champ. I like my cases to look like unicorn vomit at all times. Do you use a laptop too? My first PC when I got into PC gaming was a laptop. I don't use a laptop anymore. Yo, El Alchemy was good. Hey, do not apologize for being late. I'm just happy you're here. So that's pretty much all of the announcements that I had. I guess I'm not completely 100% on what I'm planning to do with the channel. Gonna talk to Alex because obviously dude's offering to give me some good knowledge, so I always appreciate that. So we'll see what happens with that, but that was kind of the original thought process I had with my situation, unfortunately. I'm not doing any more upgrades until at least 2027. We 4080 owners have no real upgrade path for at least another generation. Tarnished, 100% facts. Dude, for me, I'm going from a 10 gigabyte VRAM 3080. All right, to the 4080. I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm gonna see an amazing upgrade. All right, so what else we got? What are you guys doing? What is with all these gifts? What, dude? Hello Kitty Island Adventure, dude. I was considering buying this earlier. What the fuck? Yo, low key, I'm gonna play this tonight. Holy fuck! Thank you, Sir Duck. Holy shit, dude. Like, this game looks so fucking cute. I wanted to get it. Thank you, my guy. You totally didn't have to do that. Legend of K Anniversary. Dude, this is a classic. And Fear the Clown says, enjoy it, Cass. Hey, thank you so much, bro. Dude, this is a classic. I gotta fuck around with this. I never got to play it. Yeah, it said 10 years after the initial release, Legend of K Anniversary is a thoroughly remastered version of the original game. High resolution textures, new, more detailed character models, modern rendering techniques, and crystal clear surround sound gives a great classic a new shine. Hey, I could dig it. I never got to play this, but I always was, curious. Dude, Zombie! Zombie, what the fuck? Yo, Zombie gifted me Cyberpunk on fucking Steam, and now he's gifting me the fucking DLC. And I still haven't played Cyberpunk yet on PC because I've been waiting for this fucking build. What's your Steam friend code? Hold on, let me see if I can bring it up for you. Thank you so much, bro. You didn't have to do that, my guy. Holy shit. I did get a friend request. Hold on. Oh, Fatal Phantom. Fatal Phantom, don't you dare gift me games, sir. I want you to just enjoy your time here. Do not gift me games. But thank you so much for the friend invite. Let me see. What is my friend code? Well, that's my friend name, Adventure Time, if you guys want to search that up or whatever. Let me see if I can bring up my friend code on the side here. I don't know if there's any private information if you try to bring up the friend code. That's why I'm doing it this way. All right, so here's my friend code on Steam. You guys are more than welcome to friend request me. I accept all friend requests as long as I have the space for it. And you guys don't feel obligated to give me anything. I just like friend requesting y'all, and like when you guys friend request me, and I kind of keep up with what you guys got going on in the activity section. But that is my Steam friend code. Last 3 digits of your credit card. Oh my god. And don't forget your social security number. I sped through Cyberpunk at launch on a 2060 just to see what the game was about. I was just like you, way overdue for the spicy path tracing playthrough. Do you guys think I could rock the path tracing at 60 on a 4080 or nah? Do you guys think I can get away with it? I mean, my CPU, I got the 9800 X3D. Do y'all think I could run it like that? Or tough luck, tough titties. Yo, Mussolini says I have an RX 6700 XT. It's ancient A. Whatever guess you buy, right? She'll spam your Steam chat while you're gaming, asking how does it feel. Put on a oh my god, 51 FPS. I mean, we got we have options though. My man Volk dude with the friend invite. Appreciate you, brother. All right, let's see what's up with these sales. Cause what's the best sales y'all thinking? What's the best sales? What's the dopest shit? Dude, Little Nightmares 2 for $3, bro. I'm gonna have to fuck around with that. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Dude, No Rest for the Wicked. I'm hearing that this is turning out to be a great fucking game. I haven't played it, but it always looked interesting, but I hear that it keeps getting better and better. DRG, what's that? What is DRG? Tough Titties is my favorite rock band. Really? Wait, that's a rock band? Yes, you can. It takes some aggressive upscaling to do it, but it ran fine when I did a brief test. I'm even on a 5800X 3D. Okay. Okay. Hey man, if it looks better than, native, all that native shit, then, I'll fuck around. DLSS balanced cast. All right. Bro, if I could do it, fuck it, bro. I'd made the right decision. I'm joshing. I would love to play all the Little Nightmare games. I think I have the first one. I definitely want to play it too. Maybe you could say that for a fucking Goon stream. when I'm forced to play a game. Double Dragon Rise of the Dragon. Wait, Double Dragon. Shadows, meh. Dude, I will say this, bro. Path tracing on and normally I don't really care about ray tracing, but it does make a difference in Cyberpunk. Where did I see this? Unleash the Dragon. Pause that shit. All goonery on deck? Absolutely, Mr. Gamer. When you go and play Game Time Glizzies? Dude, I don't want to play Game Time Glizzies. You owe us a stream? How do I owe you guys a stream? What did I do? The RX 6800 XT has 12 gigabytes, while most cards at the time had 8 gigabytes. Hey, I mean, 12 isn't bad. It's not great, but it's not bad by modern times. Double Dragon Rise of the Dragon. I never really fucked around with Double Dragon like that, which is kind of a shame, but it was like definitely a little before my time. Rise of the Dragons. All right, here. This is the one you're talking about. Oh, this is an Arc System Works game. I didn't know that. Holy fuck. Oh, this came out literally on my birthday, like 3 years ago. No, 2 years ago. Oops. Dude, low keto. Not too bad. Honestly, I'm not super crazy about the art style, but it doesn't look bad either. Let me see. Let me catch up with chat. Same as you. Rise of the Gooners, yo. That's an arcade game. Fire. Mama Glizzy Glazer. Think I'm gonna bounce. I can't chill tonight. Hey, no worries, Phantom. I appreciate you hanging out with us anyway, my guy. Go chill out, man. Have a good one. Have a great, safe weekend, my guy. 2033 game with 90s style looks interesting. Last time I saw you, thoughts on the game. Not sure if you might like the type of game. It's a bit short. It's a bit short from what I've seen. Last time I saw you. What the hell? This is on sale? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I never heard of this. What the hell is this? Ooh. Ooh. This is an anime narrative, story-rich, emotional 90s game. I don't know what that means. It is kind of cute though. It's a game that is short, but I think it's so interesting, and I really love it because it makes so many references to like classic film that I love and adore. The Friends of Ringo Ishikawa. That is actually one of my favorite games. It's just it's a whole fucking vibe. Minigames too. Kata is short. This is true. This is facts. True OG from Streets of Rage, Final Fight arcade days. The Friends of Ringo Ishikawa is fucking awesome. I kind of like this, but I also don't know what the fuck it is. First Loves, Family Issues, Yokai. Last time I saw you is a coming-of-age adventure set in 1980s Japan. This was wrong. Explore a haunted forest hiding a terrible secret. And interact with a vast cast of friendly and deceitful characters in this beautifully hand-drawn story with some light action elements. Dude, hand-drawn? I could tell there's something up with this style. Like in a good way. I don't know if I like the animation, I'm not gonna lie. I'm also really picky too. Alright, Miss Bella, have a good one. Appreciate you hanging out. If I don't see you, have a great, safe weekend. Dude, my voice is like all fucking retarded. This actually looks kind of cool, and it's on everything. Holy shit! Like, you know what? I might throw this. I might see what's up. I might see what's up because it's actually a really interesting game. I think it has a charm to it that I appreciate. So we'll see what happens. You guys wanted me to look up another game. Hold on. Rise of the Gooners. Yo, Yamato, what's good, my guy? I'm here to goon and check out the Steam Summer Sale, dude. It's that time of the year, baby. Yo, Full Metal, what's up? This is a love, Friends of Ringo Ishikawa. It's a short game, so I was sad when it was over. Yes, but it I don't know, bro. It just has this vibe that's like, oh my god. Let me look it up. And it's $5.84. There you go.
Have you played Suit for Hire yet? The dev has released like 4 post-launch patches so quick.
No, I haven't played it yet. Unfortunately, due to the electricity issue, I didn't even download it on my Steam Deck. But we gonna run it this weekend. I got the time. I'm not even going out Friday, so I got the time to check it out. That's probably gonna be something I'll run tomorrow. But yeah, sorry I didn't get to it yet. But I definitely will. I appreciate the 5 golden apples. You totally didn't have to, my guy. Yeah, this game is fucking heat. I just love the vibe. I love how I think you regenerate health, if I'm not mistaken, by lighting a cigarette. And then you can like shove your hands in your pockets. Like, everything has a reason for doing it. That's what's funny about it. Goon Cave life? Absolutely. I'm going straight to the Goon Cave the whole fucking weekend. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody. It reminds me, so like, if you guys know Yu Yu Hakusho, it reminds me of like Yu Yu Hakusho, but like without like the powers and shit. Like Yusuke's life before he died, sort of thing. And you're kind of just living out your life as this high school like gang guy. And you kind of like choose how you wanna how you want to be as a character and shit. I don't know. I vibe with it so heavily. If you want to play like a chill, relaxing game with like a little cool vibe to it, fun, you know, beat 'em up fights and shit. It's worth it. It's worth it. I actually need to play their other game I haven't gotten to yet, but I like them. I like them. Urameshi. There's a dedicated cigarette button. Game is a vibe. Exactly, Full Metal. It is such a fucking vibe. Dude, I love this game. It's one that I definitely I want to run through again because I played it on the Switch. But if you're a film buff, the references are awesome. So awesome. Like referencing like Enter the Dragon or a Streetcar Named Desire, stuff like that. It's like you wouldn't expect it from a game like this, you know? But they do it, and it's fucking awesome. Yo, what's up, Lemonade? Wow, I'm gonna save this Ringo game. Yes, it is awesome. If you're looking for a vibing ass game with a cool little style to it, yeah, this is it. Damn. fucked him up with that kick. Dude, I love this game. I even have a physical copy of it, a Switch copy. All right, what else, you guys? Paradox game is on sale too. What is that? Hold on. What is this? Oh no, this is a different game. Speaking of Paradox, Stellaris had me like 80 hours invested before I knew it. What? Which game is this? Man, you guys are informing me.
Greetings, Archon.
Oh, it's
How
one
good
of
to meet
these.
you.
I'm not gonna lie, I hate games like this. They're not bad, I can't. See if any Falcom games are on sale. I think the Ease games are on sale. I saw Ease 8 on sale. What the fuck is this bundle? Bro, 11 games for $650? $650? Bro, what the fuck? It's mostly DLC. I'm waiting for like the complete edition of Ease 10. Yo, son, they literally released Ease 10 in America, then like a week later was like, yeah, we have a complete edition coming out. Like, okay, then I'm just never gonna buy the original version you released. Dead or Alive? Dude, the Dead or Alive DLC was crazy. I'm not allowed to buy cast games. No, you are not, Scooby. You totally don't have to. Cast is stupid for grand strategy. Yes, I'm too retarded for that shit. Said, not an RTS or fan or something. Yeah, it's not for everyone. Yeah, exactly. I'm not disrespecting the game by any means. I don't know how the game is. I just don't have the temperament for games like that. He means Paradox Interactive. I got you. Oh, we're talking about strat game, motherfuckers. Shit, shout out to them. Bro, remember this game remember when this game was announced? Those were the days. Those were the days. Granny Cast bundle. Oh my god. Star Trek Infinite. Oh, I think I played this game on Game Pass, and I liked it, but it was also kind of retarded. I can't remember exactly what was up with it, but there was something up with it. I actually didn't mind it. I like the style. Anything gangsters and shit, I kind of vibe with. But the game had fundamentally like something wrong with it, if I'm not mistaken. I just can't remember what the fuck. It's been literally years. Yeah, I don't vibe with any of these games for the most part. It's not my bag. It's never coming out. Yo, for real though, Silent Joker. Like, dude, they went full silent. Dude, guys, stop gifting me games. What are we doing? Yo, Omega, thank you so much for the friend request, fam. What are we doing? Yeah, the Goon games are always a mood. I'm already a gilf? What the fuck does that mean? Furry Reich? Who is this fucking bitch? What the? Don't get mad at me, but this is Philip's idea? Delete him, not me. Why are you setting up Philip? Why are you setting up Philip? What is this? Lobo? No game will beat Robocock? Facts. Hottie speaking straight facts right now. Cass Hypno added you in the intro. Dude, I had a clip of Hypno to add to the intro and I didn't fucking... For some reason, I guess I chose the wrong fucking, like, clip or something. I don't know. I'm retarded, man. You had your dessert. Now go get the vegetables and eat them up. No, Hottie, I will not eat no vegetables. Hey, you wanted me to gift furry... Oh, my God. Furry Hydra? Man, you guys are terrible. All right, so what else we got in here? Metaphor 42, not bad, not bad. All right, let's see the deep discounts. Every year we do this shit. Can't help ourselves, man. Beyond Two Souls for $2. I know a lot of people shit on Beyond Two Souls, but if you like story games, it's not a bad game. House Flipper for $250. I actually bought Star Wars Battlefront 2. I haven't played it yet, but I did download it. I couldn't play it. I didn't have fucking internet. But yeah, for $3, how can you go wrong with that, right? I played a little bit of Battlefront 2 and it's pretty enjoyable. I enjoyed it for what it was. Obviously RoboCop Rogue City for $5 is a steal if you don't have this game yet. What is wrong with you? Literally, what is wrong with you? Beyond Two Souls is dog shit. I do not agree, Silent Joker. But you're entitled to your opinion. I would say it's definitely the weaker of the David Cage games, but I don't think it's bad either. Fury for 2, dude. I heard good things about this game. Heard good things. What else we got? Robocock. Absolutely. The Pirate Yakuza game for 42. Not bad, not bad. And honestly, guys, I do recommend like comparing and contrasting prices on Steam as well as you know, key sites as well, like CD Keys or Fanatical. Sometimes you can get better deals on those. So I usually end up comparing and contrasting just before I buy all the games, and buying things where I see fit for me personally, which is usually the better pricing. Unless I'm like iffy on the game, then I'll just buy it on Steam and try it out there. And then if it's something wrong with it or it's not my bag, I'll just return it. Dude, why is Hades 2 always so expensive? What is this sale? Sale. I know I'm cheap too, so I can't help it, bro. There's so many good deals on Steam. You can't help but be cheap. No Man's Sky for 24. Huh. Okay, okay. Damn, when you have games for so long on your fucking wish list that you don't even know anymore, like what's on there? Little Nightmares 2, WrestleQuest, Sunset Overdrive for 4. I'm probably gonna get that. Tales of Arise. Dude, Tales of Arise is such a good game. Grandma, I'd like to Besiege is 150. Rogue Trader dropped awesome DLC yesterday too. You see, it's very rare when I look forward to DLC, if I'm honest. Oh my god, everyone's asking Scooby if she's into gilfs now. Oh my god. Thoughts on Revenge of the Savage Planet? I don't really know. Arctic, I've never actually played the game. I don't really know too much about it. I use all key shops to compare them all. Exactly, Tarnished. That's the best thing to do. All right, which one? Let me see. Revenge of the Savage Planet. Dude, Shin Megami Tensei 3 for 15. And Shadow Man for 6. I definitely want to fuck around with that. I'm gonna buy Shadow Man. Sonic Superstars for 21. Eh. I'm just comparing and contrasting at this point. Dude, I need to buy Live Alive. I'm gonna buy that. I remember trying to play Phantom Fury and it was going so fucking fast that I was just like, you know, when the frame rate is just too high and the game is too fast, it's like, oh my god, it's like my brain is bursting. Dude, Star Ocean Second Story R for 25 is a crazy deal. That is a crazy fucking deal. I actually really wanted to play this game because I like the style, but I just didn't have time for fucking JRPGs that are forever, so I didn't buy it. But at that price, W, massive fucking W. We don't judge here, Scooby, unless it's Cassie. We judge her. He thinks Sailor Moon is the hottest gilf. Isn't Sailor Moon like 14? I don't know who you're talking about, but that sounds insane. Alright, let me look up Revenge of the Savage Planet. I'm curious about this game. Because I've heard of it a lot. But I'm not actually... Forza Horizon 5 is the real shit. Hell yeah. I actually been meaning to buy that on Steam too. $14.99. Hold on, what's this style looking like? Oh my god, it looks kind of a little gay. A little bit. I'm not. I could fuck with it. I could fuck with it. It's not too crazy. It's not too crazy. All right, what kind of game is this? Adventure co-op, split screen, third person. Dude, I'm really bad at committing to a co-op game now. Can't you just play by yourself? Jerkstore says, "Hey Cass, what was that music? Okay, this is Troubled from Persona 3. That's the name of the song. Whenever you guys say or do something particularly troubling, I usually go to Troubled.
Hi, I'm Martin Tweet.
What is that face? Are we good? What the fuck is that face? Ugh. I wanted to see that. There's a 100% off glitch on PC called Torrent. This is true. This is true. You guys are terrible. Absolutely, positively terrible. Terrible. No worries, Jerkstore. Appreciate you pulling up and hanging out with us, brother. Why is Alex in that truck? That is not Alex, bro. Yo, son, the disrespect is crazy. Alex look better than that. Y'all saying that that's Alex is crazy, bro. He's in the chat. He's watching.
CEO of Kindred Aerospace.
Why kind of sound a little like Alex?
Interglobal and abandoned on the far edges of space with no gear, no job, and no plan. But don't panic. While they may have tossed you aside like so much garbage, worry not, because you can always turn to Kindred for a solution. Introducing the Kindred Catalog. With the right resources, you can create tools such as the Goo Cannon from Saturn.
The Goon Cannon?
Smother
We can make a
creatures in
Goon
viscous
Cannon?
green goo to make them slip
Oh no,
instead of
it's
eating
Alex.
you.
Oh my god.
Disgusting.
Lucas.
Or use your lasso
Lucas,
to
you
catch
demon.
them. We promise that any research conducted will unlock more fabulous gear and that the harm to the creature will be minimal.
It don't look
Use
bad.
conductive
I'm not sure if I would like it or not, but it'd be something like maybe to fuck around and give a try. Hey, we got a new friend request. Patient Zero Greg, appreciate the friend request, brother. Green goo points to a VD. Yo, shout out to Trunks with the 5 gifted members. Yo, what's good, brother? Appreciate you pulling up. Appreciate you showing us the love, dog. Let me give you a little shout out.
Can't resist the heat. Goonin', where shadows meet.
Dude. Best moment from Friday the 13th Part 4. Yo, did we get a raid from my man Lois? Hold the fuck up, brother. Yo, what's good, my man? Appreciate you pulling up, Lois. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. Show some love to the brother. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Lois. Yo, hope you had a great stream, my guy. Shout out to my man Lowest Expectations. Dude is a gaming streamaholic. So definitely check him out. Dope ass dude, good streams, plays tons of Smash Bros. And is a somewhat rational Nintendo fanboy. Somewhat. Went over some more horrible showcases. Oh man, for real. So what you're saying is I didn't miss anything in terms of the showcases, because I was wondering what was up with the Capcom showcase. I was wondering if it was gonna be anything like worth a fuck, but I guess not. I think there was another showcase too, but yeah, I was like, I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to figure out if it's worth even talking about or not. So whatever, man. Yeah, but we're just fucking around talking about some Steam shit, man. because it's the Steam summer sale. Obviously, I'm more oriented towards Steam. That's what we look forward to. But so far, deals is looking pretty decent. I try to give you guys a little lowdown. Definitely compare and contrast pricing on all key sites, and hey man, make your decisions, bro. Bro, what is this? What the fuck is this? Action RPG? Ghost of Tsushima is not an RPG. Horizon is not an RPG. Final Fantasy 16 is also not an RPG. What does that even mean? What do you mean, bro? What do we not know what the definitions of terms are anymore? Stalker 2 30% off on Steam. Hey, that's not a bad choice either. Yes, Ghost of Tsushima is an action game. It is definitely an open world action game, but it's not an RPG. There is no role to be played. You play as Jin Sakai, and you unlock all his moves and shit, and you just play the game, the action game. That's it. There is no role. RPG is rocket propelled grenade. I mean, Ghost of Tsushima does not have rocket propelled grenades either. But we fucks around with the rocket propelled grenades. We do. What is this? Hold on, I'm curious at this point. What games do we got? Okay, the Ease 8 is definitely, and Tales of Arise are definitely action RPGs. Tunic, is Tunic an RPG? It has RPG elements, and that's, well, I would argue that Ghost of Tsushima doesn't even have that. Yo, Ease 8 is great. It's definitely one of the best RPGs I've ever played. I love that game so much. And I played it on the Switch, and the Switch version is kind of ass, but I fucking enjoyed the hell out of that game. First Berserker Kazan. I heard this is a really good game from so many people, especially like dedicated hate all Souls clones fans. Final Fantasy 16 is the epitome of Square Enix ignoring their fan base. Yo, you ain't lying. Tunic is a Zelda clone. I did know that. Ghost has multiplayer that is pretty decent. I never did get to play it. Enshrouded. I might have to fuck around with Enshrouded, but I need to find a time for that, bro. AI limit. Oh, this is a new game that's on sale. Not that I mean, it's okay sale, I guess, for a new game. Okay, Claire Obscure got us a little 10% off. Shout out to them. Elden Ring on sale. Okay, shout out to them. Lies of P on sale. Shout out to them. Okay. Ooh, dude, Oblivion for 40, dude. Oblivion for 40 is crazy. So having skill trees is now RPG makers. That's what it seems like, Trunks. That's it. Even if you could unlock everything on the skill tree, it's an RPG now, apparently. That's the crazy thing. Like, I could see if you're like having to choose what your character becomes. But like in Ghost of Tsushima, you eventually like unlock pretty much mostly everything, if not everything on the skill tree by playing the game. If I'm not mistaken, it's been a little minute, but there's no role. It's just it's weird. Goon cannon with a concoction of goon oil and spunk. Y'all is sick, man. Y'all is sick. I've been waiting for Ghost to get down to like 30. Because I already owned and beaten and fucking platinum the game. Wukong 20% off. Not gonna lie, Final Fantasy VII. Oh, this is the first game. Oh wow, that shit is 30. I thought it was the second game that was 30. I was about to say, Rebirth at fucking 30. That's not bad at all. But no, Rebirth is actually at 42. Tainted Grail got a little sale too. Shout out to Tainted Grail. Hogwarts Legacy at $15. Nice. Oh my god, I still can't believe the Outer Worlds 2 is a fucking $80 game. Like, fucking suck ass. Avowed is at, bro, why is Avowed not like $20? You play a role, Japanese warrior or Japanese warrior. Facts. Facts. Don't say nobody backed that comment. Say what? What comment? It is a Zelda clone. Goon Cannon. What are y'all talking about? Wonder what prices are on PlayStation Store right now. I mean, who knows, man? Who knows? Dudes, Dead Island 2. I need to go back to Dead Island 2. I love that game. I love that game. You know, guys, we gotta go over news. We got a lot to go over. That's why I was saying Funnies is gonna have to wait. Damn, Mass Effect Legendary Trilogy for like fucking $3. Fire. Damn. Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin for 16. That's a pretty good deal. I've heard some good things about that game. I heard it's kind of like underrated. Lords of the Fallen for 20. I might fuck around with No Rest for the Wicked because I've heard too many good things. Ooh, another Crab's Treasure for 18. Atomfall for 40. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Still a relatively new game, so I might fuck around with that too, Loki. But buy games that I don't have the time to play. Oh my god. It sounds like a great idea. It sounds like a great idea. Lots of great deals. There are good deals here for sure. Definitely a lot of good deals. This is your time. This is your time. Visions of Mana for 36. Dude, I have to go back to Visions of Mana. I hope they fix the glitches in the game. Visions of Mana gave me like such a massive migraine from like this visual glitch that I was scared to play it again. When I get when I get fucking like migraines from games, because of like bright flashing lights, it's like torture migraines. And I just get afraid to play the games afterwards because I don't want it to happen to me again, which is a shame because I was really looking forward to Visions of Mana, but that game did me dirty on live stream on top of it. I ended up ending that live stream kind of early because I knew that the migraine was festering. Infinite Nikki. What the hell? Damn, Freedom Wars remastered at 20. Bro, I heard they censored this game. I don't know how bad it was, but after I heard that, I'm like, all right, go fuck yourself then. Top Hats game, Born Punk is 90% off. Hey. My boy, Top Hats. Shout out to Top Hats, who's one of the people that told me I should do YouTube. I should start making videos and shit. He was like one of the biggest convincing factors, actually.
Hey there, weirdlings. Let's talk business.
But yeah, this is his game. Shout out to him. He actually put out a fucking video game. What a beast, man. With a cool style too.
Wait, that's that cat. What's your problem, Holmes? Why you snitching on me?
$2, man. How can you go wrong with that, right?
Enough power to arrange
Shout out to him.
unfortunate accidents.
Fucking beast. Redfall gave me a migraine. Yeah, that game was just bad. What shirt am I wearing? I'm wearing a Dragon Ball shirt. I don't know if you guys can see. It's Goku eating. It's Goku in his natural habitat. Looks like dust for aw, come on, Hippo. Don't be disrespecting my guy like that. He is not into any of that bullshit. He sought out to make a dope ass point and click adventure game that has a cyberpunk feeling aesthetic. Britt and Alex voice acting this game. Yo, I didn't even know that. But that's fucking dope as shit. Today I found out that Skyrim is on PlayStation. Oh my god. Now the game is legit and pretty funny. Yeah, like, dude, it ain't nothing like these weirdo ass games out here, bro. It definitely ain't. But shout out to him for making a game. Fucking beast. All right, we gotta get into news, guys. Yo, it's crazy out here. But so my boy Yamato, he made a fucking. Hold on, let me switch this up a little bit. All right, so shout out to my boy Yamato. After I essentially announced, like, hey, no Tuesday night stream since I haven't had power since yesterday evening. Sorry, y'all. Yamato made this like fucking image. He says, "Hurry back! Your rose gallery is attacking the city." Fucking Yamato, bro. And he has the blue Urkel. He says, "Now that cult classic Cage can't stream, the consoles will rule the world." Shout out to Golden Apples is also making his game. Hell yeah. I thought that was funny. My enemies is present. And then he made another one. Hold on. Oh yeah, so I posted a tweet, like a Twitter exchange between me and this like deranged dude that just random troll. Just random troll. They have no other purpose in life just to talk shit and try to, I guess, make me mad, but it's like whatever, man. I remember that stream that was rough to watch. Yeah, definitely quit playing. If a game is fucking with you, yeah. Yeah, it was really annoying. But yeah, I had this little Twitter exchange between this troll and then Yamato made this. And I really like this fucking image. Oh my god, bro. That shit was heat. This one's funny too. This is more like it reminds me of Hey Arnold, the art style. Bro, look at his fucked up leg. That's funny. But I like that. I like that art, bro. That shit is heat right there. But he said another day in the magical land of cult classic Cage. Yo, Yamato with this fucking AI shit is insane, bro. He cannot be stopped. Fucking wild. And here's another one that's fucking funny. Deadflex said, "Yo, who made this? LMFAO. This shit had me screaming." And I know that this loser, from what I heard, he's just a bad person. I forget what his name is. He's so like forgettable. He's not even. Obviously, I'm not gonna know who the fuck he is, but he's a PlayStation fanboy. And it's a PS5 game called Casting Couch Pony Edition. Fucking wild. Yeah, y'all need to be stopped. Finally, a PS5 exclusive worth buying. Patron saint. Is there something you want to tell us? Is there something you want to tell us, brother? That's kind of crazy. Yo, man, what's good? Yes, the power's back, but I just gave a forewarning. I don't know if it's gonna stay. I think that we're good, but they're saying that they might have to actually choose to turn the power off to finish fixing something. I don't know what's gonna happen. Just to be patient with me with whatever does happen. Black Cobra said this asshole tried to cancel me and send harassment to me, lying about me being a racist. Yeah, I heard that this dude did this person engage in doxing as well. But yeah, this dude is a fucking asshole. I forget what his name is. He's so fucking forgettable. But he has done some really weird shit. PS4 is the last console I got PC for the rest of my life at this point, yo. Yeah, I've heard this dude is a weirdo. Your power's gonna stay longer than him on the couch. Are you good, bro? Are you good, brother? That's a crazy ass comparison, my guy. Y'all really need to be stopped. Straight up, y'all need to be stopped. PS5 fanboy equals I don't got time to make a PC. Pretty much, man. Pretty much. But hold on. Let's see something real quick. All right. All right. But yeah, I thought that was funny. Everyone's calling Dragoonite Dragooner now. Let's go. Next up, we got a trailer. Next up, we got a trailer. I haven't watched it yet. I actually do try to save reactions for the stream, which is kind of annoying sometimes because, like, damn, I want to fucking watch this shit right now. But at the same time, I think it's, like, more entertaining when I haven't watched something. I think it's more entertaining where I just play the dumb one that knows nothing, and then you guys are like, oh, Cass, you need to watch this. But, so we have the pre-order trailer for Painkiller. And this is a game I'm actually quite interested in. It looks really cool. And, this is probably a game I'll end up getting. Yo, Delta, what's up? You finally got power and AC? Yes. We're doing all right for now. I don't know what's gonna happen in the near future, but we're okay for now. Appreciate you pulling up, Delta. Thank you so much, brother. I might still get consoles and still support physical games only, but once they go all digital, it's over. PC only. Yeah, that's pretty much, that's a very valid point. I get that. I feel you. That's why I don't mind getting a Switch 2 at some point, maybe. But I will not be buying key cards. I will not be buying them shits. I'm good. Doesn't matter to me. But guys, we got the Painkiller pre-order trailer. Let's check it out. I haven't watched it yet. Interested to see what it looks like. Saber, baby. Saber's kind of underrated, low-key. Alright, I'm liking the gun so far. Off rip, the guns just look pretty fucking heat. Got that co-op going on. Show no mercy, only iron. Hey, I like electricity. Damn. Let me get them explosives, baby. Yo, that shotgun looks crazy. The visuals looking nice. Ooh, okay. Yo, this is looking kind of hot fire. Dude, October 9th. Okay. October 9th, 2025. That's kind of a little bit after the hubbub. Like August and September are like super filled up. October, I don't know how much stuff is coming out in October. This does look insane. I'm very fucking I'm kind of sold. Hopefully comes out good working order day one. But it'd be really cool to play this co-op. Definitely be cool, especially if it's like seamless drop in, drop out. So I'm definitely interested in this. Let's see if there's any more info they got. Alright, so we got the characters. I don't like the characters at all. I'm not gonna lie. What? Yeah, I don't like any of the characters. What is that? I'm confused on what that is. Now the weapons though? I'm liking the weapons. Definitely make more sense than the characters. The game is only $40 according to Steam. Dude, hot fire. That I'm sold. Even if I have to play as a Riri, I guess I just, won't look myself in the mirror, but I'm sold. DEI night, aw man. Aw man, no. Yeah, only 40 ain't, that's not bad. Looks like it's trying to be a Doom clone with co-op. I'm down for it. Delta said I bought one for Bravely Default HD to try it out. It's meh, feels like an unnecessary step after I downloaded it. At least I can resell it. Yeah, I mean that's the decent takeaway from that. Key cards are a deal breaker, absolutely not. I may buy those secondhand or resell them immediately after I'm done with them. Yeah, I mean there's really just no real purpose other than to be fake physical media and to make digital media harder if you choose to indulge in it. That's why I'm playing on Steam more. Hell yeah, might as well just take the leap at this point, right? I had enough DEI in these showcases I watched. Damn, it's really that bad. On the radar, if it's 40, yeah, that's not bad. That's not a bad price. Looks like a fun game. Hopefully it runs on deck for you, Drewski. But I'm gonna have to throw that one. I think I might have it wishlisted. I do have it wishlisted, yeah? Yeah. Nice. 40 is reasonable. Super reasonable. So the digital deluxe edition comes with the base game pre-order bonus and a season pass. I hate when they tell you like, "Oh, this game comes with a season pass," but you don't know what the fuck is in it. Like that kind of stuff's kind of annoying. I tell you, I've been fiddling with my deck OLED the last couple of days. I forgot how much I love this little device. Feels way more comfortable compared to the Switch 2. The Pro controller is nice though. Yeah, it's been a very interesting all over the place. Yo, Teflon Don was good. You like it seems like it's just all over the place with the Switch 2. It's like some great stuff about it and some dog shit about it. It's and some people that just like, it's a Switch 2. It's like it's crazy, right? But it's kind of sad that it generally seems to be a mixed bag. Characters do look kind of mid though. Can't see what would your reaction be if GTA 6 was a VR exclusive. I would pay. If Rockstar said, "Hey, Cass, if you will buy GTA 6 day 1 to be a VR exclusive, I would pay for it. Not because I want to play it, but just because I want other motherfuckers to suffer. I just want you all to suffer. I will pay to see this game be a VR exclusive. It'd be amazing. I would laugh at everybody. Everybody would flip their shit. It'd be amazing. That's like that sounds like the the greatest day of my life to whip out the popcorn and just watch the hilarity ensue. There's some good upgrades, but man, I wish they had actual grips on those Joy-Cons. Yeah. Yeah. I will say this, Delta, your best bet is to get the what the fuck is that website? They have like the things that you just slide the Switch into that's like the handles. Them shits is heat. Bro, that company is so good at what they do. I have Joy-Con grips for both I have what is it, the Switch 1 grips for my Switch 1 Lite and my regular Switch. Feels so much better. Why do you hate GTA? I don't hate GTA, I just haven't liked the most recent release. I don't hate GTA, I just hate people. I just want to watch people be mad. It's not even that, it's not even my hatred for GTA. Believe it or not, like San Andreas is one of my all-time favorite video games, bro. It's just that I just don't think that modern GTA stacks up to PS2 GTA. Which I mean, if you don't agree, that's fine. But that was an interesting trailer. All right, we got to get to the news, guys. So Mind's Eye Studio, Build a Rocket Boy, has reportedly started mass layoff proceedings. More than 100 staff could be affected, it's been suggested. So that's crazy. According to a report at IGN, these sites studio sources speak under anonymity. But obviously, I mean, this was going to happen, right? Nobody's surprised by any of this. In UK law, if a company is planning to make fewer than 20 employees redundant, it doesn't have to start a compensation process. If plans lay off between 20 and 199 staff, it has to start a consultation period at least 30 days before any dismissals take effect. Oh, man. Well, it sucks because this game
Yo,
bombed.
Cass. I'm
Yo.
feeling A for the characters as well, but hey, it's good to see the old weapons from the OG Painkiller. This remake ought to be good.
Yeah, XJ, I mean, like, the game looks dope. You know, it looks like a fun video game. Ugly characters is definitely a L, or boring characters is definitely an L, but that doesn't mean it still isn't a fun game. But I feel you, bro. I'm right there with you. Thank you so much for the 5. I really appreciate that. You totally didn't have to. Yo, shout out to Deadeye for the 2. Says, ahoy, Cass. Blind's Eye is already seeing early retirement. Wow. Okay, then. Thank you for the 2. That's crazy. And he said, the Mind's Eye actor doesn't like it when devs release unfinished games. And I genuinely feel bad for this dude. Like, I think that he's actually a good, like, video game actor. Like, I think that he did a phenomenal job with Mafia 3, even if Mafia 3 isn't necessarily a very good Mafia game by any means. And it looked like he did his thing with this game. I can't speak to it directly because I haven't played it. But dude seems to, like, you know, be really good at what he does, but unfortunately he gets attached to some mid-ass games. The voice actor I feel bad for. Yeah, he says Alex Hernandez, the voice actor behind Mind's Eye protagonist Jacob Diaz, opened up about the troubled launch and questioned the release of the unfinished game. Game-breaking glitches and performance issues spoiled what was initially a highly anticipated launch for Mind's Eye. Even though the devs apologized and released hotfixes to right the ship, it wasn't enough to restore public sentiment. On Metacritic, Mind's Eye became the worst-rated game in over a year, and Build a Rocket Boy suffered layoffs as a result of the catastrophic game launch. As for what's next, the development team has revealed a roadmap to address most of the pressing issues and improve the game to a more playable state, yet Hernandez cited the business model. Yeah, that's unfortunate, bro. In an interview with Check It TV, Hernandez acknowledged fan frustrations and shared a similar sentiment. For whatever reason, a company decides to release something that has these issues and then sort of taking care of it post mortem. He actually did speak about this live. We're gonna watch the video. But seems to be a pretty cool dude, and he understands, you know, a lot of the frustrations surrounding the game, and you know, he's definitely. I think that he is kind of a gamer, judging by how he was speaking. But let's see what he has to say.
I don't know whether it's not a lack of QA. I met the QA testers, and they seem competent at their job. But for whatever reason, the company deciding to release something that has these issues, and then sort of taking care of it post-mortem, post-release.
Yeah, he said post-mortem is crazy.
To do that, like a very notorious example is Cyberpunk, and there have been others.
Mm-hmm.
And as a gamer, as a consumer, I don't love that. I don't love that model. I don't like that moving forward. I'm not a business person, so like I also want to be very clear that I have no idea why that decision gets made. I will just say that from a consumer perspective, and I'm sure a lot of people feel this way, I think it does more long-term harm than good to your reputation.
Dude, it does, bro. This studio is cooked. Like, this was like their first major release, if I'm not mistaken. First off, I don't think this studio is gonna last. And then second off, like, why would you be enticed to ever buy another one of their games day one again? That's just what it is, man.
To release something that feels like it is in a state of less than 100% and then charge 100% of the price.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think you have to be honest with your consumer. And in fact, like, I, as a player, would rather be told this is in beta. Like, I know you've been waiting for this for a long time, but this is a beta release of this game. And so whether it's you get to play it for free on some sort of invite list, or it's $20, $30, $15, what insert price. I don't know what the model would be, but like, it's a much smaller fee. Know that this shit isn't done. No, it's not done. So please come interact with our thing, give us feedback, but no, it's not done.
Dude, Builder Rocket Boy did everything to absolutely 100% lie to the consumer. Like, he's speaking from the perspective of a company that would be trying to do the right thing, right? Whereas, like, the CEO was lying and saying, like, oh, all of these reports that our game is fucked up is just lies, and they were like, he was kind of insinuating that Rockstar was kind of manipulating the early information that was coming out of the game, stuff like that, right? They did absolutely everything in their power to essentially fool gamers into giving their game a try. So that's the unfortunate reality of that. And I think that the voice actor, he's not necessarily saying that, but he definitely relates to the frustration around the game. Build a rocket boy need to build the rocket and aim it straight at the sun. Oh my god, tarnish, yo. Their own greed. Yep. And ineptitude in action, yeah. Early access does exist for a reason, that's a fact. And at least they would get it right. Letting people actually try it out and give feedback, like, it helped with previous games in the past.
And obviously beta is a thing like that. That is a already pre-established practice. And so I'm not sure what drives companies to essentially carry out beta testing, like, without calling it that.
Yeah.
I, as a consumer, would rather be told, would rather have someone be upfront, because then I know what I'm signing up for.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
Do you think they knew about the problems within the game before they released it? Do you think they were aware that it would be the turn up?
I can't really speak to that, to be honest. I like truly.
Yo, they know what they was doing, bro. They knew what time they knew what time they was on. They was on there. We gotta fake it until we make it. Crazy, man. That mustache, good thing he's a voice actor. Oh my god, don't be giving him so much shit for his mustache, man. It's really not that bad. It's not the best thing ever, but it's not the worst thing ever either. Come on, bro. Now I feel bad for him, bro. Like, the two most known things that he's most known for, kind of were duds. And that's a shame, because he does good work. I think he's very talented. I hope that he gets a shot at a game that's actually worth his time. Something that he'll get praised for. It's impossible they didn't know someone had to submit it. Yeah. Bro, yo, Chiefin, come on, dog. How you gonna compare that face to Dreamcast guy's face? What kind of disrespect is this, man? Damn. Crazy, bro. That's some crazy ass disrespect, my guy. Damn. Alright, here was an interesting a really interesting announcement. I knew nothing. I didn't even know that this game existed. But when I found out about it, I was like, oh shit. So apparently, a Halo zombie survivors inspired game was happening for a while. It was announced like, let me see, when did they announce this? They announced this like last year. Spartan Survivors. And it seemed to be like a fan-made project, which is, cool shit, cool shit. They like Halo, obviously a lot of people do. And they were just like, yeah, we want to make a Vampire Survivors clone, but obviously it's inspired by Halo. But obviously they were fan made. And then they said, breaking, Halo Studios reached out to us and we have their blessing to keep moving forward with the game. Thank you for the support and appreciation. This will not be forgotten. I think that is really cool. Like, that is really cool that Xbox / Halo Studios, technically 343, gave them the go ahead. This is a quote from a representative of Halo Studios. Really love to see the passion you and your team have poured into this experience. It really is fun. And we look forward to getting further in our playthrough and unlocking more stuff. Hell yeah, man. I never played this. I love Vampire Survivor clones. Take no sense and no facts. I really like Vampire Survivor clones, and I'll have to fuck around with this. I will have to fuck around with this because I play so many of them. They're all so addictive. Gonna be the best Halo game in a while, dude. This might be my favorite, low key. Crazy enough, this might end up being my favorite Halo game of all time, because I'm not really a big Halo fan. I really love Halo 2, and that's, and it's been a long time since I played it. I do need to replay it, in all honesty. But that was the one that I really gravitated to, and I never really gravitated to Halo after that. But this might end up being one of my favorite Halo games. Most offensive question for game developers. Do you think people will actually like it? You're not wrong. For all the shit Halo Studios gets, at least they're good to the fans, unlike Bungie nowadays. Real talk though, right? Crazy. That is sad realities. What's the best Vampire Survivors clone? Best one I played is either Brotato. Honestly, I think it's Brotato. Brotato's a little bit different, but it's still the same concept. I've gifted Brotato to so many people because it's just an amazing fucking game. And I do like Karate Survivor. I think that's a lot of fun too. I like Karate Survivor a lot. So I mean, that's good that 343 didn't go full asshole mode with the Spartan Survivors. Yeah, that's awesome. Cass, I think it's time to get Halo Master Chief Collection. I think I bought it recently. I'm pretty sure that I did. I need to run through Halo 2. It's been a long time, bro. I remember playing that shit when I was in like the 6th grade at my fucking best friend's house on his Xbox while he was playing World of Warcraft on his PC. It's literally been that fucking long, bro. He was addicted to WoW. That was like the first time I even tried WoW, and I was like, wow, this is like literally WoW. This is so insane. Like I didn't know what it's like to play like online at the time. And I was like, holy shit, these are all people? And they have their own characters and stuff, and they start talking. I was like, what the fuck? Was he Asmund? No. No. He was a Puerto Rican dude. One figure death punch is very addictive. Hollow Cure because it's free and I'm cheap. God damn it, lowest. But this is cool. I'm gonna have to fuck with this. I'm definitely gonna have to fuck with that. Oh my god, brightness. The sun. Not really, but alright, so we have from Windows Central. Ches Corden's hoe ass. I mean, what? Starting this week, the Xbox PC app will integrate leading PC gaming stores for Xbox insiders, with no mention of Steam. Said although the blog post doesn't say which PC stores are going to be integrated, at the very least you'll be able to access battle.net. Ugh. Ew. Games directly from the Xbox PC app from next week. So we're starting to get that integration process going. It was Monley. Oh my god. I can't imagine being friends with Monley when he was like 12. Bro, if you think he's crazy now. Imagine how he was when he was 12. What the fuck? But the Xbox app for PC is about to change, dude. This is crazy. I will say though, the Xbox app is kind of doo doo. The last time I checked, it's been a little minute, but we are watching this integration process start pretty quickly. Lots of F words, absolutely. Monley was a bad kid. I believe it. There's no way he was a good kid. He probably found his way to charm people though. Said Microsoft plans for Xbox gaming on PC continued unabated. And now Xbox insiders on the Windows 11 PC gaming preview can test Microsoft's new aggregated store system. In a blog post today, Microsoft revealed that the Xbox insiders will gain access to a new version of the Xbox PC app for Windows 11 this week. The app will now aggregate leading PC storefronts from their gaming companies, although the blog post stops short of saying exactly which will be available. My cynicism tells me that the lack of mention for the leading PC storefront, Steam, indicates it won't be there for now, but it won't be long until we can find out for ourselves. You can find out for free on your gaming PC. You can find out for free on your gaming PC quite easily using the Xbox Insider app on Windows 11. Sign up for the PC gaming preview to join the test, dude. I would not bother with any of this testing shit. I'm not gonna lie. We hit 80 likes. Yo, guys, hit the like button. Get us to 100, baby. We getting there. Microsoft says that the Xbox PC app will begin automatically detecting games you've installed from other PC gaming storefronts and then aggregate them into the library section of your PC app. The screenshots only show Battle.net integration so far, but Microsoft says more PC storefronts will be integrated in the future. Yeah, we've been told forever that Xbox is dead, apparently. And yes, if you can't fancy its functionality, you can turn it off in the library section of the settings panel. Oh my god, thank you. I will not be doing this. I do not engage in guinea pigging for any of these mega corporations at this point. When it's enabled, it will automatically populate your library with games from those aggregate, alternative storefronts, and also show them in your most recently played list down the sidebar. I mean, this doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things, right? It's just telling you everything that's available on your PC. Like the stream or Pam Grier will get you. Yo, facts, bro. Wait, hold on. Isn't that a good thing, though? Wouldn't that be a good thing? Wouldn't that be a reason to technically not like the stream? There's this Twitch lolcow, Quinn69, mid-30s, and there's a super funny viewer channel for him from the mid-40s, from this mid-40s Hispanic dude. Oh my god, that sounds insane. Why the fuck? Why would I fuck with it when I can just go to Steam? So arguably, it just gives you like a viewing access to essentially multiple storefronts you may indulge in. So like theoretically, you have all these games on all these different PC storefronts, including Microsoft, right? Including Xbox app. And they're just saying, hey, you don't even have to go to the Steam store. You could just look at all your games that are installed right here. It's kind of like how GOG does their shit. Except like GOG shows you your entire library and not necessarily just like what's installed. Like if you link all of your, basically all of your storefront, libraries, GOG will show you all that shit. Actually really cool. Why are you not playing the peak that is System Shock 2 Remaster? Because I haven't played System Shock 1 Remaster yet, Pip Pip. I do have it, I just haven't had a chance to play it. But that's something I will get to. Oh yeah, guys, I also heard a crazy deal too. Hold on. I was shocked when I saw Warhammer. Dude, look at this shit. Bro, already. This game came out like this month. like 16 days ago. Bro, it's already half off. It was 40, now it's 20. So yeah, I'm gonna definitely fuck with this. If it's good. I hear that it's good, it's just like really expensive for no fucking reason. That's what I heard. So yeah, I'm gonna have to fuck around. It's a decent port, but not worth the price they're offering. See, that's what I'm seeing a lot of. The version is not worth 40. Bro, it's 20 now. How can I think that I'm okay with 20. I'm okay with it. I'm gonna be fucking around with it. So that's my plan. I forgot to mention that. I did want to. Hold on. Let me get a drink, guys, cuz fuck. I finished my coffee. Hold on. Yeah, 20 definitely ain't bad. Ziggy, what you doing? What you doing, little man? You good? Yeah. I got vitamin water. Let's go. Ziggy's just sleepy. If you don't already own the OG, then 20 for the port isn't bad. I do own that shit. And I'm just gonna buy it anyway. And I never played it before. I have one game on GOG, Warcraft 2. Nice. That's always a good start. That was definitely refreshing as hell. Oh my gosh. I needed that. Alright, I want to check all the platforms real quick. Alright, I think we're good. I think we are good. Yes. We're good on Kick. We're good on Rumble. I just want to make sure if anyone, um like super chats on there or follows that I acknowledge their existence because they deserve it. They deserve to be acknowledged anyway, but it's too late for Square. Final Fantasy isn't as big as it used to be. I think that if they make changes, they can come back. I think they can come back. I don't know if it'll be as great as Final Fantasy once was, but I think they have every opportunity to make a comeback. Cass loves triple fisting streams. That sounds absolutely fucking insane, but I think that this is a step in the right direction because Square Enix right now is admitting that they kind of fucked up. Square Enix will make more turn-based games and recognizes success of Clair Obscur Expedition 33. It only took a French game to make them realize how insane they are. Final Fantasy 17 needs to be turn-based party JRPG. I agree with you, Lois. Absolutely. They need to go back to the basics. And not for nothing, if they change Dragon Quest 12 to be action, because I know that they are changing. They said, they admitted this with Dragon Quest 12. They admitted they were making some changes, adding some new shit to combat. And if they decided to go the action route, they need to change that immediately. Like, Dragon Quest fans do not want an action game for the mainline Dragon Quest. We don't want that. They said, not many saw the outrageous success coming for a Clair Obscur Expedition 33. The game had potential, but it's likely exceeded all expectations in 2025. So much so, a Square Enix investor is reportedly pushing for Square Enix to shift gears back to turn-based games using Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest as examples. Final Fantasy hasn't been an overtly turn-based title in some time. You could argue 12 was the final game to embrace any proper turn-based elements. Since then, Square Enix has focused on creating more engaging real-time action. This might not say this. It might not stay this way forever. Wasn't 13 turn-based? I mean, I never played 13, but what do you mean by proper? They already had it. It's called Dragon Quest Heroes. And Dragon Quest Heroes is fine. I don't have a problem with Dragon Quest Heroes Emerald, but that's because Dragon Quest Heroes is it's not a mainline Dragon Quest game. You could do action with Dragon Quest, just don't make it mainline Dragon Quest. Do side shit. They have tons of different side stuff for Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest is more than just the mainline games. So, like, as long as you keep the mainline stuff what it's supposed to be, which is turn-based, it's fine to experiment. Just know that you need to respect the mainline franchise, first and foremost, and keep to what everyone wants it to be. Oh, 13 has the ATB. It was time-based sort of thing. Yeah, that's definitely a little weird. But they said, could future Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest games be turn-based? What the fuck? Motherfucker, Dragon Quest games have mainline have always been turn-based. What does that even mean? I mean, like, yeah, there is a general concern that 12 might deviate with Dragon Quest, but I don't know, man. First thing I hear when I come in here is it's fine to experiment, aight, man. Butch, you've been here probably this whole stream, and you just waited till now to take something out of context. I feel like you would do some shit like that. The 13 Part 3 Lightning Returns was an action battle system, though. Damn, they just completely was like, fuck it, I guess. None of this is a Square decision. Them shareholders pulled up and they got pressed. Good, Tarnished. Yo, damn, who says that shareholders are all terrible? Final Fantasy purists would probably love the return of a purely turn-based Final Fantasy game, according to the translated post from Genkai. One Square Enix investor is pushing for the company to return to its roots. At the Square Enix shareholders meeting, one investor said they would like a new Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy game to be turn-based. Dude, this is scary right now. If they really said this, it's making me truly believe that 12 will be action-oriented, and that is fucking scary as shit. I will and to be fair, guys, if it's action-based, I'll still probably buy it. But I will definitely not. I would hope that is good, but I doubt that it's gonna be good, cause I don't know. I don't know, bro. And highlighted Expedition 33 success as an example is claimed. Dude, if Claire Obscure Expedition 33 manages to do even more than what it has already done, like convince companies to do the right thing on top of all of the mass success that it's gotten personally, if Claire Obscure Expedition 33 ends up being one of the most influential video games of this generation, that would be fucking insane. Absolutely insane. Lois says they need to make Dragon Quest Builders 3. Damn it. Dude, I haven't played 2, but I really enjoyed 1. I played 1 on the Switch and I had a lot of fun with it. And I meant to play 2 and I just never fucking got to it. But I love the style. Dragon Quest Builders, I like it more than Minecraft because it has like its own story and they kind of give you things to do, whereas Minecraft is more like open-ended and I'm just a Riri and I just can't really deal with super open-ended games like that. Somehow France threads the needle in actually good ways, Paper Liger, because France has like pushed like some absolute dog shit in the past. But with this game, bro, this is all positive stuff. Expedition 33 could in fact be the most influential video game of the 2020s. If these companies end up being like, we need to go back to our roots, we need to go back to turn-based. Turn-based can be extremely successful. Gamers actually look forward to turn-based. This is a massive fucking like consideration at this point. Do it. Dragon Quest Builders 2 is better than 1 in every way possible. In terms of like art and like the vibrancy of the game, like 100%. That's what I noticed. They should take turn-based mechanics from Octopath Traveler and refine it. Not Persona. You mean not Persona as in the most influential video game? I mean, Persona's awesome, don't get me wrong. I think that they make really great games. But what I mean by Expedition 33 being like one of the most influential video games of the 2020s is because of how it's genuinely inspiring so many other companies. It seems like it's not confirmed. We have to actually see the results. Will these companies look at this game and truly go back to turn-based, at least with traditionally turn-based franchises? If that happens, Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is one of the most influential games of this decade. And I think that is an amazing thing, and I really do hope that this game does convince Square to go back to their roots. Art style is mostly the same, but more gameplay, better building, better campaign, better free mode. Everything and every item in Dragon Quest Builders 1 returns in Dragon Quest Builders 2 with a tiny handful of exceptions. Excuse me. What I mean by art style, I guess, is more so like the vibrancy of the game, maybe. The use of color, I just think, is more interesting. But I never really got to dive into it or anything. I actually own a physical copy of it. I'm pretty sure it's still fucking sealed. Crazy, no? I'll believe their statement with Final Fantasy IX being released, and if it's turn-based, exactly. I am mad at that, Cyborg. We got to see results, man. That's just what it is. We got to see the results. But shout out to Claire Obscure Expedition 33, man. All right, next up, we got a little bit of more info in regards to Square here. And I just wanted to go over a little detail real quick because I think a lot of people are a little bit like most people seem to be very excited for Final Fantasy Tactics but showed a little bit of concern. So I want to kind of get into some of the questions people have, or like the main question that people have. My perceptions have changed. Final Fantasy Tactics writer explains how his script differs in the remaster. And normally when people say that scripts are changing in a remaster, people are scared. Yasumi Matsuno says the script has been updated for the upcoming remaster, the Evilus Chronicles. I'm probably saying that wrong, I'm not gonna lie. Mind you, I've never played Tactics, but I know that this is an important thing for a lot of you guys. But they said the writer of Final Fantasy Tactics has explained why he's changed the script for the upcoming remaster. The classic 97 tactical RPG is getting a modern remaster on PC and consoles called Final Fantasy Tactics: The Evilus Chronicles, which is set to arrive on September 30th. I know quite a few people that are excited as fuck. Yo, Nick, what's good, homie? In an interview with jpgames.de, Sashumi Yatsuno, the original scriptwriter, scenario writer, and editor for the game, was asked about recent trailers for the remaster, which promise some story adjustments and additional dialogue. Matsuno was asked if it was meant if this meant elements of the script are being changed due to changes in modern sensibilities, which is scary shit when we're talking about that, right? In the 28 years since the release of the original. And he said, not particularly, no, he replied, explaining that the script had mainly been updated to account for the addition of voice acting in the game. Okay, so no modern sensibility bullshit is what he's saying. Basically, they're changing things around for the voice acting specifically, but he gives more details on it. He said the concept behind the development for this title was just to present everything that was so fun and interesting about the original 1997 PS1 game in an updated format, he said. The main focus of the updates to the script was to change it from something that the audience reads to something that the audience listens to. It's kind of like the difference between a novel and a play. It's the difference between text that you follow with your eyes and text that you hear with your ears. The former needs to be easier to read, and in Japanese, that's partly assessed according to how pretty the characters look written down, and that includes things like the balance between hiragana and kanji. The latter leaves room for the performer and seeks to show off their talents to the greatest extent, sometimes that expense of readability and aesthetic beauty. The result of this is that we have made tweaks to almost the entire script. This is to say that we shifted it to a listening first approach in order to support new voice acting implementation. I know that a lot of you guys don't fuck around with changes, and I get that, but I also kind of do understand where they're coming from too. Matsuno did note that some lines may have been updated to reflect his change in style and attitude over the years, but that these changes would be minor. In all honesty, I've grown older since I first wrote the script for this game, and my perceptions have changed accordingly, he explained. There may well be some minor changes to how certain lines and phrases that reflect this. If my writing technique has improved, then that's great, but if it's just I've got older and my sense of perception has grown dull, then I'm sorry, he laughed. Oh man. Yo. Oh man, hold on. Holy. Oh my god, that line just made me age like 10 years. Holy shit. But I do like where he's coming from in terms of like at least genuinely he seems to be genuinely answering the question and setting aside people, settling people's concerns, I should say. Lois says I don't believe him. He works at Squeenix. Wait until after launch, and that's a fair take as well. I don't blame you. We're not sure. It didn't come out yet. Wait and see approach is always applicable. My 34-year-old bones. Oh my god. Modern sensibilities. These words always make me want to puke. And Nick, I feel you, bro. When we see that kind of bullshit, we get upset. But I know a lot of people are really looking forward to this remaster. I'm not a Final Fantasy Tactics gamer, but I understand people's, concerns. And this seems like you can kind of set general concerns aside for deliberate attempts to bastardize original works. That seems to not be intentional here. Now, whether you like the changes or not are still to be, it's still to be decided whether you value these changes. And if you don't like them, I can understand why. But I at least can understand where they're coming from with this remaster and the changes that they seem to be making. Worth the benefit of the doubt, I suppose. Simply growing older as an excuse to touch up the story, not what I would do. Also sus. I mean, over time, ideally, you think that you get better, right? Now, whether that's objectively true or not to the script, I mean, how I feel like I would approach a certain situation at 16, for example, is not how I would approach a situation, me now at 31 years old, almost 32 now, right? Like, I think that that's fair to say, and I kind of understand where he's coming from. He thinks that he's become a better writer. Now, like I said, I don't know if that's the case, but he thinks that, oh man, this is something that essentially I made when I was more of an amateur than I am now, and he thinks that some of the things that he made makes the game better or fundamentally better written game. He could be right, he could be wrong. That's left for you guys, you fans, to decide. And maybe you might like it and maybe not. But it seems like he's just assessing his old work and kind of nitpicking at it as a more well-seasoned writer. And I can understand that sentiment. There's a lot of writers out there that have written, novels, books, all sorts of stuff that look at their previous work and actually cringe. So that this isn't a very uncommon thing by any means. Weren't the Final Fantasy games already heavily westernized anyway by intention? Um, I couldn't tell you for sure. I'm sure that some ways, possibly in some ways, not so much. It's always possible that all the changes will be reasonable, but we won't know until after it comes out, so no pre-order, and that's completely fair. The excuses are all over the place quality-wise. Hopefully he's not reading from the Sweet Baby script. Well, it doesn't sound like that's the case. I haven't heard any connection to Sweet Baby Inc. with this. So, we have to see some, proof if that's the thing, but I don't, that's not really a concern from what I'm seeing. I do cringe at even the thought of my old videos. Exactly, dude. My old videos are fucking horrid. They're rancid. Like, I look at some of my old thumbnails and I'm like, wow, boy, was I a fucking Riri. Like, the approach on how I do thumbnails now versus how I did them, totally fucking different. Totally 100% different. Entirely different approach. Yeah, cast the Riri. Yeah, when I started YouTube. Now I'm like a semi-Riri. As long as the writer doesn't pull a George Lucas on us, yeah. Pretty much, right? But, I can understand where he's coming from. At least it generally kind of makes sense. Like I said, it could end up going bad. Um, it could be fine. We'll have to wait and see, right? Yo, Mr. Electron, what's good? Hold on. For some reason, Restream chat kind of shit the bed. Filter said, I'm home alone and in a really bad thunderstorm cast. Pray for me. Thanks for streaming tonight. Hey, Filter, hope everything goes well, homie. All right, Restream came back. Hope that, stay safe. Stay away from the windows. That's usually good. That's usually good rule of thumb. All right, next up is an interesting one that intrigues me particularly. Because apparently Dying Light retouched update coming June 26th. So literally it's already happened. Techland reveals. Let me see, hold on. Let me verify. Do I have Dying Light installed? I might not. Well, that's disgraceful. Yo, Boosh, what's good, my guy? Let me see. Techland. Dying Light. Do I have this installed? What the fuck, bro? Days Gone. The end of the D. I mean, what? Dying Light. Oh, I didn't have it installed. What the fuck? So yeah, they actually call this the Dying Light retouched update. Improved visuals and a remastered soundtrack awaits you. Dude! Bro! That is fucking awesome. So Dying Light retouched update coming, it already just came out. June 26th, Techland reveals. Techland finally has a date for the Dying Light retouched update, and it's coming very soon. At the start of the year, the team revealed the impending release of this major update for the 10-year-old game. And dude, they have been consistently updating this game. They've added content over many, many years, done all sorts of stuff. Like Techland, they're one of the people that constantly keep up with a lot of their older titles. In a blog posted post penned by Techland's Timon. Oh my god, holy shit, I'm skipping that name. It was explained that this isn't a complete overhaul, but instead it's an update designed to squeeze out even more from the Dying Light you already love. And this is basically to set the record straight. Dying Light Retouch Update modernizes the base palette of Dying Light, optimizing and enhancing textures, lighting, and some physics-based rendering elements. The maximum LOD range has been boosted to 260% to 340%, which means players can boost their game to epic proportions and see further than ever before, and in more oh my god, I don't know these words. Granular, fuck. Anyway, I didn't do good in reading, I guess. Techland has introduced an all-new 8K Ultra Shadow quality level and improved the lighting on flat surfaces to give them more depth. Dude. It's already beautiful. I hope my brain can withstand this update. Dude, Sin, it is an awesome-ass game already. That is a fact. It's not all visually, though. The Dying Light Retouch update also upgrades the game's audio. Dude, fire. And this is all free, with the original composer, Powell, returning to remaster the soundtrack and add new tracks into the mix. What the hell? He said, here's why it took so long to deliver the update according to Techland. Let's set the record straight. The Retouch update is about squeezing out even more from the Dying Light you already love. It's not a complete overhaul or remaster. A lot of you, shit, this fucking remaster, this overhaul does more than most remasters do. A lot of you have been asking in the last few months about the Retouch update, where it was, why it was, why it was taking so long. The honest answer is this. We were working for 10-year-old technology. Dude, it's crazy how fast time flies and how technology changes. He said, even with all the new experience we've gained over the years, figuring out how to apply these learnings to the original Dying Light engine while keeping everything stable was a challenge. The Dying Light Retouch update is free for all existing owners of Dying Light across PC, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Series S. Dude, Series X and S. That is crazy. Even if you own it on last-gen hardware, you could still get this update. He said it dropped universally on June 26th, forever changing the face of your version of Dying Light. Are you still playing Dying Light? Dude, I haven't played Dying Light in a while, but this is a must go back to. Wow. Yo, Soul to the Fro, what's good, fam? This is awesome. Now that's customer service. Yo, Techland, people, personally, I'm not a fan of Dying Light 2, but I think that they did a lot of good work. It's just that some of the things that they did just wasn't necessary. Like, my assessment of Dying Light 2 is that they did too fucking much. They just did way too much. And that's kind of just how Techland is as a game developer. They constantly do too much. But this is, like, in the best way possible, so shout out to them. They're phenomenal. I gotta give a positive, review to Dying Light. This is a go back to for sure. I would love to see the improvements on the game. And it runs, from what I was told by Red, one of my homies, Red, on Twitter, that the game runs really well on the Steam Deck. I've played it a bit on PC, though I mostly played Dying Light on my PS4 with my friends and by myself as well. So I fucked around on PC, but I didn't full-fledged jump into the game on PC. I'm gonna have to fuck around for real. But that's awesome. Shout out to them. Here was an interesting situation that I think is complete bullshit on Xbox's part. Xbox confirms Hellblade 2 enhanced new features, release date, and PS5 upgrade for the first game. PS5 players can buy a deluxe edition, which includes the PS5 version of the first game. Xbox has detailed new features coming to the upcoming enhanced version of Senua Saga Hellblade 2. Bro, why is it that it takes PS5 releases of Xbox games in order to get performance updates for Xbox games on Xbox? Why does it take the game going to a whole new platform? Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 Enhanced will release August 12th on PS5, Series X and S, and PC. The enhanced update will be free for Xbox and PC, while PS5 version releasing Sony's console for the first time, available to buy for $50. There will be a deluxe edition on PS5, which will cost 70. Ugh, bro, imagine 70. Bro, $70 for like a 5-hour game, and that's me being generous. I heard that it was $70 for a 4-hour game, and also include a newly optimized PS5 version of the original game, Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, as well as the original soundtrack. Players who already own the PS4 version of Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice will, as well as the players who already own the PS4 version of Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice will be able to upgrade to the PS5 version for free. According to Xbox, the enhanced version of Hellblade 2 will include a new performance mode, which enables gameplay at 60. And the fact that this wasn't available day one, and they wait till it gets ported to a other platform to actually offer a performance mode, like, this is too common for Xbox, and they deserve all the smoke for it. Like, what is the incentive to even play these games day one that they put out? What's the incentive? Dude, the last thing you should do, if a game doesn't have a performance update, just don't fucking play it and wait till it comes to PS5, and then you'll get your performance, choice. But if you prefer performance mode over like resolution mode, yeah, you might as well just not play these games day one. You might as well not play them on Game Pass. You might as well not buy them. Wait till they're on sale, or wait till they actually do get, the performance mode on to download it off Game Pass and play it. That's crazy, bro. I think that's absolutely fucking ridiculous. This is a common Xbox L. They deserve to be fucking shit on for this, because it keeps happening. And it's clearly on purpose. It's intentional every time. You can't do this like 3+ times now and be like, oh, this is just, unfortunately, just how it played out. No, this is how you chose to make it play out every time. This was your plan. That's crazy, bro. Well, for me, I don't care personally, but I just thought it's ridiculous. But I just think Hellblade is a garbage franchise, and that's just all looks and just like bullshit, and it's just not for me. So yeah, I'm kind of a hater, low key. I tried the first game and I think it's fucking dog shit. Anyway, sorry, not sorry. I can't help it, bro. I just think that game is retarded, and it's not for lack of trying. At least with the first game. They clearly hate their customers. They take them for granted. They always got away with it too. Yeah, because people don't speak up about it. They just accept it, and they continue to play day one. Bro, I don't get it. You hear spec in the distance. All right, so here's something that could be seriously concerning. For me, as someone that owns 2 PS5s that personally I don't use. But for PlayStation gamers, I hope that this isn't true. But if it is, big fucking yikes. They say the PlayStation 5 liquid metal issues could cause many consoles to die in a couple of years, as more users are reporting problems over time. That is fucking insane. The previously reported PlayStation 5 liquid metal issues are becoming increasingly widespread, and many units, especially launch units, are out of warranty, could die in the next couple of years. Speaking to the latest episode of Moore's Law is Dead. Oh my god, why are we referencing this guy? What? Why are we referencing Moore's Law is Dead? Yeah, sometimes he has insider information, but also sometimes he's clearly 100% full of shit. PlayStation Red Ring moment? Yeah. Why would Sony use liquid metal in a consumer electronic? I mean, because PC gamers have been using liquid metal as an option for a while. And I haven't really heard of it being an issue. I personally haven't used it because it's just weird to me, and I just feel like it's not necessary. I don't think that it's going to keep your processor cool enough to consider it. But from what I saw when it comes to the application of liquid metal in the PS5, it seems as though Sony puts a lot of the liquid metal quote unquote thermal paste or whatever. It seems like they put a lot. Like when we watched the PS5 get opened up and then assessing the whole, yeah, they put a lot of that shit on there. And if it's actually fucking up the system, that's crazy. I mainly heard about the liquid metal being more of an issue when the PS5 is propped up. Well, I guess I'll figure it out eventually if I ever do use my PS5s again, because I do have one PS5 that's been like horizontal the entire time, and I've had one that's vertical the entire time too. So since launch, these are both two launch models. I don't really use them. I don't play on them anymore. I kind of don't care about PS5 anymore. PlayStation is kind of like a nothing burger, but I do have a rather large library of games on PlayStation, so I kind of just keep the consoles because you just never know, right? But I guess maybe eventually I'll find out whichever one dies first. You have your PS5 standing up. Oh my god, bro, if we got PS5 struggling cuz caveman painting on paste, I'm gonna crash out. Oh my god, bro. That's insane. That's why I don't buy any new electronics or even parts day one. But Dark X, like the problem is we're like 5 years in now. You know what I mean? Like if it takes 5 years to assess whether a console has, serious issue or not in terms of how it's designed, yeah, it's rough. You literally only need a PC nowadays. Dot Gamer, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But I'm speaking on the latest episode of Moore's Law is Dead, Broken Silicon podcast. Alderon Games founder Matthew Castles highlighted how the system's critical flaw is causing the liquid metal used for cooling to drip down the bottom of the console when placed vertically. So yeah, they're talking about like if you stand it up, causing dry spots on the APU that compromise its functionality and forces a shutdown under certain conditions. Is getting more widespread. A while back, the developer received reports that the latest update for their game, the dinosaur-themed MMO Path of Titans, was causing PS5 consoles to power off suddenly. Initially, the developer provided the usual basic troubleshooting advice, like cleaning the console, but the issue persisted. After pinning the related discussion thread to the developer's Discord server, more people showed up reporting the problem, and after Alderon Games pinned a more general message asking players to report if their PS5 system was suddenly shutting down while playing any game, a lot more users showed up with their reports. Some members of the team also experienced similar issues and are now investigating what could be the cause. So you're saying that a lot of people have issues, but how do you know if all of these users have the same issue? Everything seems to point out the liquid metal issue, which is more likely to manifest with the console placed vertically. But how can you assess that? That's my you're just saying that a lot of people have issues. But you haven't investigated all of those players like consoles and what the issue is causing. So where is the connection here? The A lot of people just having issues doesn't necessarily mean liquid metal is the issue. Uh, so far I'm not quite there. I said after talking with Sony about this issue, Alderon Games discovered that the more intensive the game gets, the higher the chances are that the PS5 shutting down is due to liquid metal issues. But how do you know? When was this article published? Yesterday, June 25th. The higher the chances are of the PS5 shutting down due to liquid metal issues. With the latest update to Path of Titans, the percentage of players affected by the issue rose to 2%, 3%, which was not sound like a lot, which may not sound like a lot, but it's still a lot of units. However, better pinpointing that what is causing the affected consoles to shut down is difficult, according to Alderon Games founder, as it seems to depend on the combination of where the dry spot is and what component of the APU is stressed the most. as there's no way to track CPU and GPU temperature via software. Really? I would think game devs would. That's kind of crazy. Troubleshooting is extremely difficult, and any fix on the developer's part, such as limiting frame rate to avoid putting any of the system's components under stress, could end up impacting those with fully working systems for no reason. Thankfully, not all PlayStation 5 systems are affected the same way by this design flaw. Really, it's just the luck of the drip at this point. Yo, that's a crazy statement. It's literally the luck of the drip. Sony attempted to fix it in the slim revision of the PS5 Pro by adding ridges to the APU and heatsink to prevent the liquid metal from dripping to the bottom of the console, but it's too early to say if this actually fixed the issue. So, wow. I haven't heard anything about that either, crazy enough. But I haven't really investigated as to the build quality of the PS5 Pro. So yeah, I didn't know. Older models are more at risk, and with most of them now being out of warranty, repairing them could be a costly endeavor. I mean, I don't honestly these days if my console died, I would just go out and buy another one. The thought of having to mail a console out, waiting, and if it's like the only place that I really game on, like the thought of having to wait, mail the console out, wait for it to be repaired, then sent back, like yeah, when I was a kid and it happened with 360, yeah, I didn't really have much of a choice because it's not like I could just go out and buy a new system off rip. I had no real money other than my lunch money. So yeah, talking with Sony about the issue, Matt Castle suggested setting up a free repair program for systems affected by the issue, but this may not be feasible considering how many systems are affected. The situation may not be as bad as the many Xbox 360 consoles that failed in the infamous Red Ring of Death, but it's still bad enough that Alderaan Games founder believes a lot of systems will die in the next couple of years. Having used my launch PS5, not a whole lot, I can't say I have experienced the liquid metal issues that many are experiencing. Yeah, the most, like, with me, the most I've used, the system I've used the most is the one I've used horizontally. I haven't really used the vertical PS5 very much. It got like very light play. Pause. Big pause.
Tronic's Fix has done videos on this. Still gonna stand mine up though, lol.
Hey man, you know, you take the chance. You take the chance, Golden Apples. Thank you so much for the 5, but it's good that someone's like actually investigating this in more depth. But they said, but if more users are indeed affected by them, Sony will eventually have to address them in some manner. I mean, honestly, the only way this shit usually gets addressed is if there's a class action lawsuit. Hopefully, the company will indeed follow Alderaan Games founder's advice and set up a free repair program that would definitely make a lot of customers happy. Bro, they don't give a fuck about you. I doubt that that's gonna happen. They're gonna pretend that the issue doesn't exist until they get fucking sued. That's usually how that works. There are much easier ways to shed 3 degrees. Growing up, I saved my lunch money and waited till I got home to eat. Yeah, Drewski, I did. I would definitely I would definitely at least try to save half my lunch money. There was a guy on YouTube buys broken consoles and toys to repair them. A lot of the broken PS5s he got were fucked up dry spots on the sock because of the liquid metal. Damn. That's crazy, bro. This is old news. This is technically old news, Desert Cruiser. This is something that was brought up in the past. But like the thing is, the issue is starting to become more widespread and noticeable. And it's starting to affect a lot more users. So this is something that over time is it's taking cracks at you know, OG PS5s. So yeah, this was an established possibility, and this was something that was spoken of like years ago, a long time ago actually. Now it's just like, wow, okay, shit is really happening now. So which is unfortunate. I would like to think that maybe, maybe hopefully Sony would do something about this, but I also doubt it too. You talking about Tronics Fix, good creator? I'm not familiar with them, but apparently some of you guys are, which is cool for sure. I think iFixit is even has a guide for the liquid metal issue and how to replace it. Hey, that's what's up. Yeah, Nick, I just saw that you sent some info, and I appreciate that. Thermal paste is harmless no matter where it drips. Apparently not, fuck Norris. At least with the liquid metal. Never heard about the drip, but could short something out for sure. Oh, you're saying that thermal paste and not liquid metal, whatever the fuck. Yeah. So that sucks. I hope that this gets reprimanded or at least assessed in a better way because Sony, man, Sony. But guys, I'm gonna be right back. I drank too much coffee, so I gotta go dehydrate and check on Ziggy, and yeah, so I'll be right back in a few minutes. y'all, I'm back. Gonna cosplay an anime schoolgirl or a nurse? What? What? What are we doing? The drip just reminds me of DSP now. Thanks, Alex. Oh my god. Y'all are sick. Y'all are so fucking sick. You guys are ruined. You guys are ruined by the memes. Good evening again. Welcome back, Miss Bella. Alright, dude, Miss Bella gets her GPU and it's the last piece of her PC build. Same thing with me. Then I take a break and I come back and I'm like, hey guys, I'm back. And then Miss Bella's also like, hey guys, I'm back. Yo, fucking fire. We're on the same. Miss Bella and I are on the same wavelength today. And that's not a bad thing at all. Trunks, what up, brother? Live by the meme, die by the meme. Yo, our brains are so fucking warped by memes now. So insanely warped. Alright, we got a retarded news story. Shockingly, not at all by the gamer. Pirate Nation fucking says, the gamer, Sora doesn't understand love in Kingdom Hearts. And it might be because of compulsory heterosexuality. The gamer, Sora is a fucking child. You fucking weirdos. Like, can y'all stop flexing that you think it's okay to talk about pedo shit? Can y'all stop? Like, bro, talking about the sexuality of a fucking child is weirdo ass behavior. It's very weird. This is very sus behavior. Y'all need to stop thinking that this is normal. This is not normal. This is the stuff that should put you on a potential risk list. All right? This is just weirdo shit. This is why I don't go on Twitter that much, yo. What the actual F did I just read? I lost about 10 brain cells from this gobbledygook. Yo, for real though. Yeah, so compulsory heterosexuality, I actually had to read this. You could tell that this is rhetoric used by some bitter ass fucking people that hate the concept of heterosexuality being the default, right? The norm. Because like, you know, and the reason why this is the norm is because this is how you reproduce. The whole point of sex, while people, go about it for different reasons, which is their choice, but like the actual reason for sex is for reproduction, which can only be done by heterosexual means. Yes, Miss Bella, it is obviously the norm. We all know this as rational people, but these are people that are bitter as fuck. So they'll call it compulsory heterosexuality, which they're implying that people are like socially hazed into being you know hetero, being attracted to the opposite sex. And it's like, please just shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about this stupid conversation. The only reason why people care is because your thought processes here come off as a little bit pedophilia, a pedophilia. Like, fall in line with that kind of shit. It's weird. You're weird. You should be called out for being weird, and you should think that you should be told that this is not normal behavior because it's not. Stop being weird. Stop being sus. The point of sex is a dopamine. I say more than a little bit. And that's fair too, Philip, but the only reason why I'm saying is a little bit is because it is a fictional character, but this is still strange behavior that should be pointed out. It definitely should be addressed. Um it's quite concerning. It's quite concerning. Um Rebecca Phillips feels a little too a little too comfortable being weird. But yeah, let's continue. I think at this point, we can get to unfortunately we have to address another weirdo ass person named Alyssa Mercante, sadly. Because Alyssa tried to be on some weird shit, as per usual. Because Alyssa is just desperate for attention. She cannot help herself. It's it's kind of obnoxious, honestly speaking. She's become a very obnoxious person that clearly the reason why she does this is not for any of the reasons that she will state. It's only for attention, and honestly she's baiting. And like I say, guys, when we address Alyssa, we address her seriously, all right? We're not going to take any low blows other than to address that she's continues to be on some weirdo shit. And this time, yeah, unfortunately, the discussion of Alyssa has returned because she keeps making herself the topic of discussion. Now she has decided to go after Hypnotic, and Hypnotic does not really talk about Alyssa Mercante because she no longer has any she doesn't work for Kotaku anymore, and that's for her own shortcomings, her own choice making, right? And there's no reason to really, in Hypnotic's opinion, to really discuss her anymore because she's no longer an influence on gaming culture, at least directly, right? So Alyssa decided to say, it's everyone's favorite brave boy who hides his identity behind a dollar store Moon Knight avatar Hypnotic. And mind you, she says this after her and her lawyers tried to dox Hypno. They attempted to do this, but apparently, he apparently you're going to continue to call him out for, quote unquote, hiding his identity, even though him taking on the avatar is more so a mystique purposely chosen to be a mystique. There is a mystique of interest that's behind the choice of an avatar. That's his reasoning for choosing the avatar. So that's his purpose of doing what he does. But yeah, for her to try and call that out after she had deliberately tried to dox Hypno in her legal document, her bullshit ass lawsuit that has no validity at all in the grand scheme of things. Disgusting behavior as per usual. But this, she said, almost all of his content is rage bait. So this is an interesting study. But his top 14 videos are all centered around SBI, quote unquote woke, and people getting destroyed. Pause that shit, bitch. Pause that shit. His more positive, enthusiastic channel centered around manga doesn't do nearly as well. His top performing video barely broke 25K views. This is how pathetic she is. This is how, how desperate she is for attention. And she'll be the first to say, oh, I don't hate watch. Meanwhile, she's commented in people's live streams that she doesn't like. She has pulled up to even the person that she's suing, Smash JT, and spoken in his comments. Like, she clearly hate watches. She clearly is a little obsessed with people that she does not agree with. Paper Liger says she's finally doing some real investigation and All of it, all it took was all this lunacy, and she once again got it wrong, and this wouldn't be the first time, right? But let's get to Hypnotic's response because that's the only really interesting thing about the whole thing. Hypnotic says, I haven't talked about you in such a long time, yet you continue to want the attention. So you will get this response and go back into the depths of obscurity while I get ready to destroy this Steam summer sale. And mind you, like, dude, I will say this. Hypnotic's real passion is his manga channel. From everything that I've seen of him. Like, he loves collecting manga. He's constantly reading manga every time he has free time. His passion is his manga collection. Like, he's a super duper insane manga fucking fanboy. That's his real passion. Obviously he likes his goal with talking about gaming is in hopes that gaming will self-correct its fucked up ways. That's why he talks about gaming, and he loves to play video games too. He live streams on. He has multiple channels, right? He has his main channel when he talks about gaming and entertainment, culture, and all that, and the issues surrounding it. Because there's a lot of issues surrounding modern day entertainment. We have a ton of issues surrounding modern entertainment. It's what has driven a lot of us to start making content, right? And then he has his live stream channel where he live streams gaming quite often. He goes live quite a lot and plays a lot of games from start to finish for the audience. And then he will go on Steam and review those games. And then he also has his manga channel where he mostly does a lot of shorts, basically showcasing a lot of like either recommendations, new grabs that he got, his general collection, all sorts of stuff. So Hypnotic does a whole lot of shit. And to him, it doesn't necessarily matter with the amount of views that he gets, but he does get a lot of views across the board. He does this shit because he's passionate about it. Part of the reason his second channel performs worse is YouTube's being gay and taking off the related channel segment on channel pages, and that sucks. Sounds like a really chill, stable dude. Yeah, he puts in the work and he earns what he gets. And a lot of this vitriol and her calling out Hypnotic is simply because Alyssa Mercante is a notorious pocket watcher. And she's extremely upset that I guess Hypnotic benefits from the work that he puts in. And it's like, bro, you're just bitter as fuck. But to continue on with Hypnotic's statement, he says, I don't know which you have more of, bad takes or aborted children. There's plenty of people willing to entertain your nonsense. I'm not one of them, yet you continue to desire it. You are no longer in the gaming industry, thus talking about you and what you do provides zero value. Here is how valueless you are. You just made an entire post about me claiming my entire channel is rage bait and that my manga channel isn't nearly as successful. But not only are you wrong, but you leave out an immense amount of context. My main channel has been around for more than double the amount of time than my manga channel. My main channel has experienced many ups and downs before and after you. My main channel continues to grow every day and will be nearly at 91K soon. You know this, but I understand you're trying to paint a picture. And obviously be clearly disingenuous as fuck. He says, so let me paint this picture for you, Alyssa Mercante, who was blessed enough to be sent abroad to study at Newcastle University in the UK and graduate before returning to the United States pretending to be an advocate for people of color, yet ignoring those who disagree with her fundamentally unless they are white passing. Yeah, very common thing that we noticed from her. You stalked my manga channel desperate to find where I live and missed so hard it's on a legal document for me to laugh at with my lawyer. On 6/26/2025, you made the following statement in this tweet, quote unquote, his more positive, enthusiastic channel centered around manga doesn't do nearly as well. His top performing video barely broke 25,000 views. How can you be so wrong and lie about all of this during your research? While downloading my videos and zooming in desperate to find anything about me, you must have missed the following. 1. Opening the Death Note all in one edition got over 273,000 views. The Best Place to Buy Manga got over 136,000 views. All versions of my Death Note manga got over 121,000 views. These Attack on Titan boxes are awesome got over 100,000 views. The Best Manga Starts With got over 93,000 views. And these are the manga with the most volumes got over 68,000 views. There's many more for you to view, as I am sure you have downloaded every single one of them. I have provided screenshots proving your claim of rage bait being my only success when my manga channel has the top viewed video across all my channels, you dumb, obnoxious cunt. I love what I do. I love entertaining people and talking to people about the things I enjoy, which is mainly gaming and manga. People resonate with it daily. I know I am an avatar, but you need to get over it. I haven't spoken about you for months upon months because you've done nothing relevant in the gaming industry to cover. I'm not other people who will farm you for content endlessly past your relevance. My manga channel has nearly the same monthly views as my main channel with only one video a day. How are you this stupid? Be gone, thought. Go chase Smash JT or 8-Bit Eric or whoever the hell else you are mad at. It's a fucking joke, and I want nothing to do with you, as I've stated many times both to you and others, you pathetic sack of shit. Damn, son. That's that's crazy, right? Fucking hell. Hey, Demo Flow, appreciate you stopping by. Enjoyed Gears 5, bro. Appreciate you. Much love. Have a great safe weekend. I don't know this entertainment word. Only content. Boom, roast it. Yes, and here is the screenshots. So first off, you know, he posted this, obviously, that I showed you earlier. He also posted this screenshot. And just so we have the full context, the title of the video here. Opening the Death Note all-in-one edition manga. Obviously, big fucking views. She did not reference this. She lied. The best place to buy manga. There you go. She did not reference any of these. He roasted her like a Christmas goose, yo, pretty much, right? All versions of my Death Note manga. Dude, like, bro, to pretend that Hypno doesn't get views even on his manga channel is fucking insane. And he posted a picture of Alyssa's video. And yeah, how, you know, I guess she's a little bit jealous. I would think, right? That would at least make some kind of sense to me. But yeah. This is kind of pathetic ass behavior. Hypno says, "Looks like you need me more than I'll ever need you." Nice drop off. 37,000 yelling about the chuds and only 1.1k talking about anyone else. And that is a good point to make. He says, almost as if it's different subjects and different videos garner different view capabilities. No way. It's like, oh, it's almost like you fucking are being either purposely obtuse or just obtuse in general. But yeah. She talks about, you know, the chuds and how, you know, she lies to frame herself as an innocent victim in the criticism she's gotten over the years. Yeah, she got 37,000 views. And she would have got more if she didn't, like, dox somebody's email address. You know, because she's not a good person. And apparently her lawyers are retarded because apparently her lawyers looked over this video prior to her posting it and ended up getting taken down. And then there's this Elon Musk's Bioshock tweet means nothing, and that shit got 1.1k views 9 days ago. Good job. Good job, buddy. It's almost like you need the rage bait because you're desperate as fuck for it. And yeah, that's kind of the bullshit regarding that. Alyssa does not stop, man. She is desperate to farm the content, desperate to farm attention. You roasted her tainted ass. That's crazy. Seems she's more than a little bit jealous. All these people she doesn't agree with getting all the attention, and all she can do is ride their coattails. And it is crazy that to even have this discussion because I don't think any of us care to. You know what I mean? Like I don't care to be like, hey, I get more viewers or whatever than Alyssa does. Like I don't. That's not something to like. That's not a flex. That's not a flex for me. I swear the cause they champion online is exactly the BS they pull. Yeah. Yeah. I can't wait until the day doxing is finally deemed illegal. Yep. It's crazy, bro. The thing is, in a legal document, it's kind of it is technically illegal, but if it's an illegal document, it's different. But yeah, this is absolutely pathetic showing from Alyssa Mercante. And Hypnotic's views are his own, but I do agree with the majority of them. And I don't know if any of you guys are interested in Hypnotic's manga channel, but some of you guys may not know it. But if you want me to post his manga channel, this is his manga channel if you do want to check it out. And shout out to Hypno, man. He does good no matter what he does. But he's just passionate about everything that he does, and that's why I think he does so well. And he's dedicated. Like he's autistically dedicated. He got a solid collection. Yeah, his collection is insane. It's I don't have the space to collect like that. Holy shit. At least when it comes to manga. I have like a handful of manga books. Thanks, he earns these subs. Absolutely. He does really work hard. And Alyssa is looking for any way to destroy that. That's her goal. Her goal is nothing short of revenge. All right? For the situation she put herself in. And that's why I said to handle her bullshit properly, because she's only going to throw herself under the bus because she's so desperate for revenge more than anything else that she's completely blinded by it. And honestly, a lot of her ilk will put themselves and her in a really bad situation because they are desperate to try and destroy people. And when you're desperate, you fuck up. You do really stupid shit. And they have done a lot of stupid shit. Let's just trying to grift with whatever float she could find. Pretty much, man. She just wants desperate for relevance. But it's to the point where I didn't even bother going to her account to even see this. I just looked at what Hypno said because I don't even want to give her any fucking attention. Like the Ethan Klein drama. Oh my god, that shit is insane. It's a sad because I wanted to talk about that on the Tuesday stream, but unfortunately I couldn't because I couldn't stream. I had no electricity. And it sucked because I really wanted to talk about that. But that's an interesting topic in its own right. Desperate bitches create desperate failure. If her personality wasn't a smug, toxic New York princess, she might have had a better following. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of these like far leftist Looney Tunes, um, they really are just toxic, smug fucking pricks. And they don't know anything else. Yo, Mustang, what's good, my guy? He said, check DMs for a palate cleanser. I'll see if I can get to it. There's a lot still on, to go through, but we gonna try to get to it. Now we gotta get to fanboys, bro. I just might check out his manga channel. Hell yeah, I think he's got a lot going on here, man. I don't know how he does it. I mean, to be fair, also I work 40 hours a week, and then YouTube is my hobby, so I don't have nearly as much time to dedicate to YouTube as he does. Um, but it's crazy the type of work that he does, and he really does go all out. I'm correct and righteous, and everyone else is stupid. Yeah, stupid, and they really think, dude, it's a shame because people like this, like, they would cheer if any of us died tomorrow, and they would justify it. That's the type that's the type of way that they are. And I don't wish that on anybody, even my enemies. You know what I mean? Like, I would like for you to learn your lesson. Um, and sometimes learning your lesson, you got to do that the hard way, right? But we don't wish evil thoughts on these people. We just want them to stop being fucking retarded. Stop being evil. Stop being spiteful. And get the fuck over your bullshit. And most of all, do better, asshole. But yeah, fuck that bitch. Anyway, next up, we got a Jack Move Johnny post. Because Jack Move always, he always gets so much, like, he gets so many hands from his own community. So, smells like someone should have cast a cereal. It's just Alyssa Mercante going after Hypnotic, even though Hypnotic threw that bitch away. It's like, bro, you aren't even a part of Kotaku anymore. There's no point even talking about you. Peace out. But Casualties, I hope you're doing well, my guy. If her personality wasn't so small. Cry bullies like Alyssa and Taylor Moran's are the worst kind of parasites, yo. Real talk. The problem is people like Alyssa think they could do no wrong, and that is a dangerous mindset. The thing is, I think she knows she's done wrong. It's even more nefarious than that. Like, not only has she done wrong, she feels as though she's entitled to do this fucked up evil shit. Like, she thinks that let's just do it. It's for the greater good. Any evil means, every evil deed for the greater good or for the grand scheme of things, they will go out of their way to justify, which is insane. Absolutely insane, bro. We got some bots, I think, over on Kick. Bots will immediately be banned. Fuck out of here. Alright, got that bullshit handled. Bragging about this walking sim. Crazy, right? But Nicola's been dick riding this walking sim. Oh my god, dude. This future multiplat. He says, Nicola says, what a fucking travesty this PS5 generation, am I right? Just yet another 90 in the books. So few and far between. So few and far between. And Jack Move Johnny quote retweets him, says, another third party masterpiece. And the amount of salt this tweet caused is fucking crazy, bro. Dude, look at the reaction. It is crazy. The reaction has been deranged as fuck. And the first person here, who's been like the first person like under everyone's comments, became like one of the biggest reply guys in the span of like a week or two. J-Main says, does that upset you, Mr. Johnny? Yo, he has become the biggest fucking reply guy. Doing the PlayStation fanboy reply guy bullshit. It's crazy, bro. He just came out of left field with this shit. It's like, bro, what views down or something? I mean, I don't really watch J-Main. I'm not subscribed. I don't think I'm subscribed to his channel. I haven't like. It's not like I don't love or hate the dude. He's kind of just I don't think anything of him. It's just he became the biggest reply guy overnight for attention. I don't know, man. I guess he's trying to get monetized on Twitter or something. But this Shungoku Satsu, whatever the fuck, dude, he says, "Don't you mean first party?" Now, from what I know, Death Stranding 2 is being published by PlayStation, but it's not developed by a PlayStation first party studio. So I guess that technically makes it second party. I think that would be probably the correct frame to put it in. Kind of like how Bayonetta 2 was considered second party. So that's kind of how I see it. So obviously I get why Jack Mood calls it third party, because it's not first party PlayStation. So I get that. But I think it technically falls under second party. But to call it first party is kind of insane. But there's one thing that cannot be denied. There's one thing that cannot be denied. It's a multi-plat. It's a multi-plat. Everyone knows it's coming to PC, it's coming to Xbox. It's a multi-plat, brother. If Sony doesn't own it or partially own it, it's third party. Oh my. It's a Kojima game, baby. It's a Kojima game, baby. Bless Red said, and Bless Red is a PC dude. He's an autistically dedicated PC fanboy. Oh my god, he said another third party banger that every platform will be able to enjoy in 6 months. Bro, they're bragging over a 6 months long exclusive. A 6 months long timed exclusive game. This is how sad and pathetic the PlayStation community has become. This is why we love it and enjoy making fun of them. They are flexing over a game that nobody else can play other than PS5 gamers for 6 months. Imagine that shit. Imagine that shit. Your life must fuck. You have a lame ass fucking life to brag about games just because other people can't play them. Your life fucking sucks. Nick thinks he says something, but that's just indictment of Sony. Yeah, pretty much, right? And this is the part where we throw our heads back and laugh hard, exactly. And Nicola himself says that nobody would ever have funded other than Sony. You're telling me that nobody would have funded a Kojima project? Dude, forget whatever the game is, right? Forget whatever the game is. And, you know, Kojima, there's a love-hate relationship with Kojima, but the reality is that it doesn't even matter what the game is. Kojima himself, his existence, all right, the fact that he's the director of a project, that in itself is what promotes the project, what makes people interested in the project. He himself is the free press for any project that he works on. That's just what it is. Whether you think it's warranted, whether you think it's not, I understand both sides of the argument. He is the promotion for the project. The fact that Kojima is a part of it, if not Sony, then clearly someone else. Easily. So to act like that's a statement that makes any sense at all, Nicola proves once again that he's a fucking retard, and he's probably watching, so hi, bitch. Rambling, shout out to Rambling, says technically it's a second party, but yeah. And King Wolf here says, bro is never happy with PlayStation. And Jack Move says, what did they do? He says, you don't think Sony XDev played a role in this? And it's like, bro, really? Let me see what the replies are. It's crazy, bro. They be on his neck heavy. Hold on, let me look at this real quick. I just want to make sure there's no weird shit in there in the comments. Weapon Wheel community is kind of a little retarded, so. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, we're good. Weapon Wheel be some of the most retarded ponies. But shout out to Jack Move for constantly keeping it real. So he asked, what did they do? And then they went on to 11 comments. Says, you don't think Sony X Dev played a role in this? And then this dude says, they're the owner of the Decima engine to which the game runs. They could have easily just gotten another engine. What are we talking about? Literally help make the game. Yo, that's crazy, bro. They're so desperate for any fucking thing, bro. It's so insane. They're so desperate for any win. They have to fight over Death Stranding 2. They're desperate to try and validate. You know, Daddy Sony. Crazy. So what the fuck you even have to ask what did they do? They literally made this game possible in the first place. They gave Kojima funds, time, engine, and PlayStation Studios tech support, including mocap. Death Stranding 2 is also a PlayStation X decade. What are we now? We're gonna, bro. They're literally trying to take. They're trying to take credit away from Kojima's fucking team. They're literally trying to take credit away from Kojima's own team. It's his vision, obviously. Yes, Sony funded it, and shout out to them for all that. But it's Kojima's project. It's Kojima's game. That's why it's able to come to Xbox and shit like that, right? Otherwise, if it was Sony owned, if it was their IP, it would never be on the Xbox. And honestly, if Sony didn't fund it, somebody else would. That's just how that works. Kojima is money. Kojima, it garners interest. Whether you think it's deserved or not, that's just the reality of the situation. They can have Death Stranding, please take. They'll tell them that any game using Havoc physics engine is technically working with Xbox.
Oh, fuck!
Oh my. It's getting spicy in here. Bro, they're so desperate. Look at them constantly reference PlayStation X Dev. Oh man, yo, now they treating Kojima like he's a bum. Like he was a bum that Sony saved. That's lit. Dude, listen to this retard. He said they gave Kojima a job after Konami sent his ass packing. You wouldn't have this game without them. Learn to start enjoying games again, Johnny, and not just whining because that's the trend on the internet. Nah, son. Jack Move is just being the same motherfucker he was last generation. That's literally all this is. They can't admit that they changed their standards and that Jack Move stayed the same. They can't admit it. The PlayStation fanboys, they changed their standards because anything Sony does, they will eventually concede to, whereas Jack Move has stayed exactly the same as he did last generation. But it's crazy, bro. This statement literally makes it seem like essentially Kojima was a bum after Konami sent his ass packing and Sony saved him. It wasn't like Kojima managed to form his own studio before Sony funded Death Stranding. It wasn't like that happened. What are they gonna argue that fucking Sony helped Kojima form his entire studio too? What are they gonna say next? Sony gave Kojima his entire studio? Yo, we got Raiders in the building. What is good, everyone? Welcome in, Bigot Army. Hypnotic, thank you so much for the raid, homie. Appreciate that, man. What's good, everyone? We're just making fun of deranged lunatic PlayStation fanboys. IoT Wolf, what's good with you? Captain Killer Guns, appreciate you pulling up, brother. Cozy Gooner, good to see you. Who else we got up in here? Anderson's Xbox would have loved. Instead, they are funding some tech experiment. That's beta testing, basically 6 months. Pretty much, bro. It really doesn't matter. Nobody has a problem waiting 6 months for a game, especially a walking sim like Death Stranding. And I'm not taking away from the game. I think it's actually kind of an interesting game, but also, you know, it's something that I would definitely have to be in a very specific mood for. But shout out to Kojima, man, coming out with yet another game. Xavier says, repent. What's good with you, my guy? I appreciate you pulling up, brother. Que pasó? Who shit talking Kojima? Well, so basically PlayStation fanboys are trying any way to validate PlayStation in the release of Death Stranding. And so they're even doing so much as to say, "Hey man, without Sony, Kojima wouldn't be shit." Who's dragging Jeff's favorite husbando? Oh man, hold on, let me give a shout out to Hypno. He was actually talking about I gave a shout out to Hypno's manga channel earlier because we were talking about how Alyssa went after him for no fucking reason at all other than she is just extremely jealous and desperate for attention. But guys, if you haven't, do hit the like button. It helps me out. If you're new, subscribe to the channel. Check out my boy Hypnotic. Dude is fucking awesome. Like I said, he's a workhorse. He works hard. He got multiple channels out here and he's doing his thing. And these motherfuckers hate him for it. Yo, Black Tailgate was good. Mr. Melancholy, good to see you. Check out Hypnotic. That's his channel right there. Thank you so much, Hypno. I appreciate you. Repent Gooners. Yo, Nick was good. Gaming Wolf, good to see you, my guy. Like the stream bigots, absolutely. Just so you guys know, we are streaming on YouTube, Kick, and Rumble simultaneously. And I am back from my short streaming hiatus because I lost power for like a good 3 or so days or some shit like that, and it really sucked. But we're here and we're queer. I mean what? I jokes. Yo, True Aztec Warrior was good, my guy. But appreciate you guys, you fucking gooners pulling up, you bigots pulling up. Offered Kojima Productions mocap. Yes, they funded the game. Yes, they did. There is no fucking ifs, ands, or buts about it. Sony has funded these games. Shout out to them. But they're still multiplats. Alright, fucking Death Stranding 1 and 2, still multiplats. It's not like people are missing out on anything. It'll be a probably even more completer edition when it releases on PC and on Xbox. Nobody fucking cares, right? It is what it is. It's still Kojima's work. It's still his vision. Like, you could try and take that away from him if you want to, but you PlayStation fanboys that are trying to do that, you guys look like the biggest fucking losers here. Sony owns the IP and engine. The IP? The studio now has full ownership of the IP from original publisher 505. What does that mean? Bro, do you not know how to fucking read? Did anyone tell this dude that he doesn't know how to read? Hold on. To further mark the occasion, Kojima Productions has released the game's director's cut on Xbox Series X and S and Amazon Luna. Where does he prove that PlayStation owns this IP? Yo, Great Merchant, what's good, you my guy? This motherfucker literally says Sony owns the IP and engine. They do own the engine. Before you say Kojima bought the rights, they only bought the rights from 505 Games, publisher behind the Xbox and PC version. So where's your proof that they own the IP? Because I remember this exact same shit, right? And obviously everyone said, well, Kojima owns the IP. And obviously that's why it's on Xbox. So what you're saying is that PlayStation is now full third party because they publish on all platforms? A quick Google search will answer this. All right, let us see. The Death Stranding intellectual property is now fully owned by Kojima Productions, the studio founded by Hideo Kojima. Previously, while Kojima Productions developed the game, Sony Interactive Entertainment held the IP rights. This change in ownership means future Death Stranding games are not limited to PlayStation platforms and could potentially be released on other consoles or PC. So this is the AI overview, and this is a little bit dated. Imagine having to lie out your fucking ass to validate a company that doesn't give a fuck about you. You gotta lie out your ass, and for what? Leave the multi-million-dollar corporation. It's almost like they want to rip the game out of Kojima's fucking hands and give it to the mega corporation. Like, how much of a piece of shit do you have to be? How much of a fucking garbage piece of shit, bro? Reading is fundamental. I mean, I'm bad at reading too, but goddamn, fuck. Like, how stupid can you be? He made a claim that was completely false, posted an image that does nothing to prove that claim whatsoever. Matter of fact, it invalidated his own fucking claim. You stupid bitch. You literal stupid dumb motherfucker. Alright, so next up, we got more fanboys being on the fuck shit. PlayStation fanboy Persona speaks. Persona goes after Destin Legary, formerly of IGN. Let's see where this whole fucking shit starts. Alright, so Shinobi602 posted an article. Let me zoom in a little bit. And this was on June 24th. And he said Microsoft plans major layoffs at Xbox next week, with managers expecting substantial cuts. And this has been a rumored thing. It hasn't happened yet. I'm kind of just waiting to see what the situation is. But this is expecting substantial cuts across the entire group. If Xbox and PC are kind of just gonna be mingled together or meshed together, I'm not really surprised by this. It sucks to see, right? But I just think that I'm just not really a dev person in general. I'm only a dev person when you provide shit that you that's actually worth a damn. But other than that, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I care about layoffs and stuff. But it sucks. It sucks to see that people are losing their jobs en masse, and it's a continued thing in the industry this year. It is probably the absolute worst for game developers. Shinobi, the Xbox fanboy. I guess so. Destin couldn't hold it together. Well, let's get into it. What's a lesser for a gremlin or a goblin? These nuts. Bunch of figs. Oh, man. Oh, man. But, Persona then quotes the tweet and says, whenever I see layoffs at Microsoft, I always think back to the back and forth I had with Destin. So he's using the likelihood of Xbox / Microsoft layoffs to, in fact, console war. That's where it is. That's where immediately that's his reaction. Oh, this is console war material for attention. Oh, man. He says, whenever I see layoffs at Microsoft, I always think back to the back and forth I had with Destin, where he specifically said he didn't care about industry consolidation. He, along with many others in games media and influencer spaces, championed the acquisition, only to end up with eggs on their face. So you're going to sit here and pretend that you actually really care about layoffs and it isn't just, fucking fake speak. Come on, dude. Do you really give a fuck? Do you? These people are so fucking fake. They feel like they're so they're such good people. They really care about everybody. All these people that pretend to care the most care the least. That is always how it is. That's always how it will be. And the fact that he's using this situation as a console wars tactic, a way to console war for what, in the grand scheme of things, right? For this on Twitter. Imagine how sad that is. Persona's YouTube career don't really work out for him, so this is what he's doing. And it's crazy because it's like, dude had to lose like 200 pounds to get this bold. That's fucking wild. That was the one thing stopping him the whole time, it seemed like. But he says, P.S. layoffs are never good, no matter who's behind them. Oh my God, you're so virtuous, my guy. Persona, you're such a virtuous guy. It isn't like you're one of the biggest assholes in the space that constantly has a fucking attitude. That's one of the absolute worst for having a fucking attitude. You're one of the most unlikable people literally in the entire fucking space. Yo, what's good, Mikey? Appreciate you pulling up. Says, I love when he does the PC elitist voice. Oh, when he sounds like a little squeaky motherfucker or something like that. Ozempic got that boy fried. Yo, Ozempic got that boy gassed up. Yo, Voidling was good, homie. Damn, 200 ain't losing weight. That's having a twin removed. That's crazy. So, this dude actually had this tweet from like fucking 3 years ago. Justin says, why do you care about who owns Call of Duty when it will still come to PlayStation? He said, because I actually care about the quality of the games and the franchise. Why don't you care about the industry consolidation? First, all signs point to better work conditions if the deal goes through. If it doesn't, it will not be pretty for Activision. Second, I don't care about consolidation because there's nothing to indicate that it will be a negative impact. Just like I wasn't worried when Sony bought Bungie. And so while Destin may have been wrong in this instance, at least he's shown consistency. So what are you talking about? And Activision was at that state where really genuinely I still feel like people feel the same way now, that it didn't matter if Activision got bought by Xbox or not. Activision was a garbage ass company anyway that essentially destroyed all of their franchises and had a ton of fucking shit going on in the background that was nefarious as hell. They were a horrible corporation that did a lot of fucked up shit. A lot of their monetization schemes, a lot of their lies and deception, releasing broken ass fucking games, the whole shebang of bad shit, right? It doesn't matter if they get bought by Xbox or not. It's still fucked up either way. If Activision still existed today as it was back then, still garbage situation. All right? I'm not saying that, them getting bought out by Xbox is a lot better. I don't really know which would have been better. All I know is that there's a lot of negativity either way. And I told you guys I had an issue with consolidation, but with this situation, it's bad. I said that from the very beginning. It's bad no matter what happens. Because Activision is a bad company. And if it gets bought up and consolidation happens, that is a bad thing too. Yeah, Ender brings up a good point, and I remember that, and I was so pissed when I heard that. He says, yep, remember when Tony Hawk 1 and 2 sold well? So they tried to make them a support studio. Fingers crossed for 3 and 4 to be good. Dude, they literally threw Vicarious Visions or whatever? They threw them to be like a Diablo support team or something like that. I was like, oh no. What was it exactly? I think that was what happened. I think they threw them into some support team. I was like, what the fuck, bro? It was crazy. Yo, man, what's up, homie? I've been struggling with my WWE Universe mode, so I'm barely sleeping. Oh my God. Take your ass to sleep, bro. Layoffs were going to happen regardless of the merger. The fuck he talking about? And that's something, a reality that they're being completely ignorant to as well. Like, the entire industry is suffering from layoffs, whether consolidation took place or not. It is a fucking horrible year. We're post-COVID, where all these companies hired all these people. It is what it is. It's gonna happen. Whether it be this bad or not, I can't really say for sure. But this would have still taken place either way. especially with the situation where Xbox kind of is merging, becoming more PC oriented, it seems like. The decentralized large form entertainment just is not it. Requires a corpo to know something about games. Yo, for real though. You ain't lying.
Yo, Cass, I gotta tell you what just happened. Loudly crying face, smiling face with horns.
Yo.
Loudly crying face, smiling face with horns. Loudly crying face.
Thank you for the 2, bro. What the hell happened? What are you like? What are you all gassed up about? Are you bricked up, bro? Like, what, you get some ass? Like, shout out to you. What the hell happened? I gotta hear this now. I gotta hear this now. Where we at? I was at work. What happened, bro? Did you win some money? Bro, the way you say no the fuck. Aw, man, got no coochie, man. No coochie. Alright, so what happened, bro? Why are you blue balling us, man? What is this? What is this? How you gonna blue ball us like this, man? God damn, bro. How dare he? How dare he? Ah, man, we gotta hear the story. Hey, this not about that. Then what is it about? Yo, Battle Puppet just said he's half-masked. Throw Battle Puppet in the gulag, bro. Throw him straight in the gulag. It's over. Get out of here. Get your ass up out of here, man. You need to be stopped, brother. Yo, he's really blue balling the shit out of us. Bro, I have to continue with the story. The soft brick? What is a soft brick? So we just destroyed Lamesta on Porter Rock's channel, embarrassed him on live. Oh shit, Porter Rock invited him on the stream and he agreed? That's funny. That's funny as hell. Hold up. Lamesta. That fucking clown. Oh no, his live stream title is Porter Rock Live. Yo, Gamesta, where you at? That's fire. Shout out to Porter Rock. He also tried that shit with AGN. Yo, Lame's still looking for attention, bro. That's why I don't give him attention. I don't even know if he's made videos on me recently. It wouldn't surprise me. He just talks shit about everybody. But it's whatever, man. What are you gonna do? Yo, Golden Apple. Nightmare on Lame Street. Hell yeah. Yo, shout out to you, bro. Appreciate the
The
too.
Mesta Night on Lame Street.
Exactly. But that's interesting. I went to his chat and called him. Oh my god. He ducking. Guess what he told me? What'd he tell you? Half chub is the least uncomfortable state of being pricked. See, I don't know anything about this or how that works. A half chub sounds insane though. I'm a quarter mast right now. That's crazy. He told me your sister would look good in lipstick and a dress. He talked shit about you. Of course he did. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, this is to be expected. I don't really care. But it's funny that he got smoked on Puerto Rock stream. That's funny as hell. But we got to get back to the story. I don't want to fucking fall off too much. But next up, so he did that, and it didn't end there, right? The situation did not end there at all. It actually it got crazy. So, because Destin replied to Persona, and he said to use layoffs as a console war W is pathetic. And
Good
it is.
morning, Cassie. How are
Hey,
you? Chat, what I miss.
there's a lot going on.
What's Ferret Boy seething about now?
Ooh.
I've been out of the loop for a few days, addicted to Dark Teed.
Hey, Dark Tide. Hey, I've heard good things, Benjamin. Thank you so much for the 5. We haven't even gotten to that subject yet. We're right now discussing fanboy bullshit. But we'll definitely get into that. And I know a good little bit about it. Like I've done enough research to have a general idea of what's going on the subject matter. And we're gonna watch a video that kind of goes into it in more depth. How's the new class? Also decent amount of weapon models now per game. Hey. But yeah, I definitely need to check out Dark Tide though. Um hey, just stick around and hang out with this dog. Half chub is like semi hard nip. Brick is rock hard nips. Only way she'll understand this.
Didn't your mother ever teach you it's rude to stare?
Are you good, bro? Are you good? Dark Tide is fun. I just left waiting for it to cook since Fart Shark. Oh my god, I said Fart Shark instead of Fat Shark releases, then finishes cooking like 3 years later. Damn. Scroll down. I'm scared. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my god, the fanboys in these comments is crazy. I'm straight. Are you all good? Diamond tip nips? What does that even mean? What the fuck? I'm a Callisto man myself. I ain't mad at you, dog. Callisto Protocol is actually pretty dope. I actually want to go back to that game. Like the occasional stutter issue kind of sucked, but I wonder if any of that'll be like at least alleviated more with my new PC build. We'll see what happens though. I still have to get it set up. But who was that in the clip? Xena, man. Xena Princess Warrior.
Console Warrior Barbecue Drooling Face, my favorite.
Yo, Devil Flow appreciates it too, homie. And yeah, it seems to be a barbecue or roast. Who the fuck knows, man? It's just a lot of crazy shit. It was funning around. The clip you showed is good. Rock
New
on,
class
hey,
is really
appreciate it.
good. You can be aggressive and assertive and not be punished as much.
Hey, nice.
Everyone being a bad cop meme type or Judge Dredd type. 1/.
Okay. Nice. That's interesting. Appreciate the 5, brother. Veggie is like, this is like part 1 out of like how many? Dude, Xena has aged quite well, man. Yes, it has, some outdated looks to it in terms of like play-by-play fight scenes, but the fight scenes are still pretty decent considering. The charm is still there. It's still good storytelling, still very good characters. Overall still a really great show. I'm still in season 1 though. But I've thoroughly been enjoying watching that on my free time. I'm sure this third issue for Callisto Protocol has been fixed. That a problem at launch, if I remember right. It was a problem even like a year or 2 after launch. Xena's still hot. Xena was better than Hercules. I feel that way personally, but I'm really kind of picky with that shit though. Xena helped me through puberty. Like nothing else did. Is crazy, bro. Xena's actress's name is Lucy Lawless. But
is really funny. Dog is not a gimmick at all, very useful. The weapons are really good too, sucks that there aren't many melee weapon choices but, 2/.
Okay, okay, that's interesting. Appreciate the 5 benches in. Oh my god, he's really letting us know all the little details through each super chat. Is crazy. Oh man. I used to goon to Lucy Lawless. I understand you. Xena helped me go through puberty as well. Oh my god, y'all are gooning. You're gooning to your history of gooning to Xena. That sounds fucking crazy. Lois says he's about to get Lawless. You had Xena action figures, bro. I never got them. That's crazy. Are y'all good? Y'all done gooning? Are you guys done gooning to your goon history? Cause it's getting weird out here. What a badass name, pretty much, right? Gooning to Xena is based. Gooners for life. Gooners unite. Yo, facts. Done gooning. What kind of question is that? Never, no. Addicted to gooning. Yes, it is getting weird. Yo, no one chud in the chat's like, you guys' gooning is weird. Everyone just turns and looks at him. Shut up, Dave. Like one of those. Like, shut the fuck up, Dave. Xena was hot back in the day while I. Oh my god, the gooning is crazy. I had a Xena action figure. She was dressed like a belly dancer. Hey, that's actually pretty cool. Hell yeah. Miss Bella says, when I was a teenager, the guys were gooning to Linda Carter as Wonder Woman. Fire.
Most of them are really good. The Arbits gets access to a lot of shock DMG and CC cores of that. You're a good tank forward/bruiser type but need at least a vet or a zealot class due to some shortcomings. 3/3.
Oh, that's definitely good information. Both the the positives and the negatives. Hey, shout out to Benjamin. Thank you so much for the 10 first and foremost and for the insight, bro. Yeah, Dark Tide always looked interesting, but yeah, I did hear that it was a little bit on the unfinished side. Yo, Rio, what's good? He says I'm gonna call it here. Have a good rest of the stream, Cage. Hey, appreciate you, dog. Have a great, safe weekend. Much love to you. But I appreciate all the info, guys. And I think you guys, you're gonna chill back with the Goonie, maybe just a little bit, just tad bit, tiny bit, just lay back a little bit, take a break, drink some fucking water, drink some water if you're gonna goon this much. Damn it, Jesus. Playing Dark Tide now, I really enjoy it, dude. I've heard so much good shit. I need to fuck around. But yeah, Linda Carter was very pretty woman. And pretty badass fucking Wonder Woman, man, for her time. I will not be degooned. I was on my 3rd gallon during the stream alone. Of semen? I mean, what? I mean, what? You fucking Homo sapien butch. You gonna finish the Charleston White fight or nah? Or in Discord, maybe? I do want to finish it. I just fucking... Dude, that shit fucked us up. Of water, bitch. Nah. We know what you talking about, bro. We know what you was really drinking, brother. That's what you into, dog. I'll have to see what I could do. I mean, maybe we'll finish it tonight. I don't know. It really depends. But yeah, I'm fucking pissed that shit happened the other day. It really fucked up my plans. I still have not watched the last 2 fights because of that.
Used to goon to the Klingon chick from Voyager.
Yo, that's crazy. What the fuck? Hold up. Benjamin, thank you so much for the 2, bro. For some reason, it didn't pop up in the chat. Alright, we're so off topic right now. You guys are insane. The whole point of gooning is being on edge. Alright, fuck all y'all. Anyway. Water from the fridge? Oh man. Refrigerator Sasquatch is implying something, Butch. Implying you got some water from him. Water. You're welcome. Ponies break our brains and increase the need to goon. Yeah, clearly. So, Destin replies to Persona after he made this comment, and he says, to use layoffs as a console war W is pathetic. Sony had layoffs after buying Bungie. Microsoft has rumored layoffs coming. The entire industry has been rocked the last 3 years, and this is all facts, man. Activision was selling, people wanted to buy them, Microsoft won the bid, and Activision workers voted for it to happen. I don't care about two companies that wanted a transaction to happen. Influencers commenting on it have zero impact here. People's lives have been impacted, and now more could be. What I tweet has nothing to do with it. You need to do better. Yo, get smoked, Persona. And Persona, bro, he's the type of dude, he cannot let it go. He's the type of guy that will definitely pull up again, come back, try to be on some fuck shit. Bro, he just wants attention, I guess. I don't know. This is why What's Up PlayStation is dead. Funerals on Saturday, y'all. Oh, man. Yo, bro.
Google Bilana Torres. Good times flushed face drooling face.
Oh my god. Y'all need to stop gooning so goddamn much. Goddamn, bitch. Bro. I forgot, bro. Fucking What's Up PlayStation's been on its deathbed for like 6 months now, like half a fucking year. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna end the podcast on like episode 200, and it's like it's been like fucking 30 episodes now or some shit. And I would like to say that I'm fucking exaggerating, but I can't be that far off, right? Just like 50 something weeks in a year. Dude, they've been trying to end the podcast for like half of a year. Like, dude, just fucking end it. Like, what are we doing? But yeah, when you're this unlikable like Persona is, yeah, like there's no wonder why you can't grow a fucking podcast. You can't grow a channel even when you have really big names on it. All right, you had people like Sean Layden on the show multiple times. Crazy work, right? It's insane, man. Still have respect for Jay Barry and Whoops. I mean, Jay Barry at least is a likable person. Even though he has a little fuck shit about him, he tries to obviously stir the pot with the console war and stuff. But you know, obviously we all do. We have our little slickness. But yeah, Persona just has a genuinely bad personality trait. He just isn't likable at all, and he's very opportunistic in nature. 52 weeks in a year. Yeah, it's been like a half year, and it's like, bro, finally the podcast is ending? What the fuck? I played COD with Bari and Persona on PlayStation. They cool mostly. I mean, you know, I think Bari is more convincingly cool. Persona, he just, dude is fake as fuck. So here, Persona responds to Destin saying, these were statements you made. Nothing in my tweet points to console wars. You're labeling it as such. Because looking back, you realize these statements were foolish to make. Own it and learn from it. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you're literally mad that Dustin didn't care enough about layoffs in the industry? Like, what the fuck was that going to do to stop the layoffs? Like, what does he have to be ashamed of? Like, Destin was literally asking Persona if Call of Duty's still coming to PlayStation, why do you care? Who owns it? Which is that's a valid fucking question to make. Yo, boss man, what's Gucci, my guy? Appreciate you pulling it up. And Destin was then weighing the situation. Consolidation happened across the board and layoffs happened across the board. Why is it that you make a big deal out of it and take shots at people, Persona, like when it happens to Microsoft? Like, I don't understand this other than you're a fucking fanboy and you are console warring. Like, you're not directly saying you're console warring. I mean, why would you? That doesn't make any sense. But you're still console warring. You're choosing to do so. The fuck? Crazy, man. Own it. Learn from it. Like, what does that do? It's not like Destin owns Microsoft. Like, that's not how that works, Persona. Then Destin says, you're using layoffs to own someone you disagreed with in 2022. You should be embarrassed. Do better. Bro, it's just like such a worthless conversation that Persona started. All for attention, bro. All to just hopes and baiting Justin, and he did, and they had the back and forth, and it's like, what was the purpose of any of this? Well, what was the purpose? You didn't save anyone's job, even though you claim to care about so much. You did none of that. Crazy work, bro. Crazy work, bro. Did we get like guys? We need to stop with the gifts, all right? This is too much. This is too much, man. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the sentiment, but y'all need to be stopped. Yo, Benjamin, what did you do here, bro? Ooh, Dark Tide Abilities Deluxe. Bro, now you own the classes I mentioned. Oh, hell yeah. Well, this technically wasn't a game. It's a DLC. I appreciate that, dog. Thank you, man. Told you didn't have to. But, yeah, like, Dark Tide looks like one of the better, Warhammer games for sure. I need to jump into quite a few Warhammer games. I've never fucked with the franchise, but, I need to play Space Marine 1, 2, Dark Tide, and, Bolt Gun. Those are the ones that are really interesting to me. But thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's probably on sale right now. Dude, there's a lot of sales. Dude, Steam Summer Sale is crazy. Just a petty personal beef. Yeah, it's just, bro, it's just, that's kind of just what Persona is. He's one of the most pettiest people I've seen. The DLC is very recent, so no, I got you. The game should be, though. Yeah, the game, I'm sure it's definitely on a sale. I think I got it in a Humble Bundle, actually. But, appreciate that, man. All right, where are we at here? All right, so we got the Destin shit out the way. Next up, we got the other side of the aisle we got to talk about. So we got Persona, part of What's Up, and then we got Jay Bari from What's Up PlayStation. And while I think obviously Persona is more sus and how he acts is definitely very childish and pathetic in nature. While I think it's more pathetic how Persona conducts himself, I will say Bari's only slightly better by a smidgen.
Gooner's gonna goon.
Yo! We got Happy Console Gamer in the fucking building, bro! Shout out to Happy Console Gamer with the 10. He's joined the Goon Gang, baby. The Goon Platoon. The consigliere of the Goon Platoon. Let's go. Yo, Happy Console Gamer, hope you're doing well, bro. And dude, guys, I have a question, like, what is the point of this? Like, I know that you want a reaction. That's the whole point, right? That's why they do this. But, like, what do you win by saying the PS5 Pro is the best console out? What do you win? Like, that's low-hanging fruit. That's a low bar. In my opinion, personally, the Xbox console ain't worth shit. It ain't worth shit. People argue whether the Switch is even a handheld or a console or whatever have you. Some people don't consider it a console. Some people do. I mean, to me, it's not a console. It's a handheld that you could dock and put on your TV. Which, in my opinion, is the future. It's better than a console, right? Because you have more options. And that's what we all want at the end of the day. But, like, what do you win by saying the PS5 Pro is the best console out when consoles in general just... they ain't all that anymore, man. They're not that special. They're not... It wasn't like it was back in the day when you got a new console and it was definitively, without a shadow of a doubt, you plug it up to your TV and you start playing the games. You're like, holy shit, bro. Like, dude, oh my god, this looks insanely good. It's like, I remember obsessively playing Fight Night Round 3 on my OG Xbox, right? And 360 had came out a little bit, after that. And I was really into Fight Night. I would definitely play it all the time. I actually had a fucked up OG Xbox for a while. I would just play it, and like after like 2 hours, it would freeze all the time. But I loved Fight Night Round 3. It's actually one of my all-time favorite video games. Dude, I went to Toys R Us. And I played the Fight Night Round 3 Xbox 360 demo. and I begged for the game. I'm like, dude, I know I own the game, but it looks a billion times better on 360. I need this game again. Because, bro, you saw the sweat on the characters and how much more detail there was on these fighters. You could tell it was an insanely convincing upgrade.
Right, Linda Park and Jolene Blalock from Enterprise 2. Had an English teacher in HS. She was from Cambodia and looked like both of them. Good
Oh, wow.
times.
That's hell yeah! Shout out to Benjamin, the lead gooner right now. Appreciate the vibe, my guy. He's just yeah. Let me just talk about my goon material. But like that was how crazy like a console upgrade was back then. Like, dude, jumping from OG Xbox into like HD. So crazy, man. So crazy. The same game looks so much better, so much convincingly. So I had to go buy Fight Night Round 3 again. I didn't give a shit. Cass was getting bricked up over Fight Night Round 3. Yes. I was getting bricked up over the sweat, the details. All right. How more convincingly bloody and gory it was. Dude, I just loved punching people in the face in that game. So it was so satisfying. That was me with NBA 2K7. Dude, Filter, I had one. I know that they had 2 back-to-back Shaq covers, but I think that was the second one with Shaq on the cover, if I'm not mistaken. I had them both. I forget which game had Planet Rock on it, but that was my go-to song. Whenever Planet Rock started playing on 2K, I was in the zone, bro. That was a vibe back in the day. Cast Goons to Sweat confirmed. Oh my god. Cass was getting bricked up over Fight Night. Damn. Y'all the worst, I swear, man. I can't even goon over my favorite games. Yep, that was Shaq. And yes, that's 2K7. That was my shit, bro. 2K7 looked insane at that time. It was it was wild times, man. Like that was like that console generation leap in terms of visuals was maybe unlike any other in recent times. When you go back to, way back in the day, from like, NES to SNES, like that shit was convincing too, absolutely. But the most modern jump in the visuals, really, that was the most significant was, from 6th to 7th gen. Easily. Easily. Remember the PS9 commercial? No, I do not. Sports games were peaked during PS3 and 360 era. SmackDown vs. Raw, UFC Undisputed. I had UFC Undisputed, and that was before I even watched UFC or really knew much about UFC. I just knew that hey, you could punch the shit out of people and it's bloody as hell. I want to play this, and so I got that. Me and my brother would play it for fun. And then SmackDown vs. Raw, also super fire, man. Also super fire, but. Yeah, I just think that, the console generation, if you just want to keep playing the games, hey, I don't blame you for investing in a console. It makes sense. Like you just want to play your games, keep it moving sort of deal. But like the console format just doesn't feel it doesn't feel like a leap anymore. It only feels like a leap when you're honestly when you get the frame unlocks for last gen games. That's nice for sure. But then when you get next gen games, they either look awful, or just the performance is kind of mid, or frame rate drops, whatever have you. It isn't much to say, oh man, it's great. This is the best console out, because console gaming kind of leaves more to be desired, especially for me personally. It's why I'm not really in a hurry to get a Switch. I'm kind of on it. That's why I just don't care about upgrading my PS5. I don't even play on my PS5 anymore. Though I literally just used my Xbox Series X for the first time in years at this point, and that was to take it over to my best friend's house so that I could play my 4K Blu-rays on it. And the only reason I chose the Xbox over the PS5 was because it's shaped like a box that I could simply just stand up without a stand, without having to worry about knocking it over. Just and it's just smaller and more easily capable of like transporting. That's the only reason why I chose the Series X over my my PS5. That's it. That's it. But yeah, that's the only reason consoles come in handy. Honestly, it's really for watching my 4K Blu-ray collection. But physical media is almost dead now, so that's not much of a thing. All right, we gotta get into the funny shit now, like funny fanboy shit. So Astro said the only thing this clip is missing is the Debo music when Dreamcast guy goes past the image of Paris. You guys gotta see this. You're gonna fucking laugh your ass off. Hold on. Let me fix this real quick. You guys gotta see this shit, man. So, shout out to Hey It's Eggy. He actually added in the audio.
I want to scroll down here. Let me see what some of the replies here are. Oh yeah, of course. There's a lot of memes about Xbox Defenders.
Oh no, don't go, don't scroll too fast there, buddy boy. The boogeyman's coming to get you, apparently.
I want to scroll down here. Let me see what some of the replies here are. Oh yeah, of course. There's a lot of memes about Xbox Defenders.
Dude, the beef between the beef between Dreamcast guy and Paris is like, it's like fine wine at this point. It just gets more and more entertaining as time goes on. Yeah, he definitely got Dreamcast guy shooketh, man. It's so funny. Alex Banana Daddy. Shout out to Alex. Shout out to Eggy and shout out to Astro. Then we got another fanboy tweet. Oh man. Pretanga screen cap J-Dub, and he says PlayStation Studio subtly telling J-Dub to stop being a fanboy. Oh man. So PlayStation Studio X Dev says, hello. For those who aren't aware, we're the official account for PlayStation Studio X Dev, collaborating with developers on titles such as Death Stranding 2 Until Dawn, Stellar Blade, Rise of the Ronin, Sorrows, Marvel Token, Fighter Souls, and more. And then J-Dub replied, my Xbox brothers Septic Sauce and Trailblazers are not gonna like this. And then they replied, we respect all types of players in this house, no matter the console or platform. Yo. Oh my god, dude. Stop being a fanboy, asshole. That's literally the response. That's crazy, bro. They're so XDev, they kind of assist and develop in helping other companies develop their game. They're like basically they're a support studio. That's the best way to talk to describe them. Crazy though, right? Oh my god. That's fucking insane. That one had me crying. All right, next up. Yo, Mitty was good, bro. Blazing Silver made it to lunch, eh? Enjoy your lunch, my guy. The NPC meme, wow. Mitty says, hi, Cass. I just got home from work. Hey, you made it through another day. You made it through prison, and you were released, and you're allowed to go back home. Tomorrow, back to prison. I mean, what? What I miss? Oh, just fanboys getting roasted. Fanboys getting the smoke. You know the usual. So Astro, on the topic of Borderlands 4, says Reforge Gaming has a message for the brokies. And Reforge has been doing a lot of defending for for Borderlands and for Randy Pitchford. He has gone out of his way so strongly to defend Randy Pitchford, which is crazy because Randy Pitchford has always been on so much fuck shit. No, I do not, man. It's crazy. Like, I would never go out of my way to defend Randy because he has he has lost any goodwill he potentially ever had. The dude just, honestly, he just shoots himself in the foot every time he tweets. He's just that type of guy that should just do his job, sort of deal, and just not tweet on Twitter, man. Just get off of Twitter. And the last thing anybody should be doing is defending this dude because he steps in it what almost feels like deliberately. And if you're going to go out of your way to defend someone that purposely says the most insane shit that they can just for it to go viral, is like, why would you put yourself in that position is my question, you know? Like, there's people I fuck with, right? For example, there's people that I fuck with, but sometimes they say some insane shit. It's like, bro, you could do that if you want to. It's not like I don't fuck with you, but I'm not going to defend your insanity.
All Sony has to do is bring Resistance and Killed soon on PC and we Gucci gang.
It would be nice, Benjamin, but I really don't think they're gonna do it. It's sad to say. I would buy it day one to support it, but I think that PlayStation really does not see the validity in either of those franchises, which is sad on their part. It's really sad. Mitty trying to get some attention right now. I'm sorry, Mitty. I can't defend that. You could watch it if you want. I can't defend you. But Benjamin, thank you so much for the 5, my guy. I wish Sony would, put in the effort, care about these franchises, not see them as like these are what they see those franchises as is franchises that won't make enough money for them to bother investing, even though they would likely make money, especially if they were multiplats. But it's not enough money because they want all of the money, so they want to waste their time making some of the most like mainstream ass games that they could possibly muster instead of like these niche dope franchises that are made for, adults or, a little bit more mature than some of the shit that some of the baby food they be giving us nowadays. Magic Killzone with modern graphics and performance. Dude, on keyboard and mouse. Not to be a PC gaming bitch, I'm really not trying to be like that. But there's just something about playing a first-person shooter on keyboard and mouse that's like so fulfilling to me. It's like, dude, imagine Killzone, and people hate Killzone Shadowfall, but I enjoyed the game. It's not great. It's an okay game to me, but I had so much fun with it. I met some of my longest friends on it. But I just imagine Killzone instead of running at 720p on in the multiplayer version, and I think 1080p on like the story. Like I just imagine playing the multiplayer at 1440p, fucking 120 FPS locked, a keyboard and mouse. Oh my god, I'd be in my happy place. Lowest, low. Leave it to Lois to make it really awkward when I'm talking about my friends. You fucking bastard. You demon, bro. Why would you do this?
Oh, fuck!
Crazy enough, I started at Killzone Shadowfalls and then Mercenaries, and I tried to backtrack with Killzone, but like the PS3 Killzones felt really dated and it was really hard to get used to. So I kind of struggled with that. A nice fucking remaster for the at least the first 3 Killzone games, bro. I would buy it day one. I would have to support it day one. And Resistance, I honestly, guys, I never got to experience Resistance, and it's actually a regret of mine. It's genuinely a regret of mine. It's something really sad that I do quite think about it a little bit. And some people may think, oh, what's the big deal, Cass? I mean, I like those types of games. I never got to experience it. Work has me drinking energy drinks with all the QA checks I have to do over 3 facilities. Dude, don't drink too much of that stuff, man. It's really bad for you, Mitty. If you have to, go to coffee, my guy. But energy drinks, man, that shit just fucks with your heart in ways that's like, I don't know, man. I stopped drinking. I stopped drinking energy drinks myself. Like I had to stop. So I was drinking one of them shits like every night at work, and I'm just like, these shits gotta be fucking bad. Like they gotta be fucking nasty work. It's sheesh. Also, Lost Planet, dude, I love the OG Lost Planet. What a fucking game, especially at that time. Dude, 7th Gen has some crazy shit going on, bro. Some crazy ass shit. But yeah, so Reforge is out here defending Randy Pitchford, obviously attacking gamers for bringing up any issues that come with these games nowadays, because they are raising the price of games. This is a fact. Whether you want to admit to it or not, whether you want to acknowledge it or not, whether you care or not, the facts are that the price of games is going up and we are getting less value for the price increase. That is a fact. That is something that cannot be disputed. That is what is literally fucking happening right now. And people like Reforge are refusing to acknowledge it, and that is the issue. Reforge wants to attack gamers for bringing up this very consistent, unfortunate issue that's been happening in the gaming space for years. This entire generation, essentially. GTA 6 is going to raise the standards to 100. I don't think so. I don't think so. I could be wrong, and if that's the case, I'll take the L on it. I think GTA 6 will be an $80 video game. And while it'll have a full single player game, the focus will be to do anything to try and funnel you into the multiplayer. Lindo, I'm fine. I'm fine, bro. I'm chilling. What are these questions, my guy? I'm always hunched over. I'm like, that's just, dude, I can't even get into it. I'll go on a tangent. It's just not worth it. But I do think 100% easily GTA 6 will be an $80 game that is very live service oriented, that will have some of the most egregious monetization schemes of getting you to buy fucking Mega Shark cards and having you spend the same amount of money or more for a lot of the shit in game that you would buy in real life, bro. It's gonna be that crazy. It's gonna be that insane. But Astro Cyborg says Reforge has a message for the brokies in regards to Borderlands 4. Let's hear what this clown has to say.
More
Here we
content,
go.
but people are arguing over the fact that the DLCs exist. They want to get it for free.
Never.
Yeah, I don't give a frick about those people. I'm tired of listening to people like that. I'm just tired of it. A game company builds a full, complete product at launch, and they sell it.
How do you know that? Just because the company says that it's a complete game day one, it's been proven time and time again that's not necessarily the case. That's not necessarily the case. What are we talking about here? Shark cards are cancer? You ain't lying. How do you know that? How could you make a definitive claim like that? Is it just because the Big Daddy Corporation told you so? It's because Daddy Randy Pitchford told you so, Reforge? Is that the case? Or is it because you're trying to get a free code for Borderlands 4, brother? Are you trying to get a review code for Borderlands 4? Is that what it is? Trying to get in good with the devs, with the company, with 2K? Yo, honestly, if you're a influencer, if you're a YouTuber or whatever, dude, the goal is anything to get in good with 2K. With 2K games, dude, you'd have access to Mafia, review code early, freaking Borderlands 4 review code early. And these games could be good or bad. It doesn't matter. They're, especially Borderlands 4, a highly anticipated video game, whether you think it's going to be ass or not. I know it's going to be ass. I still know that a lot of people are going to buy it day one because y'all can't help yourselves. And then, of course, the big game that everyone wants access to early on is GTA 6. So anything to get in good with 2K, I believe that, honestly, from everything Reforge has done in the past, based upon his history of what I've heard, the things he would go out of his way to say and do, Yeah, he would do anything to get in good with 2K just to get GTA 6 early. He would sell his soul. He promoted soda. He didn't even like soda, and he didn't even like root beer. He promoted a root beer soda as a sponsorship deal with, for over Assassin's Creed Shadows, a game he couldn't even finish, and he admits he doesn't like very much. So that's crazy. He would do anything, pull down his pants, but anyway, bro.
And then they also have extra content later if you want it. It's completely optional.
No, I
You're
will
not
not.
entitled
Man,
to
leave
it.
me
It's
alone.
there if you want to buy it. Shut the frick up. Like, buy it or don't. You're like these anti-consumer consumers that are like, I'm a consumer that refuses to consume. It's like, why do you think you're owed anything? Like, they did the same thing with Spider.
You raise the price of a game because whether you want to admit to it or not, just because Borderlands 4 isn't an $80 game doesn't mean that the price didn't rise. The Borderlands franchise, like Borderlands went from $60, day one games to now $70 day one games. And people are speculating that in order to hit that $70 price range, they did something in the background in order to essentially, try and make that money back in the long term. How can the consumers be anti-consumer? Emerald, this is the deranged mindset of Reforge Gaming. That's it. Guess what, Reforge? The consumers are in charge of the products because if you price out the consumers, then you sell 0 copies. Exactly. Yeah, like Reforge is like I don't want to say that he's like a plant that's there to disincentivize the idea that consumers have power. But he feels like it, bro. Oh my god, it's so crazy. And it's crazy that he gives the companies so much leeway after he was done dirty by them. Reforge is a brokey that begs for YouTube memberships. And that's true too, bro. Anything to not go back to work. And look, man, shout out to the YouTubers that just have to do YouTube to get by. Shout out to you. I'm not dissing you and shit. But like, it's crazy how Reforge is so quick to call, other people broke when it's like, dude, you sit there and beg and demand people become a channel member. You aren't even happy with gifted memberships. Like, he actually believes there's a negative connotation to being gifted a membership. He thinks that if you could afford it, you should become a channel member of your own volition and then save the gifted memberships for people that can't afford it. That's his mindset. And the way he goes about hitting his membership goal numbers is obsessive. It's obviously the most important thing. And without it, he would not do what he does, right? And I understand that you got to hit your goals, whatever the fuck, that's what's keeping you from having to work a 9 to 5. I understand. It's what keeps you at home. But well, it's money either way I'm in. But he feels as though most people that are being gifted memberships and don't become a channel member of their own volition, they're eating off other people's plate kind of deal. It's very weird how he sees it. Like, dude, I don't think about it, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think about that shit. I'm just grateful to be, to think that someone would gift other people in the chat memberships. Like, I don't even think I'm deserving, but you guys are so nice to me. And it's like, it's super cool, but also to be fair, me just being honest, I don't depend on this. Like, it's very nice. I feel like my time is rewarded in many ways from being able to talk to you guys. The fact that you guys pull up, like, that in itself is crazy to me. That so many people pull up to hang out with me on a Thursday night or really any day I happen to go live. It's like the super chats and the gifted memberships and all the extra stuff, like people wanting to become a channel member just to join the Discord and hang out with us. Like, that shit is like extra and it's insane. And like, I'm grateful for all of it. him, it's like it's a weird stipulation. Like, yo, if you got the money, you shouldn't be taking gifted memberships. You should become a channel member of your own volition and let someone else get the channel membership. It's like, why do you even think like this? Like, just be fucking grateful that people spend money because they value your garbage ass opinions. Like, that's really what it is at the end of the day. Nah, man, you never feel like you ever have to gift. That is completely fucking fine, bro. You don't even have to be a channel member. You're still the homie. You're still welcomed here. You're still fucking acknowledged. You're still appreciated. All that shit. You don't have to do nothing. I just appreciate you being here, bro. Oh, I appreciate that, Killer Guns, man. Thank you so much, bro. But it's just his mindset is crazy. Yeah, Lois says, yeah, I'm super thankful for every gifted membership and everyone who has gotten one in my chat. Also, it's been super thankful. There's no downside. F this goober. Yeah, because it's like, dude, honestly, I love seeing people like get gifted channel memberships because it's like, yeah, I benefit, yeah, but someone else benefits too, you know? So I don't know, bro. This dude's just fucking weird. It's crazy how he hates consumers that ask questions. He hates consumers that are vocal with the issues in the space. He just wants to be able to do his little business of getting review copies and being able to talk about these games, barely play some of them, and just keep it moving. Like he just wants to be an influencer like it's a job and not necessarily be a reliable one or an honest one. So there's that.
Spider-Man 1 when it had DLC. It was like they had a complete, very, very good-sized game at launch, and then they had planned DLC coming later. You are not entitled to that. They spent time making it. They spent production hours and man-hours making it. And if you want it, buy it.
So where is the context here, though? So what if Borderlands 4 comes out and the main campaign that you finish in the game is left open-ended intentionally just for DLC to be released that you would have to pay for as well, to end up being, you know, the paid monetization post-launch DLC that actually finishes the main story? I think that is something that is clearly worth questioning. Yo, Wolf of Midnight, thank you so much for being a member for 2 months, bro. I appreciate you. It's like, dude, like, there's no context to anything he's saying at all. It's just, hey, man, if you want it, buy it. If not, shut the fuck up. And it's like, this is an infantile conversation that you're trying to have. You're trying to limit the discussion of the issues surrounding post-launch content, paid DLC and all that. You're trying to literally just destroy any context to the conversation. Hey, thank you, Miss Bell. I appreciate it. His voice is boring. I think he has a decent podcaster's voice. Like, I have to be honest. I think he has a decent podcaster's voice. I could see why maybe you'd find it boring. I think it's not necessarily his voice. I just think it's the discussion topic that he constantly brings to the table. I think it's very surface level. It's not very relatable. I think that's what makes him boring, but I don't think it's his voice that makes him boring.
It's literally that simple. It's like going to the store and you see the standard edition of a movie and then you see the extended version. The extended version costs more money because you're getting more stuff. It's literally that simple.
What the fuck?
It's like buying a steak dinner and a really nice...
Bro, he's going from a movie example to now a food example. Talk about not even being able to directly back up your opinion. Dude, when a movie releases from like theater and comes to like 4K Blu-ray or Blu-ray whatever, usually they add on an extended cut if there is an extended cut to be had. Usually it's one fucking release and they'll let you fucking choose between, you know, they on one release choose between the theatrical cut or the extended director's cut. That's usually how that works. So what you're saying makes no sense. What you're saying literally disproves your fucking statement. What you're literally saying with most fucking film releases is that essentially Borderlands 3 should have the fucking DLC packaged with it. Because that's usually how most fucking movie releases even work. Now, if you want the higher resolution bump, you know, that's the difference in pricing. It's not the director's cut is more pricey. No, it's, do you want it on DVD? Do you want it on fucking Blu-ray? Or do you want it on 4K Blu-ray? That is literally the only difference in pricing. Does this motherfucker use his brain? Come on, bro. He just literally disproved his own argument with his movie example. Bro, motherfucker's easier than Madonna. Like, are you good, bro? Brain blast?
It's like buying a steak dinner and a really nice side and being like, I can't believe you want me to pay for dessert. What do you mean? You're not entitled to the extra stuff later just because you bought the main thing. It's just it's idiotic. It's idiotic.
You can go to a restaurant where they have like a course deal. There is no deal here. You know what this is saying? The reaction people are having. The reaction people are having to Borderlands 4 is that they feel like the price, the value does not reflect the price.
I got
That's what
paid this week. I bought another Switch Lite, the
Hell yeah.
2024 Player's Handbook, Warhammer Old World Rulebook and the Ravening Hordes Armies book.
Damn. Wolf of Midnight? Okay, I see you, brother. Do your thing, dog. Enjoy yourself. Now, that's awesome, man. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the 7 Canadian, bro. Totally didn't have to do that. Madonna Goonhole is elastic. It's like it's like worn out elastic. Yeah. Madonna Goonhole is elastic is a crazy fucking statement. Y'all are fucking sick, bro. It's more like a goon cave. Bro, it's like a goon fucking canyon, motherfucker. What are we talking about? Oh my god, yo. Ugh. Disgusting. These days, she's feeling quite elastic. She's like 70 now. Oh my god, bro. Can you shout in it and hear it echo easily, I'm sure. Power Boss, no doubt in my mind. You know, it's still technically a theory, but I think it's a pretty convincing theory. Real life Elastigirl, oh my god, y'all are sick.
Additive optional content has been around for a very long time. Borderlands has never done it in a way that makes me question them. They were very generous with the content in BL2. They were constantly doing, you know...
Yo, he has to reference, like, the last good game Gearbox has ever made in order to make an argument. He has to reference a release that's what, like, fucking... Oh, like 15 years old, give or take. Back when they did things an entirely different way. Back when games were fucking $60. He has to reference the standard that they held like 15 years ago to try and justify what Gearbox is doing today. That's not how that works, bro. That's not how that works. I think a lot of us genuinely believe that Gearbox, back when they released Borderlands 2, is a better Gearbox than the Gearbox that released Borderlands 3, Tiny Tina's Wonderland, and sadly, inevitably, Borderlands 4. I think the mass majority of us understand and feel that way.
throwing in skins and doing events and all
Dude,
the stuff was
Borderlands 2
very
is
fun.
fire.
You know, $5 for a holiday event. That was fun. It was a good time. It added new guns, a new place to go, some new skins for your character so you could kind of look like Halloween-esque or Thanksgiving or Christmas-esque. It was cool. Yeah, do all that, but just give it to me for free. Like, what? Why?
People are questioning literally how Gearbox will conduct themselves these days, and that is the concern. That is the concern, and they have the right to feel this way, especially with how Randy Pitchford likes to talk off the handle like they do. Like, Randy Pitchford is one of the most opportunistic pieces of shit ever. What he did with Borderlands 3, making it Epic Game Store exclusive, and his justification for doing so has proven to not have only aged like milk, but to be one of the most dishonest fucking conversations that he's ever went out of his way to have with gamers. Shout out to L Alchemy, he's been a member for 12 months. Thank you, bro. He says Reforged needs a monkey strike. Super chat goal. That's something else. That Randy Pitchfork. Didn't they do Aliens, Colonial Marines too, though? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Lois, go look up, if you really want to laugh, go look up every game Gearbox has developed after Borderlands 2, excuse me. It is all pathetic dog shit. It's either between mid and absolute 100% dog shit. Those Epic Games scrubs can keep it. Borderlands 3 was awful. Austin, sad to say, you're not wrong, brother.
Make content, make environments, make guns, and don't charge me for it. Man, shut the frick up. Seriously. Go bargain shop or something for games. Like, what are you doing? If you want to be frugal, go for it. If you want to wait for...
But he says he never disrespects gamers. You know, he never does any of this shit. But he'll be the first to call you a brokey. Just because you raise concerns with the current state of Borderlands. I remember Total Biscuit going on epic rants about Colonial Marines. Yeah, fucking horrible.
Sales, go for it. But acting entitled...
But it's always everyone else that starts, you know, the arguments that with him. It's everyone that goes after Reforged, right? It's not Reforged starting shit and then people clapping back. It's never that. It's always, well, Reforged is the good guy. Reforged is the victim. Reforged is always the one that's attacked first. Reforged is always the one that's disrespected.
New content is stupid.
Hell yeah, bro. We are bargain shopping in the Steam summer sale, bro. It's going to be a crazy fucking 2 weeks. So exciting.
It's absolutely stupid.
The best
Nothing
part of gaming, baby, the great bargain biz.
Burger in my life. Now, if they had things on the website that were misleading, I agree with this. I don't think we should be calling collector's editions collector's edition. The use of the word edition sounds like I'm buying an edition of the game. Just call it a collector's merch box.
Oh, so what you're stating is that you feel as though there's reason. There's reason to not be fully trusting of Gearbox. Oh, it's almost like people are right to feel the way that they do about Gearbox and what they're doing with Borderlands 4. Oh my god, it's almost like you have these strong opinions, but you actually can't validate these strong I don't know, like you're just against people that want to see gaming be better and see companies be more reasonable. Like, you're deliberately standing against that. You're always the fucking asshole that steps in between and just says, hey man, stop attacking the mega corporation. Just stop. I can't, bro. Let's do this.
Hey, we got this collector's merch box for all you collectors out there. All the merch for this game in a box. It's not the game.
Same, Austin.
It's a collector's box.
You know what I'm going to be doing after
a
stream, brother?
collector's edition. The word
the sale
edition
started, Cyborg.
Sounds like I'm buying an edition of the game. You have the digital deluxe edition. You have the premium edition. Like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I don't know why they're doing that. You're asking for criticism. You're asking for confusion. I won.
So literally, you've been attacking the people you feel are justified for defending, like, for actually bringing up these issues. Thanks, Reforged. Thanks for continuing to be the clown that you are.
100% agree with you guys on that one. We talked about that one last week. But you are not entitled to new content. I spent $70, and a year later, you came out with a new character or a new place, and I should just get that for free. Man, be quiet. You're not even...
Did he even look up the context of what is being discussed, or did he just believe what chat says? Is that what he... Does he just believe what his fucking mods say?
A part of the conversation. You sound like an entitled baby. You're entitled to nothing. You bought the base game. The value proposition was there. The value transmission was there. You played it. You enjoyed it. You rolled credits on it. You're entitled to nothing after that. That's just the way of the world. That's it. That's
I mean, it's also kind of something to consider. And this isn't necessarily Gearbox's fault, but a lot of looter shooters are live service titles. And I don't know what level of online shit technically Borderlands 4 will be. I'm sure it'll be always online, right? But people are now so used to like looter shooters being live service titles, they kind of, maybe some of them just expect them to be like a loop of fucking of updates. Maybe that's it too. Maybe some people believe, and honestly, I don't agree. I don't like that personally. I think that's a bad mindset to have, but I can see why people would think that. Because every other looter shooter does that shit. I said before launch, it also launched with DLC that adds 2 new maps, 2 new characters from the get-go. It's ripped content, asshole. Yeah, that shit is crazy. When they're launching content that's coming out, like DLC content that's coming out right alongside the base game, and it's like major content like that, that's insane, bro. That's some other shit. I don't even know what to say other than, like, dude, clearly there's questions to be asked. His mods are toxic. I believe it. I don't really watch his streams though. Borderlands 3 did end its live service cycle, but the Shift Network and seasonal content is still there to access. It's only in a $130 Super Deluxe Edition. That's crazy, bro. $130. So not only is the base game $70, all right? So this is $10 more than Borderlands 3. But the DLC added on is nearly almost double the price of the game. And people shouldn't ask questions. People shouldn't be concerned. Just, hey, man, fucking, consume product, prepare for next product. That's what we're supposed to be doing here. Reforge is DSP's long lost brother. Except the only difference between them is that DSP always acts broke. And instead, fucking Reforge just tells you that you're broke. Everything in $100 deluxe edition is all only purely cosmetics. But we're going to pretend this isn't an issue. We're literally going to pretend it isn't an issue. The one thing I will say is likely, once the game releases, all this DLC will probably be individually buyable. Usually, they'll release it in packs. So, like, if you need the game day one, which I will not be indulging in, I will not be playing Borderlands 4 at all. But if you feel like you need the game day one, likely it's just best to wait until, like, buy just the base game, and then if you want to buy like the important shit, then just buy the packs for the the actual content. You have a 4080 cast, play it? Fuck no, dude. I didn't buy a 4080 to play dog shit. What price does games have to be for people to realize they're getting robbed? I don't know, bro. I really don't know. Shared it in DMs. Appreciate that, Power Boss. Let me see. Let's get to the bottom of this shit. Let's get to the whole truth of it. The crux of it. Alright, so... Oh my god, this shit is so fucking bright. It's making me red. It turned me into a tomato. Tomato. Alright, so... Let me see if I can make this. Let me zoom in. Damn, this bitch is fucking... Alright. Damn. Hard to fucking read this shit. It's almost like they just want you to be dumb. Like, bro, they chose the absolute worst font ever. This is the worst font, bro. Even if you zoom in super close, it's like still hard to read. Like, that's not a good start if you want people to properly understand what they're getting. This is the worst fucking font. Alright. I'm gonna try to stop bitching. I'm gonna try. So, you have Borderlands, which is coming out September 12th. You have the Standard Edition right here, the Deluxe Edition right here, the Super Deluxe Edition right here. So, obviously, you buy either of these, you get the base game. And the pre-order bonus is the Gilded Glory Pack. 1 Vault Hunter skin, 1 weapon skin, and 1 Echo 4 drone skin. So that's your bonus. You get skins. Alright, so that's pretty much where it ends for Borderlands for the Standard Edition. Now we're just talking about the Deluxe Edition and the Super Deluxe Edition. So, under the Deluxe Edition and Super Deluxe Edition, you would get the Bounty Pack Bundle. 4 unique areas, missions and bosses, and 4 Vault cards with unique challenges and rewards, new gear and weapons, new Vault Hunters cosmetics, and 4 new vehicles with new cosmetics. Hold on, so you do get other content besides cosmetics here with the Deluxe Edition. So, 4 unique areas, missions, and bosses. I wonder how much content that is just overall, but no Goon skin. Oh man, RoboCop Rose City is 9% off right now. Yes, Miss Bella, it's like $5. It's now or never, baby. Red Hulk cast before GTA 6, bro. Whatever, man. Fuck y'all. All right, so that's coming with the Deluxe Edition, Super Deluxe Edition. The next one, that's also both of them, is the Firehawk's Fury, which is 1 weapon skin. They are putting 1 singular weapon skin as a content pack for the Deluxe Edition, Super Deluxe Edition. My bad, the original announcement bounty pack was listed as the Super Deluxe version. Gotcha. Okay, that's fair. Alright, so now we're just talking about the Super Deluxe Edition. So the Deluxe Edition is done. That's all you get. Now the Super Deluxe Edition, you get the Vault Hunter Pack. 2 playable Vault Hunters. 2 new map regions. New story missions and side missions. New gear and weapons. New Vault Hunter cosmetics. New Echo skin cosmetics. So this sounds like the expansion. And this is all with the $130 edition of the game. And then you get more skins. The Ordinate Order pack. You get 4 Vault Hunter skins, 4 Vault Hunter heads, and 4 Vault Hunter bodies. So yeah, this Vault Hunter pack sounds like the expansion. Bro, why would you... First off, I wish they would give dates for this shit. Obviously they're not. But did they say the Vault Hunters pack is gonna be available day 1 or nah? I doubt it. I doubt it. Vault Hunters pack should have been in the base game. My thing is, look, now if it's day 1 content, that's sus as fuck to me. 100%. But if this is its own story entirely and it's just devoid from the main story, right? It's like its own fucking thing. It's like an expansion that this is own story. Then I could at least justify that as DLC. Now to say that that's worth like you paying $130 for it, that's crazy, right? You're saying essentially this, this expansion is worth almost as much as the base game. They should give the piece of crack rock Randy was smoking when he made the pricing scheme. Damn, me and my old homie, we both been gaming for like 40 years. Both hardcore Destiny and Borderlands fans, and we both agree the latest Destiny 2 expansion and Borderlands 4 release is booty butt cheeks and killer guns, bro. I used to really fuck with Borderlands back in the day, but 3 kind of, was the one that's like, oh man, this franchise is going down the gutter. And I always wanted to like Destiny, but um Bungie always ended up doing something that really turned me the fuck off, sadly. I'm gonna get my stupid face from being super red now, tomato red. It's the OLED monitor. It bleeds such vibrant colors that it really just makes me look retarded every time I'm looking at something bright and vibrant. I guess that's one negative to an OLED, right? Alright, so where we at here? So yeah, I just think that Cult Classic Red, I think honestly, Reforge really needs to lay off attacking consumers that have issues with the way these companies conduct themselves. So Powerbomb says it sounds like the Bounty Pack bundle and Vault Hunter bundle are both cut content. Is there details as to what? So now I'm asking for spoilers at this point. That's the thing. Like, so I'm not shitting on people for feeling like the value isn't there, right? But I need to know what content is there to be able to have an honest discussion on if it's cut content or not. It could be, or it may not be. But the thing is, I need like, where's the part that pieces it together? Where like, and at that point, we would be crossing, getting at least close to crossing the line of spoilers. I just want to be sure if we're going to have the conversation, right? I need proof. It could be, or it may not be. I don't know. If it's its own side story and it's different from the main story, then it's like, I can't sit here and say that it's cut content. I can't sit here and say that. Maybe it still could be. I don't know, but I can't. I have to have proof before I go forward and make that assumption. Crimson Cage. Instead of the Crimson Chin, it's the Crimson Cage. Let's go. Does the Ultimate Collector's Edition for $240. It's like at least it's not $140. It's got to be like $240 or some shit if I remember correctly. It doesn't include the game. It's not an Ultimate Collector's Edition because it doesn't even include the fucking game. I'm pretty sure all the extra super deluxe stuff is all cut content. Why would they invest extra dev time when they can just scam us? And I get that too, but and you could feel that way if you want to, but like I need to connect dots. I'm not sitting here telling you that you're wrong. Even in instances where I can't connect dots, I really do feel that way too. But I just want to be sure. You know what I mean? I really just want to be sure. I feel like for sure when it comes to skins, yeah, to me that shit is cut content. Alright. Power Boss, more details, baby. We getting into it tonight. We getting into it all tonight. Let's go. Alright, so we have the deets. We have the deets in a video.
So it's basic.
Alright, so let's read this shit. Let's see what's up, man. Let's do the investigation. Let's bring all the evidence forward and then you guys can decide for yourselves. They said, yes, the Bounty Pack bundle and the individual DLC packs within it, as well as the Vault Hunter pack, are launching alongside Borderlands 4 on September 12th, 2025. That's always bad, bro. That's fucking bad. Yo, son, that's fucking bad. That is never a good thing when you see that. When the DLC launches the same fucking day as the base game, that is always bad. That's nasty. Even if it was, bro, even if it was intentionally made to be DLC, it's always nasty work when it fucking launches alongside the game. That's crazy, dog. Honest, to me, that's why I was asking that earlier. Is it definitively launching alongside the base game? It always comes off as cut content, and people are always, whether it's true or not, it always comes off that way, period. And as game developers, you should know better. You should fucking know better that people are automatically gonna make that assumption. Even if you intended this DLC to be its own story, its own whatever, everyone is going to assume it's cut content. And they have the right to. They have the absolute 100% right to, every single time. So yes, the Bounty Pack bundle and the individual DLC packs within it, as well as the Vault Hunter Pack, are launching alongside Borderlands 4 on September 12, 2025. The Bounty Pack bundle is included in the Deluxe and Super Deluxe editions of the game, according to a Steam community post. The Vault Hunter Pack, which includes new story missions and Vault Hunters, is also part of the post-launch content included in the Super Deluxe edition, excuse me. That's crazy work, bro. So messed up. They know what they're doing. That is so messed up. And there is more. There is more. Ashley is asking an off-topic question, but I believe so, if I'm not mistaken, Ashley. I can't remember for certain. That's an easy Google search though. But there's nothing wrong with that. Movies and video games are two different mediums, so I'm not surprised that they would work together on that. All right, so we got, this is from 9 days ago. Eagle Brava says, Borderlands 4 pre-order breakdown. DLC Vault Hunters confirmed. They don't hate Nintendo. They're just a direct gaming competitor. But what both companies love is money. If they can make it together and walk away with money, they'll do it. All right, so let's see what's up. Borderlands 4 pre-order breakdown. DLC Vault Hunters confirmed from Eagle Brother. Let's see what's up.
Cosmetics. So it's basically getting you 2 brand new storylines, 2 DLC storylines, of course. And they are bringing back DLC Vault Hunters. You're going to start off with your 4, and then you will have 2 extra Vault Hunters, of course, I'm sure, down the road. So that's definitely the package we're going to be running with, man. And that's going to be content that is post-launch. You guys can see for both Bounty Pack Bundle and the Vault Hunter Pack, these 2 right here are more likely going to roll out down the road. It's not going to be right away, which is actually good because it gives us time to really like absorb and digest the main game. And then once, yeah, just like other previous Borderlands games, rolling out DLC at a later date is perfect. So this is what you're getting with the Super Deluxe Edition. Again, $130 for this edition, but it does come with 2 DLC story missions and, of course, 2 new Vault Hunters, new gear.
I wonder how much, so the 2 new story missions as and a side mission, I wonder how much content that even is. Like, imagine you charge almost double the price of the base game for DLCs that each mission is like 2 to 3 hours long each. Crazy work, right?
Or stuff like that. So you guys know we're going to be on top of that, but I'm curious what package you guys are going to be going for. There is a section on the post-launch content you guys can read. I'll put this in the link below, but basically it's going to just kind of dive into each pack. Something that we're not used to, I guess, at this point with Borderlands games. Of course, each story is going to have a new playable Vault Hunter, and you're going to get new weapons, new bosses, new loot, all the above. So that's going to be obviously something that's going to roll out with the DLC. I'm curious to see when those 2 Vault Hunters come out. Obviously, we're going to be running those, but it does look like they're going to be sharing some more details about those story packs and bounty packs once the launch is a little bit closer. So I am excited for that. And then lastly, we have the more to come during Borderlands Fan Fest 21, June 21. So if you guys are tuning in, here are the times that it's going to be on, man. I'm Central Time, so I'll be watching it at 2:30, more likely on June 21st. But we'll kind of break down that. Maybe we'll even stream it, hang out. So if you guys haven't subscribed, man, be sure to sub to the channel. A lot more Borderlands news. We're getting closer to the date, man, so we're going to be cranking this out.
Yeah, he doesn't, like, do you see what the post-launch content is? But so it looks like from this, so they have the new missions, unique bosses. This is post-launch content. Then they're saying this is also post-launch content. 2 new playable Vault Hunters, new story mission and side missions, 2 new map regions. So they're saying that this is post-launch content, and then everything else is either a pre-order bonus or skins. Dude, this is confusing. Now it sounded like some people is wrong. So the Bounty Pack bundle and the individual DLC packs within it, as well as the Vault Hunter pack. So the Bounty Pack. So the Bounty Pack bundle. And the individual DLC packs within it, as well as the Vault Hunter pack. So the Bounty Pack bundle, Vault Hunter pack are launching alongside Borderlands 4 at September 12th, 2025. So they're saying that this is launching day 1. And then this is saying that it's launching post-launch. So somebody's information is wrong, but this looks like the official release. So that's a little bit different now. I'm just trying to get it right, guys. I'm just trying to get it right. So you are literally only getting cosmetics day 1. The Bounty Pack bundle is included. So the Bounty Pack bundle and the individual DLC packs within it, as well as the Vault Hunter pack, launching alongside Borderlands 4. The Bounty Pack bundle is included deluxe, super deluxe editions of the game, according to a Steam community post. So Steam community post, they could be wrong, bro. Yeah, this is something wrong. This is wrong. This shit is wrong. Unless are they saying? Did the developers post it, or was it some fucking hack fraud con man that posted that shit in the Steam community post? Vault Hunter pack, which includes new story missions, Vault Hunters. Bro, the more I look at this, I'm confused. It's also part of the post-launch content. So the Vault Hunter pack, which includes new story missions. Bro.
You're gonna be able to buy the DLC day 1, which releases at a later date.
Yeah.
This is a thing they've done for BL2, BL3 and TPS. Let's not overreact.
Yes. No, absolutely. Benchathan, you are correct. I was foolish enough to buy Borderlands 3, like the super deluxe edition, whatever the fuck it was, day 1. I even have the physical copy that reflects that. Remember when physical copies used to have like the super deluxe version copy that looks sicker than just the base game? Yeah, I appreciate the 5. Yeah, no physical disc, only game key card. Ew. Lowest, I was a fucking stupid bitch. I ain't gonna lie to you, brother. But I also at times, very occasionally, still do this, like the fool that I am. So yeah, there's that too. But I will admit when I fuck up. But also what it's saying here leads motherfuckers to believe that it's more than just being able to pre-order it. This was implying launching alongside Borderlands 4. So that's different than that's different that Benjamin, that's different than just saying it's allowed to be pre-ordered. I'm assuming that this shit is probably coming out at a later date. We'll obviously find out for sure when it comes out. But from what I'm seeing, this seems to be the official like fucking explanation. Available September 12th. Get Super Deluxe Edition to receive the following. And they're saying that the Bounty Pack bundle is post-launch content, and they're also saying the Vault Hunter pack is post-launch content. These are the two packs that include the 4 unique areas, the new missions and unique bosses, and the new playable Vault Hunters, the 2 new playable Vault Hunters, the new story missions and side missions, and the 2 map regions. So like, I have to assume that this is all post-launch content. I think that there's a lot of different information out there, and like, I think people might, honestly speaking, I think people might be a little more just confused.
Given how bad Wonderlands was, don't pre-order anything DLC related until they show enough of it.
Yep.
Same goes for the game. 2 characters have yet to be showcased. Norseman Amorn and Harlow Trout.
Yeah, Benjamin, I feel you on that heavy, bro. Thank you so much for the 10, bro. I feel the same way. Honestly, I just don't think I'll ever play Borderlands 4. I will say I don't, you never know. Maybe in a deep sale, maybe I'll fuck around a little bit. But I doubt that I will ever play the game because it just doesn't look very interesting to me. One last DM. All right, let's see. Let's see what all right, let me see this. So, pre-purchase offer available until launch, after which the Gilded Glory Pack will be available for separate purchase. So they're talking about this one. This will be available for So they're saying that yes, this is a pre-order bonus, but later on you'll be able to buy it as a DLC pack if you want to, which I don't mind that, because say, I'm not buying day one obviously, but say if I buy the game like fucking 4 or 5 years down the line for like, $10, right? I can therefore buy the pre-order bonus. So I think that's a good thing. That's just how I am personally. Like, I've dealt with so many situations where like pre-order bonuses never resurface again. And it's like, what the fuck, bro? Like, really? I think that shit is so whack. So, pre-purchase offer available until launch, after which the Gilded Glory Pack will be available for separate purchase. Base game required. Here's when it gets named. Internet connection required to redeem bonus content. Okay. I get that technically, but it's also kind of lame. So you're probably gonna get it on like a code or whatever. Items will be automatically entitled in game at launch. Terms apply. All right, so here's where the information is. Borderlands 4, the Bounty Pack bundle. So we're talking about this right here. You have 4 unique areas, new missions, unique bosses, and other bullshit. The Borderlands 4 Bounty Pack bundle consists of 4 separate post-launch DLC packs. We are autistically trying to decipher this shit. Do not redeem. The Bounty Pack bundle is included with the Deluxe and Super Deluxe editions of Borderlands 4. The Bounty Pack bundle and the individual DLC packs that make up the bundle will also be available for separate purchase at launch. Okay, so basically, bro, if you have an issue with these with the DLC, you're kind of picky and choosy what you want, what you don't want. You could just, for example, buy the base game, play the base game, then buy each individual pack that you want. Available for separate purchase at launch. Base game required. Exact release timings of each DLC pack will be announced at a later date and will be subject to change. Terms apply. Why are you redeeming? That's how it is, bro. They give you codes and shit. Alright, so Borderlands 4 Vault Hunter pack consists of 2 separate post-launch DLC packs. So this right here So the Vault Hunter pack, they're saying that this will come out at 2 different times. Period. So this is like they'll release one half and then the other half. Basically they're gonna keep this shit going for like the next 4 fucking years. Trunk says the Vault Hunter pack, exact release timings of each DLC pack will to be announced a later
We'll probably
date.
get the base game week after launch, but wait until deep sale, then get DLC. Id. Friends want to play, but don't want to buy DLC.
Yeah, honestly, just wait. Just wait. See if the game is even good first, like the base game, or at least to what you deem something that you want to play, right? And if you really want to play it, then buy it after, people know what the game is about, if it's good or not. Then you play it with your friends, and then you figure out what DLC is actually good and what DLC is actually dog shit. And just pick and choose what specific DLCs you want instead of just spending $130 for what? A bunch of content you might think is dog shit, which will likely be dog shit, to be real with you. But Trunk said thank you so much, Benetton, for the 5. I appreciate you. Trunk said the Vault Hunters pack, exact release timings of each DLC pack is to be announced at a later date. It will be subject to change. Terms apply. Either way, I am passing. Yeah, it's like, what incentive is it to go out of your way to just throw money at something and you don't even know what the fuck comes with it? Like, you have a basic idea, but you don't see exactly what it is. And you're just, you don't know what you're getting, or even if you'll potentially be interested. Paramount says, meaning the Vault Hunters might be worth the whole $30 while the skins may be $1. But by getting the deluxe edition, they're giving you something possibly for free thrown in. Borderlands 4 Vault Hunters pack consists of 2 separate post-launch DLC packs. The Vault Hunters pack is included with Borderlands 4 Super Deluxe Edition. The Vault Hunter pack and the individual DLC packs that make up the bundle will also be available for separate purchase at launch. Base game required. Exact release timings of each DLC pack to be announced at a later date and will be subject to change. So here's the issue that is concerning. It is subject to change. The date, or maybe even the content, terms apply. Online play requires internet connection, so it is a live service game, and crossplay requires shift account. Terms apply. Dude, they're still using that shift account bullshit. Bro, you think I know how to log into my shift account? Are they not better than this at this point? It's insane that the autistic logistics to fit. Yeah, like that's the shame in itself. The fact that we had to sit here for like fucking what feels like almost an hour just to decipher what the fuck is what and when does it come out and what is included. And we had to the fact that we had to go through all of this means that there is something clearly fucking wrong here. You love the shift system, but it's also the shift system isn't bad, but it's like, bro, I'm probably gonna have to make a new account or something. Especially since I'm moving to a different platform. Like, I think on PS4 it would automatically log me in or whatever. I don't remember any of that information. I don't remember any of it at all. I don't think I could figure that out, to be honest with you. That's crazy. You would think it'd be they would have figured out another way to do it that's more in tune with the game itself. So this is a horse armor all over again. It's a mix of horse armor and DLC expansions and maps, and it's a whole bunch of bullshit that honestly you could sync them up. I would have to first log into them properly again, Benjamin. You could send a password recovery for it. Yeah, I would theoretically have to, but yeah, bro, it just seems like, dude, there's a bunch of shit that you might as well just buy the base game and wait to see what comes out, and then buy piece by piece or whatever you think you would like to play, because this shit just looks stupid. And honestly, by the time a lot of this content comes out, instead of paying $130 day one for, content to not come out, maybe you should just say fuck it and wait till a lot of this content comes out and then just buy the whole shebang for a deep discounted price with the complete game. If you think the game isn't complete by any means, who knows? You could be right, you could be wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if Gearbox had maps. Sadly. Something about making pens disappear. I don't know, man. That evasive DRM. Yeah, like honestly, that's a big concern. But to be real with you, I'm gonna take an L on it anyway because I'm getting Mafia, the old country, and I'm not even gonna steal it either. I got it gifted to me. Like I'm gonna play it. You think I built a whole PC just to not fucking play? I built a whole PC for Mafia, the old country. You think I'm not gonna play Mafia, the old country because they got some weird shit going on with the terms of service? I know it's bad judgment, but you have to understand that doing anything other than what I set out to do would be fucking retarded too. So hey, check Humble Bundle. There's a Mafia X Bioshock bundle going at the moment. Dude, if it's cheap, buy it. Those are great games. All together, bunched into one. Fucking fire. I have them all. But they are awesome games. Alright. I'm done with this Borderlands talk. Like, oh my fucking god. I feel dumber. I feel dumber having trying to decipher this bullshit, and I also feel dumber having listened to Reforge. Oh my god. We got Reforge's Papa. We have to save this one for later, bro. We got to save that one for later. Austin says, speaking of games, Cass, you should check out my latest obsession. Eberward? It's a charming little tower defense game. Let me see.
You sure you're up for this?
Alright, let me look it up. Emberward. I see it here. Okay. Emberward. It's early access game. What the hell? This shit looks like Tetris. What the hell? It looks like all sorts of games. Build twisting mazes. What? Oh, this sounds insane. I'm gonna have to look into this later. There's a whole lot going on in that game. And shout out to them. They definitely trying to do some crazy ass shit. It does look addicting. It looks quite interesting. There's a lot going on there. I gotta respect their gangster, man. Apparently Hypno's happy that I got gifted the Dark Tide deluxe abilities bundle. He approves. It does look addicting. Yeah. Oh no, DSP, dude, DSP is fucking hilarious. Cassie, what? Who? Okay, crazy. All right, so next up, I don't even know what's next up. Oh, we do got this. You know what? Let's handle this first. Let's handle this first because this is a title discussion. We gotta go into a whole other thing now too. Oh my god. So I had to do some research for this because I didn't quite know what was going on and I was really confused. I ended up watching Alex's video, kind of, deciphering this, and I watched the first Harmful Opinions video on this. So shout out to them. Shout out to Harmful Opinions. The first video he made definitely broke some things down. But this one right here, I Hate Pirate Software. Shout out to him. Video's doing real well. Both of them are doing really well. But
it's follow-up time already.
So this whole situation revolves around Pirate Software, who is a game developer slash streamer. And I've actually, I remember I would watch quite a few of his Twitch streams. Well, technically his YouTube streams. I started watching him on Twitch, and then I moved over to just watching him on YouTube. Yeah, when I was at work, I would watch a decent amount of his streams, not consistently, mind you. Um, but he would be live during the time I was at work, so it was convenient. And I thought he was a pretty decent streamer. He was knowledgeable. He's interesting, and he had some really good takes on gaming. And I've recently been hearing a lot of rumblings that he's been on some fuck shit lately, and it's actually kind of shocking because it's like he's not the one I would expect it from. He usually tends to have a pretty level head on a lot of shit, but it seems as though a lot of fuck shit that he's been up to revolves. First off, the first thing that was crazy was that people were shitting on him for talking to Asmongold, and he kind of kowtowed to the people bitching about that, which that in itself is kind of sad. Like the fact that you have to feel sorry for talking to another streamer, even if you don't necessarily agree on some things, and having a conversation like an adult, and just kowtowing to fucking children that are literally crying. They were talking to Asmongold. Like that was retarded. This guy seems like a snake potentially. So that was like one of those where I was like, really, dog? You really had to. It happens to us all at some point. We all have our triggers. Needs to play Dark Tide. But what has really made people really look at Pirate Software, his name is Thor, like sideways, is essentially his take on a petition. It's an EU petition. I'm gonna bring this up real quick so that. And this EU petition is called Stop Killing Games. And Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. An increasing number of video games are sold effectively as goods with no stated expiration date, but designed to be completely unplayable as soon as support from the publisher ends. This practice is a form of planned obsolescence. I don't even know if I said that right, and it is not only detrimental to customers, but makes preservation effectively impossible. Furthermore, the legality of this practice is largely untested in many countries. And this is something that we talk about quite often in regards to game preservation. I constantly bring the vast majority of video games are not available commercially. We have a lot of live service games. Thor's his actual middle name. Got you. There's a lot of live service games that, the plug is pulled and that's it. All you have is your memories and, whatever you recorded. And that kind of shit, that's sad that you can't revisit these games, later on. Join us in Dark Tide indeed, Cassio. I got to. Obsolescence. Ah, there we go. You guys are teaching me English now. W. Delisting also robs us from games too. Absolutely, delisting is an issue. Especially now, there's two types of delisting. There's a delisting in which new people cannot buy, and then there's the delisting that makes people that have already purchased the material cannot access this material later on. I can understand delisting so that new people can't buy it. As fucked up as it is, it just, it is what it is. But to take a game, essentially rip a game out of the hands of someone who purchased it, that's very concerning. And Stop Killing Games is a petition that basically is trying to create law to essentially protect consumers' purchases, and also to preserve the entertainment that is created. So they're about 56% of the way there to this signed, to the goal of this signed petition, which is a lot. A lot of people clearly do care about this. And essentially, if one country can manage to make this legal precedent go through, then essentially it would have to be taken into account for all, the game across the world. You tell them, Granny Cass? Oh my gosh. Now, do I understand the sentiment of stop killing games? Absolutely. And I think that theoretically it's a good thing, right? But also the libertarian in me is like, I don't want legality to control, how games are made. So that's the part of me that's like, okay, this is a little bit concerning, but I do like the sentiment here. And I think that this is a good thing because we see a lot of games that are not accessible anymore. People buy DLC. People, invest in these games, and then later on, they can never go back to play them again. Granny Cass knows best is crazy. So that's something. Yeah, ultimately I usually want less government involved. So naturally I look at this kind of like skeptical, even if it's a good premise in terms of what it wants. But we also know that good laws or good even good inventions are used sadly sometimes with the worst intentions. But I get it. And I would like to see these games be preserved as much as possible. So that's pretty much what is being introduced. It is a petition to create legislation to preserve entertainment, to protect the consumer's purchasing power, which is something that is not really established. Every generation, it's like our purchasing power is ripped from us, and these games are more expensive than ever, and most of them are becoming like, server based fucking games that once they do pull the plug, could be the end of it, and that's a problem. And there's no security there. That's the problem. There's no security, and these companies don't feel entitled to promise you any security with any game that you purchase. And this is why the response is making these petitions and trying to bring law to force these companies to protect your what you've bought from them. And it's sad that it has to come to this, but I understand the sentiment. European consumers' laws are actually pretty solid. Yeah. I do see quite a few examples of that, Nick. That is a fact. So, from what I know, when it comes to Pirate Software, from what I've been told, he has apparently misframed the entire point of this petition entirely. That's what I've seen. He's essentially alluded to stuff like the main argument he made to have a complete to be 100% against this petition, against this this legislation being brought forward, is based upon a lie. He's saying that this entire fucking petition is created in order to essentially force live service games to be essentially redeveloped, or a whole other side of it to be developed so that it has a single player attachment to it. And that's literally not what's being said at all. Nick says, yes, sadly true, Cass. The more digital things become, the more we are stripped away from our rights. When even tractors or printers can be soft locked, when the manufacturer feels like, yeah, shit like that is insane. I'll see what's up, man. We are really behind, though, man. We're gonna have to save funnies for Tuesday. But PR has completely made the initiative something into what it's not. Yes. So that's the issue with Pirate Software. He is essentially misframed. Pirate Software has essentially misframed the entire initiative, and he's been thoroughly called out for it. So we have Harmful Opinions here, who has made a second video proclaiming his hatred of Pirate Software. And I don't hate him. I just want him to be honest and at least accept that he was completely wrong, because the way he represented this initiative was 100% wrong. To either come clean and admit that, hey, I misframed this, um, or to just, fucking shut the fuck up about it. But he keeps defending, trying to defend
Pirate
himself.
Software sided with the billion-dollar companies because he's a Blizzard dev at heart and will always lie if it makes him money. He is arrogant.
So, I will say it has to be more than that, Devastator. Alex brought up a project that he's involved in that is like a live service something. So that at least makes more sense. Like, just because his roots are Blizzard roots doesn't mean that that's the reasoning for like why he's acting the way he's acting. He has to be invested in something right now that is that if this goes through, theoretically he feels like he would have to change something about what he's currently invested in. And obviously, I can understand the idea of not wanting the rug pulled out from under you. But I don't know the details of that. Maybe he's scared of that, or just be honest about that. Just say, bro, I have something going on right now that if this goes through, essentially it rips the rug right from under me and the game that I'm involved with, blah, blah, blah. At least I can understand your perspective on that, even if I think that, obviously your opinion is based on your, like, not, it's based upon what's better for you and not better for everyone else. And he's not being honest about that. But usually Pirate Software has pretty based pro-consumer takes. Up until this point, from everything I've seen from Pirate Software, he's been the type of guy that, he's a game developer, that he's and a streamer. So he understands the game development perspective, and he's able to communicate that to the average gamer that watches him. But he always usually had a pretty pro-consumer and reasonable opinion on a lot of things too. For a while, for a long time, it seemed as though he understood like gamers and consumers in the gaming space. So it was very weird to hear this, rumblings of what was going on with him. So it seems as though something became personal here, and all of a sudden he's doing something completely 100% out of character, the character that he's held to for a long time now. Lindo says, sometimes we go to new games because we can't play the old games. It could be just that. He doesn't want the consumers to have the power to preserve, mod, improve games with their own servers, which is crazy because like it's just weird. It's out of character for him. It's very out of character for him. May I point out, Pirate Software may be wrong, however, it's not his decision. People have to sign the petition. Absolutely. But if he's deliberately misframing, like, you have to understand, this dude has a huge following. This dude's following is fucking insane. What he said, like, if he would have been honest about the petition itself, he likely would have convinced a fuck ton of people to actually go and sign that petition if they live in the EU. Whereas him completely misframing the petition, obviously is going to discourage, like, his intention was to discourage anyone from even signing it. So yeah, hold on one sec. I'm just going to get a soda real quick, and then we're going to watch this video. But I definitely wanted to give a lot of context to that, because it is confusing and it's weird and it's really fucking out of character for Thor. This is why it makes it so noticeable that he's being deliberately, from what I've seen, nefarious, or he's just thinking for himself and not for the greater good. Ziggy keeps meowing at me. And it's like, bro, you're just sleeping. You notice I get up, so you're just like, meow, meow, meow. Like, no, bro, I'm not giving you treats. You can get the treats later. Maybe WoW floated him some money. Maybe, who knows? Palms greased. Pirate even said he deliberately tell people not to sign the petition, and he did say that, Battle Puppy. He did. Sofa King says, yeah, but if you're passionate enough about people would do their own research, in my opinion. It's hard to make someone passionate about something that's been misframed to be bad. You know, it's like how do you say, like, how do I relate this without using a food analogy? Because that's just whack. Like, for example, it's just generally hard to get someone to leave a positive review, right? If you just think that this shit is like milk toast as fuck, this is just bullshit. Yeah, whatever. You just ignore it, right? Or if is this just kind of what you expect, you just kind of ignore it, like, whatever, it's just to be expected. You know? I don't think anyone's enraged about this. About the petition itself. So they're just gonna kind of like sweep it to the side. Nothing gets someone to respond more than making them pissed about something. And maybe I'm doing a really bad job of explaining this or relating this to the topic. So I'm not really gonna dive too much into it. But that's definitely something I noticed. Because bro, when something is fucked up, like if your food makes me almost throw up, I'm quick to go leave a fucking review on your shit and say that your fucking food is ass, right? Nothing really gets people to respond more than being angry about something. More often than not. Hey, was that drink from the fridge? Yes, refrigerator Sasquatch, yes. But without further ado, let's jump into the video. We got harmful opinions. I hate pirate software so much. This is the second video. I hope I've given enough context so that we can watch the second video. And let's jump into it, man.
It's follow-up time already, because Pirate Software has decided to continue actively being a silly little boy. He has made a couple of statements and, for once, not deleted them. Been reading through all the posts against me over my stance on the Stop Killing Games initiative. That sounds really exhausting. You should watch my video. I just talk about your conduct and rhetoric, and incidentally have to mention your stance. Tons of people calling me a liar or that I misrepresented the initiative, 'cause you are, and you did. We'll get to his strategy of dodging this.
Dude, more than just that, like I've been saying, it's completely out of character for him to come out like this. It just goes against everything that he's consistently said and done over at least the time that I've known him.
Soon.
Crazy, bro.
Also, lots of content creators dogpiling on this to get their pound of flesh. Boo-hoo. Invoking the language of harassment. Dogpiling you. They're covering a guy who was trying to get attention for his take negatively. But it was 10 months ago. If one of your old videos popped off because people loved it, you wouldn't be crying. Let's dig into what I actually did and said. Don't worry, buddy. We will. I put out two videos on August 6th and August 7th, 2024. Now, that's true, but he also did a lot more than that. He has actually talked about it on stream a bunch of times. Here he is with the page up on the 19th of July. And we know he also streamed about it sometime after July 31st, because Accursed Farms has clips of Pirate Software reacting to a video that was released on July 31st.
And another thing that makes him look guilty too is getting rid of streams, you know, clips, and even tweets. So that's something else that he's done too. Whenever you do that, it's kind of hard to look innocent in the eyes of people that see you removing information that could give better context to the situation. Sofa King says if people want this petition signed instead of going after pirate software, people should explain what the petition is and explain how people in the EU could sign it. And that's fair too. But we're giving, like, for example, you know, I'm trying to give context to the situation to inform people of what this petition is, and the whole subject matter really in itself is confusing. Like, I was confused. I had to do research before this stream just to make sure that I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Like I don't like to bring something up here that is a little complicated. Like, normally things I could watch without context, right? And it's like, we're going to discover together, or I'm the dummy in the room and you guys are the smart ones that know everything, right? I don't mind being the dummy that doesn't know anything, and I'm here to learn and discover with you guys. But this is more complicated. This is where I had to like really kind of do, a little looking into and shit. And so that's where it's like a little bit crazy, but um unfortunately, like, we have to correct a lot of false information. I have no idea what the petition is fighting for. Well, I mean, I did actually bring up the petition itself and read the title the headline that basically gives a basic explanation of it. Obviously, if it's something that does interest you, I will post it for you. So we did read this to give you some context here. But if you do want to do more research on your own, you're more than welcome to. But we did read the first paragraph that pretty much summarizes the general situation of why this initiative exists and how they're trying to test it by hopefully making this petition more than just a petition and a potential law to be implemented. If I can actually, hold on, let me bring this over to the side here so I can actually post this for you guys to check out if you so want to. This is the website. If you're in the EU, you could sign it. And they're looking to get a million signatures, to which they have already over 500,000. So they're more than halfway there. If you think it's important to you, hey, do what you feel like you want to do. And if you think that there's something wrong with it, hey, man, shout out to you. But I do think generally it's a good initiative, but I am weary of the general idea of making this shit like law. Generally, I'm a little weary about that, but I do think that the sentiment in itself is actually a good thing. So there's that. Stellar Cheeks on the desktop based. Yeah, no problem, guys. Obviously, if you guys don't, I want to give you as much information as I can, especially if you're intrigued by it. But to continue on with Pirate Software specifically, yeah, he's just deleted a lot of context that really helps people get the wholehearted take, everything in regards to his take on the situation.
This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
In my previous video, I said I couldn't
And
find
that's
that
not
and
good. That's not good too when this is something like he's making it feel like it's imperative, very much super imperative to oppose this. And it's like this makes people even more concerned and wanting to do more research into why you so vehemently oppose this, this initiative. When it's something that normally, due to Thor's history, is something that he would probably support usually. Like, Stop Killing Games initiative, like he finds, like he's a developer. Like, if you're a developer that appreciates the history of gaming, like, why would you not want to go to means to preserve gaming and protect consumers?
It, but now I can confirm
especially
that
when he's gone. This dude has gone out of his way to explain like so many consumer issues around gaming, like why piracy exists, why it's justifiable in some instances, how to alleviate it. He's shown examples of his own game releases on how to alleviate piracy in countries that literally rely on it to indulge in entertainment. Chaos Pirate Software is a character that he's playing. Now Thor's real persona has been seen. And I get that. And to be fair, I feel like it does come off a little comical-ish. But from what I know, this is weird. And maybe you're right. Maybe he was playing a character this whole time. But it's kind of crazy to see him literally fall apart like this and die on this hill. That from everything that I've seen from him, he would be the one to champion this thing.
Absolutely did delete it, alongside the other streams he was talking about it around that time.
I went through the Reddit for their initiative for that, and there were a number of posts in there that were people saying we should keep baiting him and attacking him, because if we do that, he'll keep talking about it, and then more people will sign the initiative. They were planning that shit. And those threads are still there. They're still up. People are still talking about that shit on there. So instead of that, I just deleted all the VODs where we were talking about it.
Really, bro? Really? What the fuck? That was his excuse for deleting the VODs, talking about the situation? Oh, because it might influence people to go and sign the petition? Who would be disincentive? Who would be manipulated by Redditors? That's insane. The mindset, that justification. Nah, I'm not believing that shit at all.
I kept my videos up and I walked away.
Who knows what was said to thousands and thousands of people on those live streams? What we know he did say, though, is counter to the image of himself he's trying to present. Right now, he wants to portray himself as the level-headed guy, beleaguered by rude trolls, when his now hidden VODs showed he was talking like this.
Eat my entire ass. That the level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours.
Let's dig into what I actually did and said. He says from a throne of deleted.
Yo, like, my thing is he's so strongly against this. Like, what is the personal reason? Like, what is the complete whole justification for his, his strong, just vitriol of this petition? It's so crazy to me. Like, it's definitely personal interest involved here from what I'm seeing. There has to be a financial angle for his opposition, because for him to be so strongly against this like this, it's just so fucking like off. It's so off for him. It's like clearly there's some financial shit that you got going on that this is why you stand this way.
VODs. He continues and says many people have not watched the videos he made. Yeah, and even fewer have had the chance to look through those VODs you deleted to see what you were telling thousands and thousands of people. Anyway, many people have not watched them and are just calling me a liar or attacking my character. Who? Throbbing Pepe69 on Twitter? Monetization on these videos is disabled, so no, this is not some ploy to increase revenue. That is an insane thing to have to defend yourself against, and he really doesn't have to. But if he does, it serves to characterize his detractors, right? This is the kind of person he's dealing with, he has to say that. I just care about this subject and have rightful concerns as a person working in this space. I wouldn't have anything to say, but he had to say rightful, i.e. justified concerns, didn't he? Bro, one of your takes was that you're scared that if SKG is successful, the government's gonna enslave game devs who've made live service games and force them to work on it forever.
I don't want the government telling indies that they have to have their live service game stay online forever. I don't want that. Nobody wants that. But when you're talking about a legal setting to force people to do this, you're generally moving in that direction.
This guy wants to talk about delusional perspectives, while seriously floating the idea that there's a chance the EU would legislate to make it so that if you're an indie dev and make a live service game, that's it. That's your life now. Get in the server maintenance cage. He then moves on to tell us what he actually said in his...
Yeah, like none of what is presented with the petition really even takes that stance or states any of that shit. He just gave it away, games stay online forever. But the thing is that, like, the petition itself does not, like, even say that that has to be, like, that has to be the case. Huge conflict for money, because, like, what the initiative is stating is to have the game forever be in a playable state for you know, to secure the, you know, the user's purchase, can always be accessible in the future, right? But it doesn't say that the game has to be live forever, like online. It's just saying, hey, like basically the user, since they purchased a good, should be able to at any point boot up that good. That's the point, and be able to play that good. Not necessarily having to be online. Giving people the ability to host it themselves forever after the company abandoned the game. And my thing is like he's the thing, but that's not even his position. His position is he has a problem because like he's the law, he's misframing this initiative to basically make it law that an indie team has to care for this game for their entire existence, which is not realistic, and it's not the point that this is being introduced. I think, I don't know if TTS broke, but shout out to Devastator for the 2. Said could release the SDK like Valve did for Team Fortress 2. Let me see. I'm confused about what is the SDK? I don't know all the acronyms and shit, so I can't really say. Shout out to Miss Bella, who's been a member for 14 months. Oh my gosh, it's been so long. Said, it's super late and I have cats pestering me. Hey, shout out to the kitty cats. Time to head off to bed. Enjoy the little gift. Wait, did you gift me something on Steam? Everyone have a great night and weekend. Hold on. I don't want to send you off and Miss Bella did gift me a gift. Oh my gosh. Stop this, Miss Bella. Stop this. Let me see. Rapuka's Idle Island, a cozy idle game that sits anywhere on your desktop. Oh shit. Watch the frog cut grass, upgrade his tools, and decorate the island while you work or relax. I don't have anything like this. That's actually kind of interesting. I might have to. Miss Bella, it's totally cool. That sounds like little silly little, little nice thing on the side there. Miss Bella says, just a cute frog on his little island, cutting his grass and sleeping. Very chill little game to throw on while doing other stuff on the computer. Enjoy. Thank you so much, Miss Bella. That's so nice of you. I appreciate it. That sounds cute as hell. I appreciate that. Thank you. Miss Bella, have a great, safe weekend. Much love to you and the gatos. Have a good one. Nighty night. Much love. Oh, the software development kit. I got you. Oops, wrong one. Gotta get going. All right, appreciate you, Alchemy. Have a good night. Things to do before bed. Have a great rest of the stream. See you all Tuesday for funnies. Hell yeah, Alchemy. Have a great, safe weekend. Much love to you. And, have a good one. Have a good night. Sounds like the paperclip assistant that used to be on Windows. True. So, shout out to Devastator for the 2 says, could release the software development kit like Valve did for Team Fortress 2. That's always an option too, at least that it stays, alive that way. If that, the thing is, now with the law, is that an applicable option for what they're trying to introduce? Would that clear the developers of any future obligation, right? Because that could easily be an option too, for sure. Anyone remember Clippy? I'm not too sure, but... Alright, let's continue.
His first video. As with his claim that he made 2 videos, all of this technically true, but that's not all that was in the video. He has chosen to omit the #1 misrepresentation he made. Accurate statements don't cancel out misrepresentations unless they are directly addressing that misrepresentation. If I made a video where I said, Pirate Software killed my dog, and he's a game developer, people get mad and I respond and I say, well, here's what I actually said. I just thought people should know that Pirate Software is a game developer. That's not countering the hate. That's lying by omission. If you want detail on the misrepresentation, check out my last video. There's
Hey, he's not lying. The law would enforce it to be given out once the company abandoned the game. Yep, that would be the way to keep it alive. Or at least someone to make it accessible. Id Software always released the source code of their games after a while. That ensured source ports kept the games alive. Fire.
something else I want to look at here. Pirate Software says, I also harshly critique Ross Scott's wording in his videos because they disparage the lawmaking process and lawmakers, which doesn't benefit players or this movement in any way. Multiple problems with this. Some of what Pirate Software said in his video could be construed as a critique of his wording, but in addition to that form of critique, Pirate Software also mischaracterized what was simply Ross describing why it could work, explaining a state of affairs that would exist regardless, as if it were Ross's tactic, his strategy to push it through.
If you're going to be setting precedent, if you're going to be putting forward something that you want to start a conversation to eventually become legislation, and these are the reasons for it, not only can I not agree with the initiative, but I can't agree with you. And I think that the tactics that you're using here are really disgusting.
What the fuck is he talking about? Like, bro, he literally sounds like the person that started this initiative put a gun to someone's head and made demands for this shit. Like, that didn't happen at all. Yeah, it's like, why is he so vitriolic to this petition? Could he even explain why? Dude, it's wild. Like, I can understand the basic premise of like, hey, I generally don't want lawmakers to dictate gaming. Like, I understand that. I can relate to that. That's one of the first things that he brought up way before he got into the intricacies, right? Just like the same way, oh my god, my voice sucks. But just like the same way I was like, look, you know, the Activision, you know, purchase thing with Microsoft, like, I was saying how I'm concerned, generally speaking, with consolidation in gaming. Generally, that's not really a good thing. But at the same time, too, something potentially good could come about that, right? With them, you know, having acquired Activision, getting rid of Bobby Kotick, straightening out, potentially rebuilding these franchises, straightening out these development teams, getting rid of all the fuck shit people that are involved. Like, there was positives to it, but with the reality that consolidation could be obviously a bad thing. It's the same thing with this situation, right? There's some really good things that could come of this petition that becomes law, potentially could become law. Like, hey, you know, games will be preserved. People's purchases will forever be validated, and protected, right? That those are positive things. But there's also that like, yeah, I'm a little bit concerned with, you know, like gaming being, you know, going to lawmaking process and you know, like having government control gaming. That is a general concern I have. Like, there's nothing like me having this strong hatred or like whatever of this specific thing. Like, no, I understand the precedent. He either like he pretend at this point he's so strong on this opinion, he can't even pretend that he's misunderstanding it. He's so fucking strong and he can, like, he's given up that possibility. Like, if you stand this strongly and then you say, well, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the conversation that we were having, like, get the fuck out of here. Tomato, tomato, tomato. Fuck you. I feel like he might be related to Hassan Piker. Oh, man. If there's some MMO, if they got community modded, overhauled with free servers, companies would lose a lot because the player base won't move on. That too, absolutely. Or there's the sentiment of, now, see, this is where it becomes a little weird. Say the situation in which, like, for example, there's a bunch of game developers, like, I don't want to say game developers, I think they're modders. It's been a long time since I've looked into this, that are trying to essentially recreate PlayStation Home. And what the initiative that has taken place is that people have been sending their purchase history or what data that they have from making, like, you know, getting stuff in PlayStation Home back in the day and sending it to these modders so that they can recreate all the items that are in PlayStation Home. And they're essentially, you know, working painstakingly with all these little details and intricacies to bring back PlayStation Home in its entirety. And so, like, now imagine a situation in which, like, hey, there's no access to PlayStation Home anymore. PlayStation will not bring it back. PlayStation has no intention of making a sequel. But PlayStation, for example, maybe notices that they're reinventing PlayStation Home, and then PlayStation sends out a cease and desist order because, hey, we don't want this these modders taking away from interaction with our latest live service project. That has nothing to do with PlayStation Home. This law that would theoretically be like put into put into action, or this law being legislated could basically tell Sony, no, Sony, go fuck yourself. You didn't want to keep PlayStation Home alive. These guys do. Fuck you. So that I think is also a great thing too, because there's a lot of cease and desist orders that are put out to genuine fans of these projects, these fan-made projects, that these companies shouldn't be allowed to stop, especially if they're not doing anything on their, to preserve this entertainment in their own right. Who knows? It could be that stuff too. There's a lot of precedent that could be considered and discussed from this petition alone, and it already is. Yo, shout out to Xavier with the gifted membership. Thank you so much, my guy. Let me give you a shout out, bro.
Can't resist the heat. Where shadows meet.
Yo, shout out to you, dog. How far are we from tier 1 at this point? Let me see. So we're at like a little over 200 from what I'm seeing here. We had and that's just on YouTube. On Kick it's +5 because Volk dude subscribed, and then on Rumble +2. So we're a little over 200. 300 is for Scooby Goon Gold tier 1. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Shout out to Arctic, who's been a member for 3 months. Appreciate you, my guy. So there's a lot of interesting stuff being implemented here. Might actually give the emulator community a strong case. Exactly. That'd be interesting for sure. That would be interesting as hell for sure. I don't know, after reading the petition, I'm skeptical. This would require the companies to do patchwork, and that might cost millions. Now, here's the thing too. So, if this act is implemented, maybe it could be look, all the games that existed, they existed before this game, before this law. So now, from here on out, future game releases have to adhere to this law. Could be that too. Shout out to Devastator for the 2. Says, Cass, this law would give Nintendo a kick in the cunt. Shout out to you, Rob. Appreciate you. That's a classic, baby.
He called
That's
Ross's
a throwback.
description of how things are disgusting tactics. When it's not something he's doing, it's something he's describing that would be in play regardless of the gaming-related initiative being proposed. Correct or not, it's what he believes. If he decided not to say that when he thinks it's the case, for the purpose of providing a different appearance of his campaign, that would be disingenuous.
With the
So it's
StreamYard shit. Hold on, let me go back a little bit. I'm a little confused with this right here.
description of how things
The initiative, but I can't agree with you. And I think that the tactics that you're using here are really disgusting.
He called Ross's description of how things are disgusting tactics. When it's not something he's doing, it's something he's describing that would be in play regardless of the gaming-related initiative being proposed. Correct or not,
crazy.
it's what he believes. If he decided not to say that when he thinks it's the case, for the purpose of providing a different appearance of his campaign, that would be disingenuous. So it's not a tactic. But as far as disgusting goes, why does he think it's disgusting? He doesn't make that perfectly clear in the video, but his recent Twitter post explains, as we already saw,
That
that he
is
says he
such a
critiqued
weird-
the wording because it disparages the lawmaking process and lawmakers, because it doesn't benefit the movement, and he says just players. It's bad for all players. This is very, very strange to me.
Dude, this is fucking cope, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? You're literally arguing against players' own best interest right now. I could at least understand like the game developer issue and being like, bro, like this sets a weird precedent for game developers, but you're intentionally arguing against players' own best interest at this point. That is weird as fuck. The way that he's trying to justify like his stance and how strong his stance is, fucking retarded.
To me, because before Ross put out that video where he explains why he thought the initiative could succeed, Pirate Software had discussed Stop Killing Games and had a few words of his own to say about the government.
The moment you have the government step in and try to regulate this shit, it's going to be awful. If you think the government can manage anything, anything, you haven't been around long enough.
Okay, I understand this general sentiment. I understand, right? But he's not breaking down like how fucked up this could be, right? I generally get like, hey, you know, when government, you know, I mean, just look at every institution of government. It's bad, but this isn't necessarily. We're not talking about an institution of government. That's not what we're talking about here. You could point at welfare. You could point at the education system. You could point at all these systems within government are fucking horrible. That's a fact. But also as well, like, we're not talking about institutions, and there are laws that are actually do help things, right? And people argue that in Japan, for example, like the amount of laws, rules, and the regulations they have, while they may be heavy in nature, keep like their livelihood, their life orderly, right? Laws, you know, while I want generally less law, I'm not going to sit here and say that all laws are bad. That's not true. Benjathan says, you're misunderstanding, Cass. It's very obvious the point he's making. He's the only player that matters. Oh, man. It's only weird for developers that actively want to fuck us with live service bullshit. Games so they can get deleted for all I care. And I think that is the main issue that this law wants to address. Now, maybe it has to be further amended to add like very specific stipulations, but it's not even a law yet. It's not even a proposed law yet. It's a petition to propose a law. So it's like, obviously, this has to be legally presented in a way that you know, obviously addresses very specific issues. And I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. And look, it's the libertarian in me that's like, I feel him on some of this shit, but it's also the preservationist, like the entertainment preservationist in me, and the consumer rights person in me that's saying like, bro, like maybe there's a good point to this, to trying to propose this. He's not wrong. I think that there's a vagueness to what Thor is saying that makes what he's saying, like, on the surface, he's not wrong, right? On surface level, he's not wrong with what he's saying, but he's specifically very vague, which is like the main concern here. And with what he said in terms of framing this specific petition, he's framing it, and when he's choosing to misframe it, and his misframing is very specific, but yet, like, oh my god, what this law could do, it is like, no, it's not specific. So it's like he's very wishy-washy on the subject matter. Yes, there's always risk. Once government gets involved, it gets even worse than it was before. And that is obviously something that I will say that can be very true as well, Nick. That's why actual gamers have to directly be involved in making it a law, not letting politicians alone do it. What if he's trying to save us from the worst possible outcome? The return of Concord? Bro, if that would be like his if that eventually becomes his like cop out punchline, I would say forgive him. I'm just saying, like, if he's like, bro, I went too far. Let me save this Titanic shipwreck. Bro, I'm just trying to alleviate the return of Concord, brother. That's all. I would say, let's just turn away and ignore this. Concord coming back would be a weird time, live facts. SKG did an interview with Side Scrollers a month or two ago. I think one of the potential solutions that he mentioned was simply for devs to give an end of life date for their games, and that would be interesting too. At least you're buying upon the reality that you have a specific date when this game is coming to an end. And if you choose by buying it, you choose to accept that at this date you will no longer be able to have access to this content, right? That makes sense. Because at least you know when this shit is over. And if you want to indulge in a game that, hey man, this shit could be over, this shit is gonna be over at this date, then that's on you. That's your money that you're choosing to spend, and knowing the situation. Watchmen, big bad guy actually saved the day situation. Since video games are valid culture, there has to be strong emphasis on culture preservation. When this is turned into a law, which is basically the main reason its initiative is started. And a lot of people, obviously I'm one of those that don't want law involved in gaming, but I also look at the reality that game preservation is this is the biggest L of our lifetime. Like, people are choosing to commit to people are willfully choosing to break laws to preserve the entertainment medium that we love. Where people are actively committing, they're committed to breaking law because they value this entertainment medium and they want to preserve it. This is unprecedented how ridiculous the situation is with game preservation. And it's so bad that I don't know what the answer is, but currently, as it is now, game preservation is probably the biggest failure in gaming right now. I don't even think anything else is close. And that's kind of a shame.
Legitimately, that is a terrifying prospect. Letting the government get into video games is a terrible goddamn idea. Awful idea. You need to get through a couple more presidents before you realize that shit.
Now, this is where I have a problem with him. He's talking down to his audience. Piracy is great. It's important. Slimy. Like, so he's talking down to his audience like they don't know shit and that they're stupid. Right? So how he's talking to his audience is the problem here. But then also, look at his mannerisms. Like, this shit, it's so fucking weird, bro.
Legitimately, that is a terrifying. If you think the government can manage anything, you haven't been around long enough. Legitimately.
Like, if you're telling your audience you don't know what the fuck you want, and then you're purposely being vague with trying to explain to them, like you're deliberately being disrespectful, telling them, hey, you don't know what the fuck you want, and then your explanation to try and support what you're saying to them is deliberately vague in nature, something is off with what you are saying. You should have like all the warning signs pop up, like fucking like in Metal Gear with the exclamation point sound. Like, that's when motherfuckers should be like, huh? Aren't you you're the game dev dude that constantly, is informing gamers of situations that arguably they have no understanding of because they aren't game developers, right? He's good, and I know for a fact he's very good at explaining shit to his audience because he's done it before, many times before, and he's really good at it, but he's refusing to do that here. So obviously I'm going to look at him sideways. Yo, visual walkthrough, what's good, my man? What's up, Scooby Cat? Been awake for 10 minutes, turned on YouTube, and you're the first person I see, bro. We've been at it for 6.5 hours, and we're not done yet.
That is a terrifying prospect. Letting the government get into video games is a terrible goddamn idea. Awful idea. You need to get through a couple more presidents before you realize that shit. That is an awful direction. Keep the government out of games. No thank you.
Wait, is this his real position? Or is it just another fake one he thought would be more effective in the moment? And this is the guy we're supposed to now believe is concerned about the disparagement of lawmakers. Seriously though, he was kinda based in this stream. Bit hypocritical because apparently he doesn't consider government force being used to protect intellectual property as the government being in games. Wonder why. But check this out.
If you want to petition a studio to then have that game released as a live service game with private servers on the outside, you go right ahead. You get the government involved, I am not on your side. I am not on your side even a little bit. Government can stay the hell out of game. As a live service game if you want to petition a studio to then have that game released as a live service game with private servers on the outside, you go right ahead.
Well, why aren't you going to be honest in saying that likely this developer / company just wouldn't give a fuck? What power? Look, here's the thing. What power does a petition have? In the grand, there is millions of petitions out there for all sorts of shit. There's a petition for every goddamn thing under the sun. Was it petitions.org or something like that? There's so many petitions under the sun. What power does a petition really have in the grand scheme of things? So, like, he's saying, hey, do this one extremely useless thing in this scenario where a mega corporation or any corporation or any company or any game developer can simply just ignore its existence. Yeah, change.org. Thank you, Lowest. Like, a corporation, a company, a developer that is trying to sell your product or has already sold your product has zero obligation to listen to a petition. Whereas, whether you want to be honest about it or not, or whether it's true that it happens or not, lawmakers are supposed to be obligated with being representatives of you, the body of people of their government, right? They are elected officials in the countries that we're talking about for the most part, right? It's their obligation to listen to the voice of the people that put them in the positions of power that they're in, right? Yes, exactly. There are representatives. So there should be some obligation to listen to the concerns of the people that put them there. Whereas, I didn't put the, fucking Larry, Moe, and Curly in the game development chair. They don't necessarily have to fucking listen to me, right? Like, there's a difference there. Power Boss, thanks so much for hanging out with us, brother. Have a good night. Have a great, safe weekend. He's saying just do it on your own, but companies hunt these servers down and end them. So that's like just a really bad take, because he knows that is expecting a company to listen to a petition is like screaming into a fucking abyss.
You get the government involved, I am not on your side. I am not on your side even a little bit. Government can stay the hell out of games. Yeah, I told you before, I'm not a fan of the government. There's a reason for that shit. Keep them out of games. Stay out of games. No.
All right. While I generally agree with the sentiment, he just sounds like a criminal.
They can't manage shit. They've never been able to manage shit. I don't want them in games. You don't want them in games.
If he's not lying about his feelings here, then literally everything else he's said is a deception. Every last thing he said in his videos, every last thing he's saying in tweets, totally disingenuous. He would be arguing against it no matter what, because his real problem is any government involvement whatsoever. The arguments he's presenting are just whatever he can scrabble for without having to let you know he's this cucked bitch libertarian too scared to state his real position. Unless it's a few hours deep in a stream.
All right, bro. All right, but got a problem with libertarians now, all of a sudden? Or is this just very specifically with you? I don't know. I didn't like that energy right there. I'm just saying. I ain't like that energy from Harmful too much. I'm going to let it slide. But, there is this retarded opinion that people believe that libertarians are centrists, which is not at all the case. They have positions. It just depends on the topic of discussion. Let the skull talk. I don't know, bro. Yeah, I think that's maybe what he meant, Nick. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Lindo says there's WoW servers dedicated to old servers with modded content to improve the quality. These aren't new, but it's not a lot of terms of service, so you will get clapped. That sucks. That's trash. Yo, Chartar, what's good, brother? Thank you so much for the 8 months, fam. I appreciate you.
And he thinks outsiders won't see it. Holy shit! This is more pathetic than I thought. Pirate Software said this.
To say that the government just doesn't care and this is an easy win and we're going to get it through is disingenuous. You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar global industry. To think that the government isn't going to be meticulously looking through this and looking for flaws and holes is absurd. So I don't think that's honest at all, and I find it disgusting.
Like 2 weeks after saying this.
The government can say the hell out of video games. They don't even know what the goddamn internet is. And we know that because when the Congress was talking about it, they called for nerds to explain it to them on the goddamn Congress floor. Do you really want that shit in video games?
Are we back? Are we back? Let me know. OBS, excuse me, OBS shit the bed. We back? Oh my god. Dude, I thought that the fucking VOD was toasted. I've never been able to recover up until now. Oh my god, let me make sure. At this point, I'm just like, did we successfully survive this? OBS just decided to just say offline for like 30 seconds, maybe more than that. Let me make sure. I just want to see if it started a new VOD somewhere or something. No, it didn't. It's still the same VOD on Rumble. Let me check on Kick. I'm sorry about that, guys. It's just, bro, there's so much shit working against me, and I'm trying so hard to patch every fucking hole. Pause. I'm concerned what y'all would say about that. Let me go to the channel. Did we successfully? All right, so technically it started a new VOD on Kick. I don't personally, it doesn't bother me on Kick. More than anything else, it just bothers me if it starts a new VOD on YouTube, because YouTube's retarded. And, like, having 2 broken up fucking live streams is, like, bad. So, alright. We're still alive on fucking YouTube. It's a W. I survived. Alright? I fucking survived. I'm gonna take the dub. Truck said, take the Goon oil. Get the hype on. Let's fucking go, baby. We survived. My bad, y'all. What? Tell me more about this hole. It's like, it's not just one. Peg those holes already. Oh my god. Yes, you're alive, Goon Cat. OBS said, no, you're talking about the government. Time to shut down, pretty much, right? But, like I said, I do generally understand his sentiments. And I do have a lot of the same concerns as he has. But currently, my thing is, currently as it is now, we are losing, and, like, the heroes are essentially breaking law in order to preserve media and entertainment. And I think that is absolutely fucked up. And look at the strides that Nintendo has tried with emulation. Right? Like, we're at a natural disadvantage with mega corporations, and the government will not protect us because they could just sue us into oblivion. They can make our lives. Nintendo at any point can make my life absolutely hell, right? For example, and make an example out of me. They have all the money in the world to do it just for fucking fun, just because they don't like that I own the Mario Kart account. Oh, let's make Cass's life hell. We got all the money in the world to do it. Shit like that is fucked up. Like, we're at a very natural disadvantage with these companies, all for the sake of preserving entertainment, for preserving our games. Nintendo is the devil. Yo, they have been lately, man. They have been. And that's the thing. Like, I agree with the sentiments. Getting government involved is bad. But also the reality is that it's bad right now too. That's the main thing. It's bad right now too. What, like, if you oppose this so strongly, Thor, Pirate Software, what is your alternative that you would propose? There is none of that. There is none of this. And that's a problem because and that's also out of character for him, because I feel like he's proposed plenty of shit, excuse me, in the past that that shows that he's able to, he's able to articulate himself. But the thing is, it's fucked up right now. How do we fix this? Shout out to Chartar for the 2. He says Mario Shart World. Damn.
Well, the government
Thank you, brother.
retarded. Granted, he was talking about the US here, so maybe he thinks the EU and UK are run by gamers. But Jesus Christ, do you mean anything you say ever? Or is it literally always just what you think will work? Sorry if you feel a bit blue-balled because you were expecting a step-by-step through both of his tweets, but I'm disgusted now. I've lost my appetite for this kind of cringe. Let's finish by briefly scanning his second tweet. He starts with name drops. Just talked to Charlie and Just Drive Hayes for a bit in DMs. So this is going to be about that conversation, yeah? You ought to be careful saying, I talked to so-and-so, and then just stating a bunch of stuff, because it makes it sound like they're co-signing it, or that they advised you or something. And this is the summary of that, when that really doesn't seem to be the case.
But the point of me reaching out to him was to talk about his refusal to acknowledge that he did, maybe unintentionally, misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He was more focused on his qualms with Stop Killing Games and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about some of his hang-ups with it. And when I would mention, like, the behavior aspect, like, hey, you did misrepresent it, and I'd give him a timestamp, he'd then instead say how I'm wrong for thinking that he misrepresented it. We got nowhere.
This tweet doesn't seem like a very natural outcome of that. That he talked to them doesn't seem very relevant to him simply repeating himself again. Well, hold on.
Like, dude, I think that his overall statements are valid, but when he gets into intricate details of it, I think that he's wrong. Right? And I think that he should be honest about that. Brick a $500 device for legal backing up your games is crazy. Yep. It is. And this is what we're dealing with. But Sora doesn't want us to have anything to protect ourselves. That's the crazy shit. Yo, B-Man, what's good, my guy? Hope you're doing well. Shit, if the world was run by gamers, do you think we'd be starting shit? No, we'd be holding tournaments to elect world's leaders. I'd be down for this all day. Oh my god. At this point, I don't know if it could get any worse than what we got now. Fuck it, why not?
To be fair, it's not all simple repetition. He's got another new real reason he made those videos. He only made it because you're retarded, and it was his duty to improve public knowledge, because you thinking game dev is easy makes game dev hard. Which is funny, because this guy doesn't even understand apologies. If you're mad at me for being a dick to Ross, I get it, and I'm sorry for that. What? You're sorry to the general public for being a dick to Ross, or you're sorry you made people mad? You don't have to apologize at all, but what the hell is that? This guy's a total social media fried freak. I've had enough. Like I said, see you again about this if he does something funny.
DLC at a later
freak.
I don't know, bro. It's so weird. It's so out of character for him. It's kind of weird to watch him, like, kind of snap at his audience a bit, you know? Looks like he doesn't like this Ross dude. And that's the thing worth investigating too. Because at the end of the day, we just want to know all the information. Unfortunately, he's deleted some of the information, right? So that makes it difficult to know all the information unless someone has those VODs that he deleted. And those tweets also, I think one of them he deleted that was recaptured. And that's fair if you don't like the person that is introducing the law. He's behaving like a WoW mod? Damn. Martial arts tournament, Dragon Ball Z style. Yo, I could dig it, man. Hey, it's me. Yo, Balvir, what's good? Hey, it's me, the moron that asks for some stupid shit. I have drunk a jug of water, smoked some meth, and I'm ready to rumble. Yo, let's fucking go, bro. I love the energy, baby. Oh, man. Well, Cass, it's Thor's real personality slipping through the cracks of his mask. I think that this is just the one thing. I don't think it's necessarily like that per se. Because I do understand his general sentiments around government, and I do share a lot of that too, but it is something. Clearly what he's doing is wrong. I'm not here to defend him. I'm not trying to defend him. But I would like to know more. I would like to know if what information there is regards to basically maybe his interactions with this Ross person that has created this this petition, and really what potentially he stands to lose from this general legislation, other than the base premise of government bad, government intervention bad. Like, yes, these are obvious things that I feel like a lot of people should know, but sadly don't. And it comes with being a libertarian. But yeah, the way that he's coming out against this makes me feel like we need more information. But I just think personally he's in the wrong because of how he's handling this, because I've watched him enough to know that he should have been or would have handled this situation better if it wasn't personal, whatever have you. So I don't know, man. It's very weird to me. I don't like his energy. And normally I like watching his content. I like watching his streams when I'm bored at work. And I like some of it, I just like his overall mentality, and this is like a whole different person. So it's very weird to me. It's very strange. I had a hard time believing it at first, and then I had to do my research, and here we come to this conclusion. Real quick, guys, I'm gonna go take a quick break. From what I've seen, he hated the petition before Ross even knew him. And that's good information too. So maybe there's no connection with him and Ross prior. But real quick, guys, I'm gonna take a break, and then I'm gonna see what we have next. There's still stuff I need to cover that's part of the main focal point of the stream. We got so sidetracked. It's been crazy. We have to cover the information on his Switch 2 screen. That's definitely a must do. All right, Austin, thanks so much for hanging out with us. Have a great, safe weekend. I'll be right back. Gotta go use the ladies' room. woke up from his nap. You woke up from your nap, Ziggy. Whenever I stream, he decides to take the longest nap possible. He wants to sleep through all my bullshit. Right, Zig Man? Little hug. A little hug for little boy. Little hug for little man. Right, Ziggy? Ziggy, say hi to everybody. Hi. Hi. Hi, hi. Hi, hi. He's so awake. Oh my god, he's probably gonna run around tonight. The Zig Zagooner. You call him the Zig Zagooner? Alright, so you know how one of the big reasons I really didn't wanna fuck with the Switch 2 is essentially because I didn't like the way the screen was looking? I mean, given it looks a lot better than the original Switch, right? And that's, in all fairness, in terms of its visual aesthetic. But it did not look anywhere near as good as the OLED Switch model. So I was like, I feel like eventually they would come out with an OLED model. Like, why would I go out of my way to buy this garbage ass screen now? So apparently it turns out that the actual Switch screen, for the Switch 2, what if I told you it's way the fuck worse than what I thought it was? My initial impression is just the tip of the iceberg. The price of those retarded key cards, yo, you ain't lying. Alright, so let me see. Alright, so here's a video that I wanted to talk about a bit. I might skip around a little bit, but just to get you guys the details. Because we have from Monitors Unboxed. How slow is the Nintendo Switch 2 display? This is very interesting.
Welcome back to Monitors Unboxed. I've recently seen some discussion online about how the Nintendo Switch 2 display... Welcome back to Monitors Unboxed. I've recently seen some discussion online about how the Nintendo Switch 2 display is quite bad. Digital Foundry and a few others have complained of poor motion performance and a lack of true HDR support despite being advertised as an HDR-capable display, which got me thinking. I've tested hundreds of PC gaming monitors over the years, and I have a lot of tools capable of testing displays. I also happen to own a Nintendo Switch 2 and an original Switch 1 LCD model as well, so I thought it might be useful to run these consoles through some basic tests, see how they perform, and analyze the display as someone that spends a lot of time analyzing displays. Now, I don't normally test or review handheld console displays. I pretty much exclusively focus on gaming monitors, and that means our test tools and processes are designed for monitors that we can plug any source device into. You can't do that with a console like the Switch 2. It has to run Nintendo software, so I've tried my best to find ways to test key areas to performance. We're going to test a few important aspects of the Switch 2's LCD, including response times, but obviously this is not going to be a comprehensive review like you'd see from one of our monitor tests. Anyway, let's get into the testing.
Dude, it's crazy. I was out just upon the premise of, it's an LCD screen that isn't very bright in comparison to other LCD screens, right? It's only a 450 nits display. So I was like, for me, if you have an LCD screen but it's bright as fuck, like, and it's like, you know, it doesn't look like washed out, then fine, I could live with that, right? But this isn't really it. And then, you know, if it's not like a super bright display, then it has to be an OLED. Because the OLED, you could deal with like a lower nits display, and it still looks very good because you don't want the black color or the lack thereof color, the black to be washed out. So like a lower nits display for an OLED makes sense. It's like this is just all the wrong shit put together. And that's my issue with the particularly the Switch 2 display. Yo, Smash was good, my guy. Smash pulling up with the raid. Yo, appreciate the raid, brother. Hold on, let me get the gooners up in here, man. Let me get the other goon, the goon platoon. Yo, B-Man pulling up. Dark X pulling up. Its latency is worse than the first Switch screen. Yo, I didn't believe it was true. Then I had to go look it up. When someone told me that, I was like, no, you gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. There's no way. No fucking way. I'm suffering from chronic testosterone deficiency. Oh my god. They say being more active and eating less plastic filled bullshit. The Goon Platoon, hey, what's good? Duckman said lower nits for an OLED also prevents burn-in or image retention. Yes. Yo, Sergeant Sapient, what's good, my guy? Karate Werewolf, what's good with your fam? Appreciate you guys pulling up and hanging out with us. If you haven't, guys, do hit the like button. It does help me out. What's up, just in time? Good to see you. Speaking of being just in time to discuss the Switch 2 screen and all the details that have been discovered about it thus far. Because this is probably one of the, besides like the key card situation, besides the price hike of games on the Switch 2, the other main reason I didn't really buy a Switch 2 is because of the display. It left more to be desired for me personally. So that's the main reason, one of the main reasons why I didn't indulge. Yo, some dumb guy, appreciate the membership, the Cult of Cage membership. Welcome aboard. Guys, if you haven't, hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. You have the option to watch me on YouTube, on Kick, or on Rumble. All links are in the description below. Feel do whatever the fuck you want to do, essentially. Yo! Whoa, holy shit, hold on. We got a Smash raid pulling up. Let me give a shout out to Smash real quick. Thank you so much for the raid, bro. I hope you had a great stream. Much love to you. I appreciate the raid, bro. But check out Smash JT's YouTube channel. Homie is killing it out here. He's been playing his games. I gotta give him props for that. Alright, everyone be shitting on him for not playing games, but he's been doing his thing lately. I gotta give him props, man. Appreciate you, B-Man. Yo, Attendo, what's good, my guy? Congratulations to you, by the way. I don't know if you want me to announce to the chat. Yo, thank you for the follow. Low Keys 420. Who else? I think Tribal Chief also followed. Appreciate that. Appreciate the kick follows, man. Honestly, if I was like to get booted off of YouTube, which YouTube feels like it wants to do to me sometimes, I would ideally like to become a kick streamer. Low key. That's kind of like my escape plan. Was an awesome stream. Thanks, Cass. Thanks all. Have a great night. Hey, get a good night's sleep, brother. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to some dumb guy who gifted 5 memberships. I appreciate that, my brother. Thank you so much. Who else we got up in here? I don't mind if you announce it. So Attendo got his driver's license. He passed his test, man. Shout out to him, bro. He's gonna be fucking tearing up them roads, brother. Nah, that's awesome, man. I'm so happy for you. That's awesome. Obviously, be safe. I know that you'll do the right thing. And, bro, overall, just enjoy your freedom. Yo, Empress, what's good, fam? Good to see you guys. Salt, yes, officer. It's salt, I swear. Oh, man, guys, so to get into it real quick, we're watching a video that's discussing the quality of the Switch 2 screen, and it's very interesting to say the least. I think I got a friend request. Hey, from Karate Werewolf, shout out to you, brother. Thank you so much for the friend request. You guys are always welcome to friend request me if you want to, on Steam. I like to keep up what you guys got going on. You're always welcome to. Let me see. That is my Steam, if you want to indulge. There you go. That's my Steam. If you'd like to friend request me, feel free to. Much love to you guys. Dude, Trunks gifted 5 memberships. What the fuck? You know, dude, is this a membership train right now? Hold on. We got 10 gifted memberships, 5 from some dumb guy, and 5 from Trunks. We gotta hit y'all with the appreciation video, man. Yo, y'all, welcome to the Goon Gang, baby. Welcome to the Goon Gang. Always bringing a blue shell. Dude, we're getting close to I think we're at this point, we're getting close to fucking Scooby Goon. Cass needs more gooning games. Oh my god. No. No gooning games, man. Nah, I just need y'all's friend requests, man. I like to keep up with y'all got going on. OG Red, appreciate the friend request. Dark X, appreciate the friend request. Hey, we got homies in the Kick Chat. The Kick Chat is alive, bro. Fucking love to see it. All right. Without further ado, we're going to jump back into the video because it is interesting information to know, especially if you're on the fence about buying the Switch 2. So this is Monitors Unboxed. Whoa! Hey, Sir Duckman. Dude, Sir Duckman, thank you so much for the fucking gifty, bro. Thank you, dog. Appreciate that, homie. Oh my god, you guys are bombarding me in the most loving way possible. Thank you. Shang, I believe that was. Thank you so much for the friend request. But I really appreciate it, guys. Been playing Fire Emblem 3 Houses lately. People love that game. Gooned by a tomboy for the Switch 2. The new Sonic racing game on Switch 2 will be a combo cart, apparently. I noticed that you're playing Cult of the Lamb. Dude, Cult of the Lamb is actually one of my all-time favorite games, but I haven't played it in a while. But I refuse to uninstall it. It's one of those that it's so fucking amazing. I won't uninstall it. But, I'm Shanghai Heap Cat. All right, just in time. Thank you so much, fam. I appreciate the friend request. Your AC working good enough for the Scooby suit? Yes, it is. Yes, it is, because I think that we're getting fucking close.
I'm Shanghai Heap Cat.
Appreciate you just in time. I don't know if you guys would fucking... Hold on. I might have to start doing some math. So we got 180 plus 18 gifted plus 5, 10. Bro, I think at this point we've pretty much hit Scooby Goon. So I think you guys know what that means. You guys know what that means, for better or for worse, man. Thank you, Sir Duckman, that's been a member for 6 months. We got Scooby Goon in the building, man. For better or for worse. You guys got it. You guys can hold the W, man. Y'all got one on me. I'll be right back.
They used to chase me, mask on their face trying to erase me. Talking loud but they don't faze me. I'm strapped up, now they can't change me. Keep talking that mess, I'm just flexing. They throwing shade but they don't know the lesson. Keep your distance, I ain't stressing. Your threats are weak, I'm counting blessings. Goonin' gang, what? Gang, we goonin' and goonin'. Gang, gang, what? Gang. Twice. Catch us live, streaming all night. From the PM to the AM we ignite. Watch the flex, got the wrist so bright. They hating what they see, but still they bite. I'm stacking checks while they stay behind. They wanna talk, but I'm on the climb. Can't touch me, I'm one of a kind. Goonin' gang.
God damn it. Cass in a Scooby-Doo suit? Yep. This is tier 1. Yes, this is tier 1. Chair coat emoji needed. I will take that into account. I can't add any more emotes though right now. Looking mighty thick there, Cass. Uh-oh. Nice and cozy? Well, when it's not super hot, it definitely can be. At least I got the AC going, so we're good. Alright. Without further ado. Back to the video. We got monitors unboxed. How slow is the Nintendo Switch to display?
In just a moment. Today's video is brought to you by the Ugreen Nexode 500-watt desktop charger. I love Ugreen chargers. I've got them everywhere. I rely on them around the office and at home. Their latest product is the world's first 500-watt charging station. Up to 240 watts out of a single USB-C port on the top, a further 400-watt USB-C ports, and a USB-A for a total simultaneous power output of 500 watts. Powers 6 devices at once thanks to upgraded GaN Infinity chips, broad protocol compatibility, and 11 levels of safety protection. With a huge output capacity, you can fast charge 5 laptops at the same time, charge a 16-inch MacBook Pro to 60% in 30 minutes, and simplify your charging setup into a single unit. Check the links below to learn more about the Ugreen Nexode 500-watt fast charging station and grab one for yourself today. The Switch 2 uses a 7.9-inch 1080p LCD screen that runs up to 120Hz and supports both variable refresh rates and HDR10. While Nintendo doesn't disclose the display technology being used here, its characteristics point to this being an IPS LCD. Also, while it does support 120Hz, it seems that the vast majority of available games at the moment actually run the screen at 60Hz or lower, and I was unable to perform any proper motion testing at 120Hz.
Dude, 60Hz or lower. Nasty. Nasty work. Shit, it might be more than that, Sergeant. I don't know. We're at 145 likes. Can we hit 169? Can we do it?
Hertz because of this. This particular LCD is extremely slow in terms of response time performance. I've seen some people on social media trying to dispute this, but unfortunately, the actual numbers don't lie. It's very, very slow for a modern LCD panel. I ran the Switch 2 through a series of 20 greater grey transitions, not the usual 110 that we do for monitor testing because the Switch 2 had to be tested manually, and I did find atrocious results. These are gamma-corrected numbers that are measured in the same way we test PC gaming monitors. Using our test methodology, I found an average response time across these transitions of 33 milliseconds, with some transitions exceeding 40 milliseconds. These are terrible results and would make the Switch 2 the slowest screen I've tested by a mile, and that's out of...
Bro, what the fuck? Dude, the response time is 30 over 30 milliseconds. Is that, let me see, response time average milliseconds. Bro, it's 33.3 milliseconds response time. Dude, my current TV is a really good TV. Dude, my last TV was 20 milliseconds. And that's an old ass TV. That's like, I bought that TV like almost 10 years ago. My Samsung TV that I put in my game room downstairs. 20 milliseconds for an almost decade old TV, and the fucking Switch 2 is taking a massive L to even that. That's fucking horrible. Dude, if you're in a situation with any cross-gen game, you're at a severe disadvantage. Like, did Nintendo not even think to consider that? Like games like Fortnite, for example, that can be played not on a Switch 2 screen? I mean, in order to be competitive, like, and not be at a severe disadvantage, dude, like, you have to dock. You have to. Steam Deck OLED is 10 milliseconds. Yo, Gamers Republic was good, homie. That's why Gremlins get aim assist. Bro, that ain't helping shit, bro. That ain't helping that.
Of 165 displays tested using this methodology. In fact, it's not even really a contest. Some of the slowest LCD monitors that I've tested have reported in with response times in the 15 to 20 millisecond range. The Switch 2 exceeds 30 milliseconds, making other LCDs appear fast in comparison.
That's
There is, however,
crazy.
no overshoot to speak of. This makes the Switch 2's LCD significantly slower than the original Switch 1's LCD.
How even, dude? Dude, when you have... it's crazy because, like, if if the Switch 2 specifically was like how do you say, like, if the Switch 2 was like a different type of system, right? That was different from the Switch 1, then you could at least make the argument, oh well, you know, they changed the entire format of their console. So, there might be some trade-offs with that. No, literally the Switch 2 is supposed to be a Switch 1 but better. And that's not the case. That's not the case at all, and that's such a huge problem because you have the same form factor, it's the same type of system, but it's so weird that we have trade-offs between, like, positives and negatives here. It should have been like, the fact that it's the same form factor, it's the same ideology, right? The same concept, I guess you could say, of the Switch 1, except it's supposed to be better, and it's not better in a lot of important cases. That's a fucking problem. And to pretend otherwise is fucking insane. They should have put an OLED screen on it. Absolutely, they should have put a better screen on it. What the fuck is this? Yeah, cheap ass Nintendo, exactly. And it's not like it's a cheap system either. This shit is expensive. They purposely leave room for improvement in the next version. Well, they did a good job of making me not want it. Bro, I'm not even feeling like I feel no FOMO for this system. And it's crazy because I really genuinely do love Mario Kart. Mario Kart 8 is one of my all-time favorite video games, but I don't care. What the hell? I leave to make coffee and come back to Scooby Cat all dressed up. Bro, we hit tier 1. I gotta hold to my obligations, my promises. Now tier 2 is at 669, where it guarantees a second stream to which I play a horror game of your guys' choosing, dressed up as Scooby Goon the whole time. So I get to suffer playing horror games because I'm not a big fan. Suffer for your viewing hilarity, right? You guys get to make fun of me while I'm dressed as this the entire stream. I have no feelings for it either. Yeah, I'm just dead inside.
The first gen Switch uses a 6.2-inch
Say
720p
less.
IPS
You know?
LCD, and it's also quite slow, but with an average response time of 21 milliseconds, it's noticeably faster than the Switch 2. This makes the Switch 2's display roughly 50% slower than the Switch 1, which is quite a significant regression in motion performance despite the increase in refresh rate to 120Hz. Again, I tested
Crazy,
both consoles
dude.
at 60Hz due to testing limitations. While the measured transition time data is definitive about the slowness of the Switch 2's display, it might also be a good idea to look at Blowbuster's UFO test results. As you can see from these images, the Switch 2's LCD is very blurry in motion, with extreme ghost trails following moving objects. There is no definition whatsoever in the UFO, and this is why many astute Switch 2 gamers using the console in handheld mode are complaining about the screen looking blurry and producing smeared visuals.
Bro, how is the screen on a Switch 2 worse than not even the OLED Switch, but the original Switch LCD model? How could you bro, it is a dog shit ass display. It's not even close. Bro, the facts is the facts, bro. It's right there for you to see, bro. It is convincingly worse than the original day one Switch model. Crazy, bro. It's sad. Honestly, it's sad to see. The Wii U's probably better. Oh my god. That dog shit ass Fisher Price fucking controller with the screen on it. Damn. That's disappointing, bro. It is so disappointing. It's like not even debatable. And hey, you can enjoy it for what it is. I'm not telling you not to.
You want scary. Playdate everything.
I have seen that dog shit. And I've been trying to forget that it exists, but unfortunately people keep bringing it up. Damn you, just in time. Thank you so much for the 2, though. Kids can see things better. I knew that I had many reasons to not get the Switch. It's always best to wait and get all of the details that, take experts or people engaging with the system to understand the shit that really that's not necessarily surface level. What is worse than the Wii U or PS Portal? The Wii U had good games. I'm just saying, bro. The Wii U had good Nintendo games. I'll stand on that hill. I will stand on that hill. You want scary? Play Dustboard? Jesus Christ! Stop bringing up that supporting and supporting slop. Yeah, pretty much.
Now, compared to the Switch 1, you might not immediately notice much of a difference because both results are overwhelmingly blurry. However, on close inspection, it's clear the Switch 2 is worse. The bottom white bar has a much longer blur trail on the Switch 2, and the blur behind the UFO's yellow body extends much further, almost to the edge of the red body. Inside the UFO's cockpit, there is also less definition, as pretty much every element is smeared together. At 60Hz, due to sample and hold motion blur, it's very difficult to get a clear image, even with
If you play date everything you could get would.
What do you mean, bro? What do you mean, bro? Yeah, exactly, Balvier. Huh? Huh? Thank you for the 2. What the fuck?
Extremely fast response times like you'd get on an OLED. On the right side of this image, you'll see a desktop OLED monitor running at 60Hz, and it's still pretty blurry. But the difference in clarity between an OLED and the Switch 2 is night and day. You can begin to see that the white bar at the top and bottom of the UFO actually contains text on the OLED, although the text is unreadable at 60Hz at this speed of motion.
I wonder, I wish you would have tested the OLED Switch model. I'm kind of a little just generally curious. No fridge, no. Yo, visual walkthroughs. Thank you for the 234, fam.
You want a horror game? Play Dragon Age Fail Garad.
No, that's not the horror games I was talking about, bro. Thank you for the 2 and change, brother. I appreciate that, but goddamn, son, I don't want to suffer like that. Damn.
And there's more definition in the UFO. You can see hints of the vertical black lines within the red UFO's body, you can clearly see the joystick in the cockpit, and you can make out alien features like its ears. In addition, there is practically no blur trail behind the UFO or the white boxes, and there's clear separation between the UFO and the crash test dummy marker. I don't own a Switch OLED to see whether this is how its OLED screen performs, but I would assume it gets reasonably close based on the old.
Isn't that slop about dating furniture if you want?
It's about dating everything in the house if you want. You could date the furniture. You could date the toilet. Imagine dating a toilet. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Thank you so much for the 2. Not my bag, pansexual simulator. Perhaps so. Perhaps so. That's that's just a good thing to chalk it up to. Just sent a tip. Where is it? Oh, I don't know if you noticed. It popped up on screen. I acknowledged it. I was saying, you were saying the horror game, Dragon Age Veilguard, to play that, and I'm just like, oh god, my wife will be jealous of you for what? Pansexual is just bisexual. It's just bisexual with more desperation. How about that, Philip? I think that's fair to say. Bisexual with even more desperation. That sounds about right.
OLED testing I've done. And if Nintendo does refresh the Switch 2 with an OLED screen at some point, that's the sort of advantage you'll get. Also in this image, at 60Hz, is a modern IPS LCD gaming monitor, the Gigabyte M27UP, which I'll be reviewing on the channel shortly. It just so happened to be a monitor I had handy to run this test, and across our 110 transition sample average, it produced an average response time of just 6 milliseconds. So to recap, Switch 2 is at 33 milliseconds in a 20 sample average, Switch 1 at 21 milliseconds, and a typical LCD gaming monitor at 6 milliseconds. A 6 millisecond LCD at 60Hz is much clearer than either of the Switch consoles. Again, you'll see much less blur behind the moving UFO, better definition inside the UFO cockpit, separation between the UFO and crash test markers, and you can sort of tell there's something in the white box. A better result than the Switch 2 formed like this. So why is the Switch 2 LCD so slow? Well, one thing is clear, Nintendo are not using any form of overdrive on this panel. Overdrive is essential for fast response times on modern IPS LCD gaming monitors, and when you turn off overdrive on monitors, response times are typically much worse, though even still usually not nearly as bad as the Switch 2. My best guess as to why Nintendo haven't implemented overdrive is to conserve power. Overdrive...
I'm bisexual in Nevada and Amsterdam.
Hey, yo. Hey, man, whatever floats your boat. And I'm sure you're implying the bi part very strongly. Thank you for the 2, fam.
applies a higher voltage to the LCD layer to force it to transition faster. Higher voltage equals higher power consumption. That's fine on a desktop monitor plugged into the wall, but not fine on a handheld device with a tiny 19 watt-hour battery. In addition, I suspect the display might be using especially conservative voltage tuning to further improve battery life, which would lead to even slower than expected.
You know what's crazy? Like, they did all this, like, rigging. They did all this rigmarole bullshit, but the battery life is still ass. The battery life is also worse than the Switch 1. Pansexual sounds like bisexual with kitchenware, bro. Refrigerator, bro. I'm done with you, dog.
Native response
I'm done
time
with you,
results.
dog.
Given the Switch 2's display is larger, brighter, higher resolution, and higher refresh rate than its predecessor, this seems like an area that's been traded off to keep battery life in check. With response times in the 30 millisecond range, the Switch 2 fails to achieve adequate refresh rate compliance at 60 Hz, which means it's effectively bottlenecked by its response times. At 60 Hz, the display refreshes every 16.7 milliseconds, but the screen takes around twice as long as that, or more, to actually finish transitioning from one color to the next. In the meantime, in between those, display refreshes, it might have been moving on to display something else, but the display actually hasn't finished transitioning by the time it has to move on to show something else. And this is why blur trails persist for multiple frames in some of the slow motion videos you might have seen. While I couldn't test 120Hz properly, bad refresh compliance at 60Hz means it's unlikely you'll see the full benefit of increased motion clarity in games that use the 120Hz capability.
Bro, when Metroid comes out, you know what the frame rate's gonna be doing? Yo, that shit's gonna be some nasty work, man. God damn. None of these games, none of these launch games has it actually runs at 120. Fucking wild.
Capabilities because the response times will be far too slow to support 120Hz. There will be a smoothness advantage and lower levels of sample and hold motion blur, but slow response times will still cause significant blur across the screen. And this sort of blur is not something you get on 120Hz gaming monitors, the sorts of LCDs that we test here on the channel usually. Moving on now to some other tests I performed, the Switch 2 screen is brighter than the previous model, increasing from around 320 nits with the Switch 1 to around 430 nits with the new Switch 2 LCD.
I mean, that's the one thing I could say, at least this fucking improvement from the Switch 1. That's like the first improvement that he said so far.
Nintendo have calibrated the Switch 2 to the same white point as the Switch 1, approximately 7900K, which gives it a cold tone relative to a 6500K white point that is used in most display standards. I don't know whether this is a preference on the part of Nintendo's...
Cass is a Cass dual furry and Guna.
Cass duel? But I don't even know what that means. What is even being implied, sir? What are we doing?
engineers, or whether it's to preserve
Thank you for
image
the two, bro.
compatibility with the Switch 1, given the Switch 2 can play basically all Switch 1 games. My unit had a contrast ratio of 1068 to 1, which again is very similar to the Switch 1, which measured in at 1060 to 1. This gives the screen a poor black level in line with other IPS LCD screens that we've tested. However, the Switch 2 screen has much better reflection handling, so in most environments the apparent black depth will be lower, giving the screen a richer and higher contrast look. The Switch 1's LCD is absolutely horrible at handling ambient light and ends up reflecting a ton of it, often making blacks look grey in all conditions other than pitch black rooms.
Dude, that's so true. The Switch 1 screen is fucking ass. Oh my god, it's so hard to go back to it. It really is, bro. It's pretty fucking... Lowest expectations highlights black depth. Thank you. Thank you. Yo. Switch 2 is like it. Oh man, don't fall for your motto.
One of the main improvements from the Switch 1 to Switch 2 LCD outside of the size and resolution is the support for a wide color gamut. I measured 98% coverage of DCI-P3 on the Switch 2 LCD compared to 79% on the Switch 1. Both models have full coverage of Rec. 709, however that's where the Switch 1's color gamut ends, giving it a standard color gamut suitable for SDR content. The Switch 2 extends that to cover P3, which is one of the things the display needs for HDR content. The Switch doesn't appear to perform color management, so Switch 1 games, designed for its Rec. 709 display, have increased saturation when run on the Switch 2, giving the new screen a more vibrant look.
That's like the weirdest, that's like we didn't intentionally want to get this W, but here we are. Which, I mean, shout out to them for that.
This is because the colors are expanded to fill
You're
the wider
enjoying
gamut
your
of the
ROG
Switch 2's
LIZ one.
LCD
That's awesome,
instead of
Nacho.
the Switch 2 emulating Rec 709 colors in older software. While this might make content look subjectively better, doing this is less accurate and can create oversaturation issues. One example of this oversaturation, and it might be hard to see on camera, is comparing the logos of Mario Kart 8 on the Switch 2 and Switch 1 LCDs. On the Switch 2, Mario's face is more orange than it should.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a whore for oversaturation, and I can't help it. I like my screen to be a little oversaturated. I can't help it, bro. I like that shit.
Be, whereas on the Switch 1, his face has a more natural skin tone. Comparing that to the new Mario Kart World logo, and this Mario on the Switch 2 is less saturated, and his skin tone looks more in line with the old Mario Kart 8 logo when it was
Yamato, I
displayed
feel you,
on the
bro.
Switch
I feel
1.
the same way.
I think this is because the designers of this new logo created it with the new P3 capable display in mind, whereas the old logo was designed for the Rec 709 Switch 1 screen and looks oversaturated on the Switch 2. Of course, in many examples, this high level of saturation and wider amount of colors makes the new screen look subjectively better. Mario's outfit gets redder, Luigi's gets greener, Rainbow Road pops more, and the saturation definitely helps some art for some games like Captain Toad's Treasure Tracker. I think most casual gamers will prefer the way the new screen looks, and games that are designed for the Switch 2 will adjust to the way colors are rendered on its screen. I should also note the screen is wide gamut regardless of whether you set it to use HDR or not in the settings. One of the more controversial aspects to the Switch 2's display is whether it actually supports HDR or not. I mean, technically it does, it accepts and displays an HDR signal. From a hardware perspective though, in my opinion, this is not an HDR capable display. It simply lacks the required hardware to properly display HDR content, and it has few, if any, meaningful upgrades to extend its capabilities.
Bro, it doesn't even have real HDR. It technically doesn't have real HDR. What the?
Yes, boss. Ooh. Yes, boss. Yeah. You're exposed, bitch. You're exposed. If you
That's
got
crazy,
no
dog.
You're exposed, bitch. You're exposed. You're exposed.
Honestly, the only way to really experience the game, honestly, is this system even worth playing handheld? Like, I mean, if you don't think about it, like, yo, maybe, you know, whatever, but now you know what you know, it's like, bro, I would just default to fucking docking the system. It's crazy, bro. I don't know, man. That, it gets, I'm telling you, bro, this is something that I had to show you guys because, learning the truth about the screen is fucking, it's a turnoff. That's the main thing you're there for. Why the hell does it even need HDR? Because people wanting more, like, HDR has been an implemented thing for, what, like a decade now? Since really early, like, last gen. It's kind of a basic, like, fucking desired thing that adds a lot of, depth to color. So, wish HDR, Temu HDR, oh my god.
Beyond a typical SDR experience. The main issue with HDR on this LCD is contrast. The Switch 2's LCD has a poor native contrast ratio and no local dimming to increase the contrast in HDR scenarios. It doesn't even have edge-lit local dimming. As far as I can tell, there is just no dimming whatsoever. This means in HDR content, the maximum local contrast ratio you'll see is around 1060 to 1. For the best HDR experience, you'll need a contrast ratio that exceeds 50,000 to 1. So the Switch 2 doesn't even get close to that. With no real contrast advantage over an SDR screen, the true benefit of HDR, its high dynamic range, so large differences between bright and dark shown at the same time, that benefit is completely missing. Peak brightness is also insufficient for HDR, maxing out at 430 nits. The screen is brighter than the Switch one, so in a side-by-side comparison, it will look brighter in the HDR mode, but 400 nits is not bright when we're talking about HDR. At best, the Switch 2 screen in the HDR mode looks like an SDR screen with the brightness cranked up to a higher level, which is not the same as true HDR. This can be subjectively better to look at, but it's just not in the same ballpark as real HDR screens. Therefore, in my opinion, this is a fake HDR display. Now, there are some areas that are enhanced in the HDR mode compared to the SDR mode. As we talked about earlier, this is a wide gamut display, so it can show more colors and appear more vibrant than, say, the Switch 1's SDR display.
Okay.
The HDR mode can also benefit from a different gamma curve known as PQ, which allocates more data to dark shades, increasing depth and reducing banding in darker parts of content. This shouldn't be confused with an actual increase in display contrast though, it's just changing the way the image is displayed, similar to using a contrast slider in an image editing app. This change can fool some people into thinking a fake HDR display is doing a good job of showing HDR content because it might appear a bit more contrasty, but again, this is not the same as real HDR shown on a proper HDR screen.
Dude, that is crazy. Bro, it's not even real fucking HDR. Do you mean turn off? And you said it's a turn on. Ho ho. Oh ho. Oh my god. Leave me alone. I meant yes. I meant whatever you know what I meant. Wish handheld gaming for gaming PC prices once you buy all the required crap to complete the tech demo that is also not free. Yeah. It's just a lot of like, dude, look, I'm not here to tell you not to do what you want to do, right? Or I'm not here to tell you not to enjoy what you already invested in. You do you, man, at the end of the day. But it just, there's a lot of ups and downs here. There's a lot of ups and downs so far with this system. So it's a 10-bit color at least. And like even in some ways it's better than the Switch 1, in other ways it's not, which is crazy. I was not expecting the latency that we're seeing with the Switch 2 screen. I wasn't expecting that shit at all. 10-bit color range would be pretty nice. There's a lot more downs than ups. And I feel that way too. That's why I'm not indulging personally, but a lot of people see more ups than downs, and hey, shout out to you, bro. But that's fucking wild. Let me see what else we got, man.
The 3DS probably had a faster screen.
Damn, yo, Big Miss, thank you so much for the 2, and you might be right. Who the fuck knows? So here's another fucked up thing that we're dealing with here. That GDR wanted me to talk about, and I think it's worth discussing. I don't know how much of it we're gonna get through. But because hey man, like Nintendo fucking up, Nvidia fucking up, and this is why I'm glad I bought a used Nvidia graphics card at this point, man. I'd rather give it to a stranger than give it to Nvidia themselves. I just bought my 4080 graphics card. It cost me an arm and a leg for 4080. It was disgusting. It's used, and it's a white graphics card. So, what am I gonna do, right? That's the way to do it. At this point, man, like, Nvidia doesn't deserve my money, but I need to get what I need. And I'm going from a 3080 with 10 gigs VRAM to a 4080 with 16 gigs VRAM. So, yeah, the pricing sucks. The situation sucks. But I know for a fact I'm going to see a nice fucking boost with what I did happen to buy. Which leg did you show off? You mean which leg did I cut off? You don't want to know, brother. You don't want to know. I don't even want to talk about it. It's so disgusting. I use Nvidia, but I mean, I use AMD, but they are way behind. Believe it or not, they're not that far off, brother. They got that 4090 right around the corner. Apparently, it's coming out like this year. Late this year, so it's not bad. This is my current PC build, guys, if you are interested in looking at it. Don't yell at me. I just bought exactly what I wanted to buy. And if you don't agree with that, hey, shout out to you, brother, but that's what I fucking wanted, and that's what I got. I got what I wanted. So that's my build, for better or for worse. That's about the estimated cost of what I've also paid as well. So don't yell at me. I'll live with it. I have to. I have no option. Oh man, but soon I'll have the PC up and running. I gotta install the graphics card. I have to install 2 more fans. I got to install the streamer that I bought that I didn't add to that list. But after that, I need to install my drivers. I got Windows 11 running on the bitch, so yells loud noises. But yeah, that's the update on the build right now. I've been mad lazy with it cuz like, bro, as long as I have that shit ready fucking before Mafia, the old country, I'm good. Solid build. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I did what I wanted. I did what I needed to do. So I know for a fact my current build versus the one I have now, like the one that I built, 24 terabytes of storage to create a library of console gremlin content. All right, to store a library of console gremlin content and to create a new library of console gremlin content. Trust me, there's a method to the madness. There's a method to it. I promise you that. As crazy as it sounds. A library, pretty much. So we got from Gamers Nexus, NVIDIA's exploitation, waste of sand RTX 5050 for $250. Oh my god, I can only imagine what the fuck this is.
Consequence for NVIDIA's actions, which I think are deceitful, is more money. That's the consequence. They get more money. It's working.
Damn.
This is NVIDIA's newest chart, filled with, by our belief, actual lies. This deceitful chart, filled with manipulative bullshit, represents the RTX 5060 as being 90x better on a nebulous relative scale, with the 4060 at 45x, seemingly with the GTX 1050 at 1x, resulting in a 50.
Not another shirt idea. Hey, Nacho, you were the smarter one, brother. I'm not here to tell you that you ain't. You the smarter one. Too cheap to buy NVIDIA products. I ain't mad at you, dog. You the smarter one too.
5060.
I'm a woman. What do you expect from me?
1050 and a 3050 with
do you
DLSS.
expect any better?
Significantly better than an RTX 5060 without DLSS, which absolutely is not true in any possible way. NVIDIA has contorted itself in such a way that its own worse, older cards somehow look better than its new ones.
And this is why I went with the 4000 series card. This is why I went with the 4080 as opposed to a 5000 series card. Hi, a woman. I'm Ben. Cat Myers? What? What? Hold on. Hold the phone. What? No, you're a Scooby Cat. Get it right. Well, this is true too.
Better still, there's two 3050s, and they don't specify which one it is in that chart, even though they are different products. And this is exactly what we believe NVIDIA wants reviewers to do with their charts, and it's what we spoke out against back in May of this year. Now, NVIDIA today has taken a few more grains of sand off the beach to manufacture its latest round of e-waste, manipulatively named the RTX 5050, even though it'll probably barely be able to handle rasterized games, let alone real-time ray-traced ones. At a
Bro. That's crazy. So I appreciate the PC build info. Hell yeah. I like to share as much info with you guys as possible. Obviously, I like my privacy too, but I don't mind. It is what it is. But RTX, the GeForce RTX 5050 game changer. Damn, it's $250. What the fuck can this thing do?
Why does Steve look like a garbage pail kid?
Oh man, yo. Bigamist, that's a crazy level of disrespect if y'all know what garbage pail kids are. That's crazy. Thank you for the $2.
Baffling $250 and excessive 130 watts, the RTX 5050 fails to do anything that the prior 50 class cards did. Its power consumption is too high to utilize without a power connector, so that eliminates that.
Dude, if you're going down to this price range for a graphics card, do not touch NVIDIA. Just go AMD. It's not even debatable. Just go AMD.
Use case, and its price is too high to make more sense than a used card for the same price. Right now, sold eBay listings show an RTX 2080 Ti 11GB GPU for $250, the same price that the 5050 won't be available at. Or perhaps you'd prefer the RTX 3080 Top for $300, probably the
Where? Bitch, where are these numbers? I wasn't looking for a 3080 because I already have a 3080 10 gigs VRAM. Where the fuck are these numbers? This looks like lies.
price of some of the 5050 partner models, or an AMD RX 6700 XT for $210, an AMD RX 6800 16GB for $295, still with a warranty, or an RTX 4060 for $228, a 3070 Ti for $250, or any number of other GPUs, including new ones like the B580 from Intel, also listed for $250 to $300. The point is, nobody should buy the trash that Nvidia just announced. Nvidia's own blog post talks about how the 50 class cards are desired for the power consumption being low, and yet this one requires an 8-pin power connector and pulls 130 watts.
He's still better than minus tech tips.
Yo, for real, Big Miss, I don't watch Linus. I just don't really think his, I don't take him very seriously at all. I'll take a 3080 for that price. Shit. It's honestly, if it's the 12 gig VRAM variant, then fair enough. But the 10 is kind of rough. The 10 is kind of rough, man, and I'm saying that as a 3080 owner with the 10 gig variant. It's a little rough. It's doable, but it's rough. It sucks. If you can get the 12 gig VRAM variant, you're pretty straight. I mean, it's not the best thing. It's not bad either.
This already kills a potential use case of these low-end cards, which is a GPU that doesn't need a power cable, like the old GTX 750. Then again, the 750 was low enough TDP that there were even passive models available. The RTX 5050 has 2560 CUDA cores that are at least Blackwell generation. The card advertises a 2.57 GHz boost clock and a 2.31 GHz base, with a memory of 8 gigabytes on a 128-bit bus. Some historical data would help, and so what we've put together today is a bunch of charts. We're going to flash through them really quickly that show the MSRP inflation-adjusted prices. We'll show CUDA versus memory bandwidth on the cards over time. We'll look at some benchmarks, and we'll even look at some of NVIDIA's propaganda. So let's get into all of that. We brought you this video with store.gamersnexus.net and a special commemorative relaunch of our original ModMat design. We haven't made this design in about 4 years now, but some of you have been asking us to re-release it. We're posting these on the store now as what is likely our last run of the first ever GN ModMat design that we introduced originally in 2017. Of course, we still have the GN15 designs in stock if you want to grab one of the newest versions of the ModMat. This new run of the first ModMat involves our newer and more...
That's the struggle, B-man. Can't find a 3080 or a 4090. Within a reasonable price range on top of it all, or at least something that's worth considering. Yeah, it's rough. It is so fucking rough, dog. And you got to be careful of a lot of bullshit that goes on eBay. If you're gonna buy a used graphics card, do not buy from a seller that will not have returns, where there's no way to return it. If there's at least some way to return it, or for eBay protections to kick in, I mean, fair enough. But yeah, the only reason I bought this graphics card for the price that I did, because one, the price was better than just about everything else, and two, any issues, I could just return it within the, return period to the seller themselves. So it was pretty legit, and I felt confident in buying it off of eBay. And we'll see what happens. I got to install it.
More advanced printing and QC processes, improving upon the original production runs starting in 2017. The design features the GN teardown style logo, a large GPU screw tracking grid, a pinout diagram for common power connectors, and also includes a common ground point and wrist strap. We also just recently restocked more of our copper-plated stainless steel mule mugs with thermal conductivity on them, so head over to store.gamersnexus.net to grab the mule mugs or the limited rerun of the original ModMat design. Thanks for your support. Let's start with some of the numbers. This shows the MSRP and inflation-adjusted prices of the 50 series dating back to about 2009. Price has clearly climbed significantly in the last two generations. The average MSRP for this card going back 16 years is $157, or $196 when adjusted for inflation. When eliminating the 5050 and the 3050, the average inflation-adjusted launch price is $180. So it's clearly getting more expensive, and we think that NVIDIA's data for that earlier relative scaling chart should be used as a piece of evidence in the next action against it. But there's more to this. This chart shows the percentage of cores that a 50 class card has against the 60 class counterpart, as measured against the percent of the price that the 50 class is of the 60 class. In other words, the RTX 5050 is 83.3% of the MSRP of the RTX 5060, and yet only 67% of the CUDA core count. We've never seen numbers this bad from NVIDIA with this series of low-end hardware.
Dude, they feel so fucking entitled. Like, bro, they feel absolutely comfortable fucking you and making the most garbage product possible. They would rather you have zero experience at all that sell you a good product that actually runs at a reasonable, obviously, like like going out of their way to set you up right for certain situations. They have no interest in that at all. Unless you pay up, they just want you to suffer. They want your experience to suck.
GTX 1050 that NVIDIA claims a 9,000% improvement against was 43.6% of the price of the GTX 1069 FE.
I'm really iffy on Intel when it comes to GPUs, B-man, because one, they fucked up their current situation with their processors. So this the one thing they've been very, at least decent at years, they completely shit the bed on. And two, this is new to them. I'm sure that they still need to do a lot of software related shit when it comes to Intel. And honestly, if you're gonna buy an Intel graphics card, I would say you better be good in terms of being able to deal with a lot of bullshit yourself. When it comes to PC, if you're not good at, and honestly, I'm really not good at assessing a PC issue. I'm really not that good at it. I managed to get this far with not too much issue, right? Or if I had issue, I could communicate with the right people. But if you're not good at at PC, monitoring your PC, being assess an issue with your PC, maybe the Intel graphics card is probably not the best bet. NVIDIA going for AI and ignoring gamers, exactly. Yo, Epic Treasure, was good, fam? Appreciate you pulling up. Hope you're doing well.
50% of the CUDA core hardware. The 1650 versus 2060 was similar. The GTX 650 might have been the last era that was as off balance against consumers as the 5050 is, but that was back when NVIDIA released multiple 50 class cards with the 650 Ti and 650 Ti boost.
Damn, bro,
this chart shows the bandwidth versus the price. With the 5050, you're paying 83% of a 5060 for 71% of the bandwidth. This has been getting worse since the 3050s, but before that, it was better.
Everything's
the 1650
cool,
versus
Epic. We just
1660 had about a 67.7% of the price to 66.6% bandwidth ratio, or 42.6% of the 2060 price for 38.1% of the bandwidth. These are closer to or even at
I want to
parity.
see what you could even fucking play it with this
Of
shit.
the bandwidth. And one of the things that NVIDIA is doing is leaning on these relative charts to show how much better their new GPUs are than sometimes their other new GPUs by accident. But that's
Final Fantasy Sucks was good, homie.
Works. Unfortunately for NVIDIA, it goes both ways. And so we made our own relative charts. Maybe this chart shows it best. This shows NVIDIA's cards by CUDA core count percentage relative to the flagship. If they can do it, we can do it too. We defined the methodology for how we track 90 class, Titan class, Ti class cards in our NVIDIA shrinkflation video. That video defines how this chart is made and what choices we make when there are multiple choices. The new RTX 5050 is the worst GPU that NVIDIA has launched in any GTX or RTX card series on this chart, meaning not counting the GTs or GTS. It has 12% of CUDA core count of the flagship. Now, you could argue that this is in part because the flagships have gotten better, and that's true, but at the same time, everything else has failed to scale with them or gotten worse while getting more expensive. The 5050 is another of those cards. In fact, even the 5060 is more similar to a 1050 than a 5050 is. And if you want a card just for encode and decode or something, it might be time to seriously consider Intel, or maybe at least consider using an ARC card as like an accelerator or something. We'll talk about that more in the future. And for gaming, we'll bring it back to used.
And he hates RGB like me? Oh my god, bro. I'm like the opposite. I love it. Gamers Nexus hand down one of the best for gaming hardware. Yeah, it's good to run a lot of shit by them. They have integrity, and I really gotta respect it.
It's time to seriously consider options like those we spoke about earlier. Make sure they're sold working, not just for parts, but it's normally listed, and you can get better cards for cheaper. Let's take a look at some charts without the 5050
for real,
to see
Final
what an
Fantasy
onslaught
sucks?
it's going to be when the 50.
Bro, you made that name wanting to smoke though. You know how some of these fucking Final Fantasy fans are? Dude, Final Fantasy 16 isn't even a real RPG. Motherfuckers will die for that game. They will go to the fire with you over that fucking game. It's crazy.
50 is added to those charts, and we are going to buy one, and we are going to add it to the charts because buying the RTX Pro 6000 wasn't a problem, so buying the 5050 probably won't be a problem. NVIDIA's own RTX 3060 Ti has done well to show how ridiculous the newer cards look. These charts are from our 5060 review, where the 3060 Ti is about equivalent to the 5060, with the 4060 different by single-digit percentages. Or this chart, where the 5060 is nearly tied with the 6700 XT that can be had for about the same price as a 5050 on the used market, has more VRAM, and actually is fast enough to use it. Or take a look at the 3080 here, which runs at 5060 Ti and 4070 levels. Multi-frame generation cannot bring a 5050 to this experience. It is at best a smoothing technology, and we have videos about that. And then there's the 2080 Ti in this chart, which has it below the 3070 Ti, which we found sold listings for, working for $250 on eBay. That's for the 3070 Ti. A 5050 is not...
Bro, most of these, like, I understand the idea of wanting a new card most of the time. Like, I've always felt this way. But these newer cards are so fucking dog shit that, bro, I'd rather just go buy the used one. I did it. I ended up doing it. I'm living the shit that I'm telling you guys, like, or at least my personal thoughts and experience. I don't like these 5000 series cards, man. I just think that it's a step that I don't really want to go in, at least not right now. I'm not ready for it. I don't know what the fuck. It's just really concerning to me what's going on.
Going to be able to run this test at all. So if we want to play bullshit relative number games, we can
console
do that.
bitches definitely stay
Our
away from
chart
BZ.
will have other cards, mostly used ones, at infinity, and the 5050 at 0. Because you can't divide by 0, so I've decided that means infinity. Isn't stat math for marketing fun? And we can produce more charts to prove the same point repeatedly, but what we're gonna do is save that for our 50/50 review and produce probably 20 to 25 minutes of those charts proving the same point repeatedly. So you can check back for that. Now, all this comes at a time when NVIDIA is experimenting. It's grown up now. It's become a big boy, and it's a real monopoly. So it's playing around currently somewhere in the range of, that sure is a nice engineering interview you have there. It'd be a shame if something happened to it. And experimenting with providing drivers only to so-called reviewers who will produce preview pieces under strict guidelines, like for the 5060 launch. Propagandizing for NVIDIA is the new thing. We've seen it since May. So in our opinion, Games Radar,
it's so
which
true. It's so true how many fucking companies like Dickie fucking turn a blind eye will lie for NVIDIA. It's so crazy, bro, how strong like their fucking propaganda machine is.
Owned by the same publisher that owns PC Gamer, Tom's Guide, and Tom's Hardware, was complicit in NVIDIA's propaganda when it received early driver access at a time when NVIDIA was actively preventing independent reviewers from testing its 5060. Games Radar said the 5060, quote, feels pretty slick for under $300, end quote, in its coverage with limitations seemingly dictated by NVIDIA, not to mention that it's deceptive to call $299.99, quote, under $300, especially when that often is actually above $300. Tom's Guide, also owned by Future Publishing, published an aligned indoctrination campaign, in our opinions, on the same day as sister publication Games Radar, stating, quote, spoiler alert, when tested under NVIDIA scenarios, the games live up to, and in some cases slightly exceed, the company's performance claims, end quote. That is as clear as day to us. It says NVIDIA's scenarios. Tom's Guide also said, quote, you're going to have a great time at 1080p with DLSS 4 being the backbone to all of it, end quote. And it's, again, what we think is a complicit PR campaign with NVIDIA. GameStar Tech in Germany also ran an article with driver access when other reviewers who had the 5060 were blocked from testing, stating via machine translation, quote, NVIDIA gave us the opportunity to run benchmarks under specific conditions ahead of the RTX 5060's release, end quote. GameStar defines the restrictions, which is actually pretty useful for us here. It says this, quote, only measurements of the RTX 5060, 3060, and 2060 Super are permitted. We are only allowed to run benchmarks in the 5 games Avowed, Doom Dark Ages, Marvel Rivals, Cyberpunk 2077, and Hogwarts Legacy. Both the resolution, 1080p, and the graphics settings are fixed. A crucial factor here, while the RTX 5060 can utilize quadruple multi-frame generation, older GPUs don't allow additional frames to be generated using AI, end quote. This is my opinion, but this is your future. I'll be fine. We have other things we review. We're ramping on our investigations, our special reports. We have the case reviews. We've been doing factory tours and educational content. We're good. We have content to produce, and we'll even still review NVIDIA GPUs. What I'm worried about is that this has now gone beyond marketing. We're at a point where NVIDIA is, in my opinion, actively attempting to deceive consumers. Not just marketing. Deception.
It is really bad.
That's what I think this is. And I think it's abusing its market position. It has
dude, I fucking agree. Like, NVIDIA, watching some of these dishonest as fuck, like, reviews, it's it's some of the worst shit that I've ever seen when it comes to the review space. There is zero integrity. There is blatant lying when it comes to Nvidia products. They'll also lie about AMD products in terms of trying to discredit the validity of AMD as a replacement for Nvidia when it comes to the graphics card lineup. It is really, really bad. And it's sad to see it be this way. I'm glad I never bought Nvidia stuff. I don't blame you. It's like, for me, it's like a necessary evil right now. But even so, I did my part to not directly fund the bad behavior. So at least with the mega corporation, all right, you know, the fucked up. I gave the money to a rando on the internet. That shit was a little expensive, brother. I'm just saying. 5,000 series is ass fags room. Bro, that's why I got a 4080, dog. Fuck it. Fuck it. I had the choice between a 4080 and a 4080 Super. I didn't deem the 4080 Super to be worth like I think it was like $250 more. It just wasn't worth it. I could have bought it, but what you get out of it is like it's just a little bit faster. How much you pay for the 4080, bro? 1,100. It's nasty work, bro.
92% market share
I'm kind
now.
of ashamed,
Nvidia
but I
is
needed it.
actively damaging the enthusiast and gaming industries.
I will say this: it was the best price I can get for a 4080 that was a white variant. The best price I could find. I looked everywhere I could. It could have. Trust me, it could have been way the fuck worse.
And hobbies, and this is something that not just I think.
It's a
Speaking
bad
with
price.
A lot of other
It
companies
is,
in the
but
space,
the current
and we'll
market is just
have something
horrible.
on this in the future. One of the things that we've come to appreciate.
No, unfortunately, it did
is
not.
that
Final Fantasy.
The companies that don't even make video cards, as in not even the partners.
Exactly, Rome. Imagine being the dummy that pays like $200 to $250 more for like 2 to 3 frames more. I'm a sucker at times, but I'm not that much of a sucker, bro. I'm not that stupid. I do my research. I go to the right people as well. It's not all just me knowing everything. No, I just go to the right people that know more than me, and I know that they know more than me. I know they will steer me in the right direction. That's how I came away with my choice that I made. You sell Kata a foot pick for, oh my god. No, I did not sell Kata a foot pick for 1,100. No, it was partly, honestly speaking, YouTube has helped this situation. Also, my job. It's saving on both ends, pause to get where I'm at now. So thank you guys. I appreciate everything that you guys have done, and you don't ever need to feel obligated to do so. But admittedly, so you guys have helped with my PC build.
Of Nvidia also share these feelings, and we'll talk about that in the future. But as of now, Nvidia is a monopoly. It is that simple. And now, rather than simply enjoy their monopoly with their 92% market share, Nvidia, it seems, chooses to exploit the littlest guy in its customer base, the end user. And Nvidia is doing so not only by weaponizing friendly media into a propaganda machine, but also by straight up lying to its customers, I think, about their performance. If the GTX 1050 runs at 12 FPS in a game, even with MFG4X, the 5060 would have to run at 1100 FPS to be 90x better than it. That's assuming this is even based on something halfway reasonable and not just loading the 1050 to a point where it literally can't run the game. But we're not here to defend the 1050's honor because I don't care about it. And this is a stupid comparison anyway.
Yeah, it's a fucking dead card, bro. Who's still on a 1050? And if you are, you piece of shit, stop it. Stop it.
And that is because the stupidest thing on Nvidia's chart has to be the 3050 with DLSS outperforming its own 5060 with it off. Or the fact that they chose not to put a 5080 on here because their carefully concocted bullshit would yield the 3050 with DLSS outperforming the 5080 stock. This is another one of the times in my career where I've been genuinely mad about how a company is treating consumers. And I'm not talking, this isn't like YouTube, we're doing it for the memes mad. Like, this isn't engagement mad. I am genuinely mad about how Nvidia is treating people, and the reason is
me with my
they
1070.
are, I think,
that was my first PC, except it was my laptop 1070, so obviously not quite as good. Yo, 1070 could do a lot of shit with the with the games that was out at the time. Shit.
Abusing
Fire.
their market position, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. If you want to compete with NVIDIA, go ahead. Take a look at Intel. How's that been going for them? It's taken a while to even start
All
to
right,
get
Nick,
off
it was
the
good
ground.
hanging out with you, bro.
And they needed
Have a good one.
billions upon billions of dollars of assets and employees and know-how to even get started with it. And this is a situation where it can feel relatively powerless. I mean, there is some power in choosing what to buy, but they have over 90% of the market. They've got a lock on things that
Scary,
require
bro.
CUDA. I can barely do my job without CUDA because of Adobe software. That's not something I control. I mean, there's things we've experimented with, but you get the point. It's just that NVIDIA is so domineering that even when you're upset, look at our own recommendations in this video. Go buy a used NVIDIA GPU. There's some used AMD ones out there too, the 6800, the 6700 XT, the 7700 XT is
Go
not
buy
bad
'em,
for the
used.
price when it's used. But the point being
Hugs, Nick, hugs.
that almost anywhere you look, all roads do appear to go at least towards NVIDIA. They might not end there. They might end at, fuck this, I'm buying a console. But a lot of them go there.
Fire.
And so yes, for this, I am actually mad about it. And it's not for the camera mad, it is mad. I mean, it's to the point where when I'm walking around, not at work,
Word, Sergeant.
this is bothering me. And the part that bothers me is NVIDIA's abuse of its position and that it seems the only consequence for NVIDIA's actions.
Yeah, some dumb go. I definitely, bro. I stream sometimes 6, 7, 8, 9 hours on Thursday night, every Thursday night. Now during the week on like Tuesday, I do stream, but I don't go nearly as late because I have to go to work. I'm streaming this late because I'm off, but I do try to stream late. That's just my bag. I'm a late night person in general. I work nights, so that's when I'm in my zone. 1080 is one of the best GPUs. Was $500 best card I got, dude. The 1080 Ti is still the greatest piece of hardware ever made. Price to performance, it is unbeatable. It is unfucking beatable.
And here what we're talking about today, to remind you, is continuing to manipulate the stack of cards to make them look better than they are.
And this is when the
to play
government
these
should
games
step
with
in,
things
but they
like this
won't, man.
relative
They
performance
fucking won't.
scaling
They need
chart
NVIDIA.
that will trick a lot of typical end users, people who don't follow this stuff. But the thing that bothers me is that it is actively damaging the scene, and it seems that the only consequence for NVIDIA's actions, which I think are deceitful, is more
Crazy.
money.
Yeah.
That's
Fucking
the
wild, bro.
consequence. They get more money. It's working. So we'll test the 50-50. I look forward to...
Dude, that shit is crazy, man. That shit is crazy. What else we gotta cover, man? It fucking sucks to see. Is Prototype worth getting on PC? I know it works well on Steam Deck. I hear maybe at some point in the middle of the game it might fuck up. You might want to look into that on Steam Deck. But Prototype is just a good game in general. I haven't played it on my PC. But I was enjoying it on my Steam Deck when I was playing it. Oh yeah. Usually when I do go live, it's definitely 8 p.m. Tuesdays I normally stream from like 7 to 10:30 p.m. EST. That's usually my cutoff, and then I gotta go get ready for work and be there. But yeah, definitely, bro. If you need some late night content, I love streaming at night. I'm not really a morning person or an afternoon person. I only make concessions specifically for gaming events usually. Anyone use Steam OS? Not on my PC. Dude, we're close to 169 likes. Let's go, baby. Fuck yeah, bro. Alright, so let me get this out the way. That was a good video. Really putting shit into perspective, even with the lowest common denominator card Nvidia has in its lineup. Which is fucking sad, bro. It's sad that we're here. It's sad that we actually have to look at Nvidia just be this retarded. But I do have to cover one more video pertaining to the subject matter of tonight's stream. Maybe depending on if I'm good, might watch this because absolutely DSP is funny as fuck. But Let me see. We're done with this. Done with that. So I'm confused with the Xbox situation. I haven't really kept up with it. But we have yet another Xbox is dead video from Dreamcast guy. The basically 100th video over the past 4 years now. Where Dreamcast guy is loudly and proudly saying Xbox shutting down, mass layoffs and consoles stopping sales. Let's listen to him pretend to care. Goonface guy, Scooby, please go look at Riri Gaming's dumbass tweet to Destin, Tom Warren about the Xbox handheld. Oh my god, bro. I'm gonna let you finish, but PS5 has games now. We eating plenty on this console. Hey man, do your thing, brother. Don't let me stop you. The fact you had to come here and tell me that, kind of says maybe you ain't enjoying it that much. I'm just saying, brother. If you really got to come here and try and prove it to me instead of just playing the game.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here, and we have some breaking news that is Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here, and we have some breaking news that is extremely bad. Xbox is just dead. There's not a fancy, nice way to say that. They have just alerted employees that Xbox is doing mass layoffs. Studio closures, hundreds, if not thousands of people are basically told, pack your desk and get out. But it's also more than that. At the same time, Xbox is about to start selling. They're going to stop selling pretty much all Xboxes in Europe. They're pulling out of the entire market. The Xbox is so...
Yeah, I do also hear the white noise. That is kind of crazy. What up, Mr. Bang Your Mom? That's a funny ass name, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, dead. I'm still kind of trying to mentally digest this. This leak just came out. They're telling a bunch of the employees. The employees are talking to the press, and everybody is kind of freaking out. And I wanted to talk about this with you guys because this is just so impossible.
Dream. Cast. Guy. Here.
Yeah. What's up, gamers? Dreamcast guy here. Big Miss, thank you for the 2, fam. Appreciate you, dog. Randall Hess has been a member for 2 months. Says, hail, all having a wonderful night, Cass. 2 months. Hey, man. 2, appreciate you, brother. Hope you're having a good one. Have a great, safe weekend. And thank you so much, fam. Lies, lies, and lies. Pony guy needs a new hobby, yo. Crazy.
Strange. The original Xbox came out back when I was in high school, and it was fantastic. The original Xbox, playing Halo,
you're old.
the launch of the Xbox 360, and playing Oblivion and Morrowind, and then finally getting a chance to have chainsaws and Gears of War and stuff like that. Old school Xbox was just such a...
Wait, I thought he was talking about OG Xbox and not like 360. Like, I'm confused.
Juggernaut. I never imagined that one day it would just die in a random June with a wet fart tweet, basically. But let's talk, because I think that Xbox will continue to...
Ickis Buckus. Oh my god. Yo, thank you for the 2, Big Miss. Marwin mentioned. Oh no. Oh no, now Lois is gonna listen with autistic ear, with his autistic ass ears. He gotta hear that shit. He's gotta hear every little detail. He has to hear every lisp in Dreamcast guy's voice.
To exist for a bit.
Every
but this is definitely signaling the end of the end. Let's get into it.
Bro, how do you want to say for years it's the end of Xbox, now it's the end of the end? What the fuck? Crazy,
Hi,
dog.
hope you're having a great day. I am Dreamcast Guy, and if you could please give this video a like.
Eggs. Box.
Eggs. Box. Oh. G. Egg. Box. Eckbuck. Eckbuckus. Oh my god, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Thank you for the 2 bitches. Then fuck y'all, man. I'm so done.
And subscribe
With
if you haven't
y'all's
already.
bullshit.
Now, in certain parts of the world, certain areas, there's like these labor rights laws where before you start to fire people, before you start to basically close stuff down, you have to legally warn people. You can't just say, hey, pack your stuff and get out. You actually do have to say,
that's pretty
hey,
fire,
maybe
low-key.
use your insurance, maybe file for unemployment. And that's where a lot of this stuff is coming from, is that these
That's
people are
actually a
getting
pretty
the
good
legal
safety
warnings
measure
that
for the
stuff is
worst-case
about to
scenario.
basically just be insta-shut. But here it is. Here's the first part of it that honestly is even more mind-blowing. we're going to get into the mass layoffs here in a second, but I want to start with this because this is probably the thing that I feel like really signals how much they've shot themselves in the foot. Microsoft is restructuring its Xbox division across Central Europe, resulting in
Xbox.
Yo, goodness, thank you for the 2, fam. You fucking sick bastard. Oh my god, Randall Hess, thank you for the gifted membership, my guy. What a fucking beast. Let me play some. Let me show you some love real quick, brother.
Can't resist the heat. Goon it, where shadows meet.
Get your goon on, baby. Let's go. Appreciate it. Next week, it'll be the end of the end of the end. Apparently so, Duckman. Every week, it's just add an end to the end. All right?
some Xbox operations ceasing in some regions. Now, they've used this PR speak before. You guys know this. I hate PR speak. I feel like just say it normal. Just say, hey, Xboxes aren't selling. We've decided to stop even trying. So right now, there's huge chunks of the world where you couldn't even hand out Xboxes on a street corner. Most of Asia, lots of China.
But to be fair, it's always been that way. Dude, Xbox at its best in Japan still sold like for every one fucking Xbox 360 sold in Japan, there was like 10 fucking PS3s. That was arguably when they convincingly, for a long time, that generation, they convincingly beat out the PS3 with 360. And still, even despite that, fucking people did not, in that particular region, didn't want to fuck with no Xbox 360, bro. That's just what it is.
Europe, a lot of places like Japan and stuff, they're just not buying Xboxes. But historically, Europe was one of the main places. That's actually like 95% of all Xbox consoles sold were the United States and Central Europe. This is where they made.
Is he gonna pretend that the mass majority of that wasn't US though? Are we gonna pretend? Shit, in Europe, they don't even like the Nintendo like that. They are very, very, very strongly PlayStation oriented, Europe. It's like a big deal. It's a big difference. Gooning is the way you reach enlightenment. Bro, it sounds a little bit deceptive with what he's saying. He had to include the US. He couldn't just say, oh, just Europe. He had to include the US because the US was like, you know, Xbox had the stronghold in the US. That's what it was out here.
Eggs. Bath. Con. Souls. Dough.
Benjamin, goddamn you, sir. You piece of shit. Thank you for the 2, bro. What the fuck? What are we doing? Exactly, Sergeant. Yeah, to some extent, I think everything is situational, but yeah, especially when it comes to consoles, Japan is not crazy about American consoles. They don't really care very much.
Their money. So the fact that now they're just abandoning the
Y'all are
market,
just too much, man.
that to me signals the fact that they're probably shipping those systems to warehouses and stuff in Europe and selling single-digit units a month. It's just not worth the millions and millions of dollars they've invested into that region. So this is more than just, oh, maybe we'll sell them.
Bro, nobody's surprised by this. Xbox does not sell in Europe. This is well known for years before the Series X launched. This is nothing new.
Online, I think this is just them saying straight up, we are giving up. I want to take a look at the replies here. Oh, this is an Xbox. The death of the Xbox console. Now, this person brings up the Middle East. This is an interesting point because recently Microsoft did something similar in the Middle East where the brand is just non-existent. If you walk into a Best Buy in Dubai or something like that and say, hey, I want an Xbox, they're going to laugh in your face. They're just going to say, I don't know, buddy, go to eBay. You just can't really get that stuff there. It's that everybody there is either playing PlayStation, playing PC, or playing the Nintendo Switch 2. This is wild. It does make sense. Xbox is dead in many European.
My friend in Kuwait says, motherfuckers do not want a Switch 2 out there. They do not want that Switch 2. They don't care. At least so far anyway.
European countries, This is just so wild.
Apparently, he said that there was a place actually selling the Switch 2 at a discount because nobody wanted it in Kuwait. Imagine that shit. The fuck?
Xbox is dead in Asian markets, it's dead in Europe, and it's slowly dying in the United States. It's still just weird to think about the fact that going from all these acquisitions, buying stuff like Activision for tens of billions of dollars, buying Bethesda, doing all this stuff, only to instantly fail. It's wild to watch how quickly Microsoft went from doing a victory lap and trying to buy their way to success to just telling everybody, all right, we quit, we give up, you win. Now, here's the other part of it that's extra crazy. Microsoft is planning...
I could wait until a price drop myself.
I just snapped that motherfucker, bro.
Gotcha, bitch.
That's crazy. That is a crazy fucking statement. That is fucking insane, bro. That's the best. That's the best super chain drop tonight, Big Miss. Goddamn, son. Fucking mic drop, brother. Holy fuck! Thank you for the 2.
Major job cuts at the Xbox gaming division. Managers within Xbox are expecting substantial cuts to the entire group. Now, the reason this phrase, the entire group, is so important is because typically when you do a merger, when you buy a studio, there is some amount of layoffs. Even when PlayStation bought Bungie and stuff, typically you do a thing where you how did I phrase it? You cut the redundancies. You know, you buy a studio, they've got a marketing department, or they have a really big accounting department. You don't need that anymore because now you're moving them in-house. PlayStation has their own marketing department. PlayStation has their own accountants and stuff. That's the kind of thing where typically they say, we're cutting the redundancies. But in this case, cutting the entire group says, this means shutting down studios. This means mass layoffs. This means people are straight up going to be gone. And it's weird because it has been almost exactly 1 year since the massive closures of last year. In May of 2024 is when they shut down stuff like Tango, which is the people that did Evil Within and Hi-Fi Rush. It's when they shut down Arcane Austin, the people that did Dishonored and Redfall and stuff like that. So the fact that 1 year later they're doing even more mass firings, I hate to make guesses, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. I think they're about to fire Ninja Theory, which is all the people that made Hellblade. I think they're all getting the boot. I think they're going to fire pretty much everybody that's not making the most peak, top selling stuff. And I don't just mean top subscription generators. I mean top selling stuff. At this point, I think it's pretty obvious, maybe I'm being sort of mean here, that obviously Game Pass has been a catastrophic failure. I've been talking about this for years, and people always get mad at the comment section, but you just cannot get enough subscribers to break even. The current game market, making games is so damn expensive. Making games costs hundreds of millions of dollars of research and development.
Bro, it costs hundreds of millions of dollars because people either these companies aim too high or don't have teams that are adequately good enough to actually make these games within a reasonable amount of time and a reasonable amount of resource. That's just what it is. This is crazy, bro. Like, he's just literally taking guesses. And to be fair, like, with a company that's, look, the reality is they have already laid out the groundwork. Xbox is going to be more than just the console. Once that happens, there's going to be overlap between like the PC and the Xbox, console side of things. So yeah, they're going to clean house with a lot of this shit. They don't need people with some of the same fucking jobs across the board, right? But he's here saying they're going to shut down entire studios. I mean, it's possible, but once again, this is fan fiction. And at the end of the day, shutting down these studios means shutting down projects that'll never actually fucking see the light of day. But also taking away from, being able to be sold, being able to be put onto Game Pass, like the encouragement to engage with the Xbox brand in terms of its software. Without software, Microsoft is nothing. So they have to continue to provide us with software in order for us to engage. Otherwise, what's the point? Yo, shout out to my man, Sergeant Sentinel. Excuse me, Sergeant Sapient. My bad, brother. I can't read. It's already late. Who gifted a membership. Thank you so much, dog. Appreciate you, my man. The games are getting too bloated. Absolutely. Like, they need to restructure for sure. There's some people that have make-believe jobs. I think that a lot of this, honestly, some of this DEI shit might be going out the window too. Who knows? I mean, that's also wishful thinking. We'll see what happens with that. But I think there's a lot of people that have fake-ass fucking jobs in the industry. And with, unfortunately, this is something that's a reality, bro. Consolidation is still happening. It's happening, bro. They're getting rid of these jobs that are just like duplicates at this point. Next generation is going to be even more annoying. I can feel it. Next generation is going to be unrecognizable. It's going to be unfucking recognizable. And it's going to be very difficult for us to come to terms with. And some of it we will not accept. And we shouldn't. We shouldn't. Games don't need to be 40 hours long. It depends on the game, but I do agree with the sentiment. Games do not need to be 40 hours long with fucking 20 hours of busy work in it. Just stop it. Make fundamentally good games without excess and just save time and money.
And just marketing and Super Bowl commercials, it is so expensive. You can't just get 10 million or 20 million people paying $10 a month. That just does not break even. Clearly,
Who's paying $10 a month? Who's doing that?
$10 a month.
Who's doing that? Because not even PC Game Pass gamers are doing that. That's not a thing. It's $12 a month, sir. There is a difference. It was a difference enough for them to raise the price back a year or so ago.
It just does not break even. Clearly, Microsoft has realized if we cannot get people to buy games, even if it is on PC or on PlayStation, we need people to buy games, not just subscribe.
Me too, Randall.
Buy games. And at this point, they're just laying everybody off because a lot of these projects are still expensive, not generating any revenue and not getting any upfront sales at all.
My question is, if Xbox is dead and they're suffering from the same thing PlayStation is suffering through, like, why isn't PlayStation dead? PlayStation deals with layoffs, fucking, like, a lot of their projects are in serious fucking, there is some serious issue with their projects, bro. Homegirl just left the Fair Games project, left that studio. Fucking Marathon is in shambles. Fair Games in shambles. Why isn't PlayStation also dead? Fucking weird, bro.
I want to scroll down here. Let me see what some of the replies here are. Oh yeah, of course, a lot of memes about Xbox Defenders. This is an Xbox, and it's just more layoffs.
Stretch a fucking game out for... Bro, he's referencing one of my biggest detractors that hate watches the fuck out of me. Dude's obsessed with me, bro. One of the biggest retards that love to watch my content and love to fucking hate me. This fucking clown. Oh my god, yo. He's just desperate to be a centrist reply guy. Oh my god, dog. Put me in the comments on one of his fucking, not his main account, but one of his burners. That's usually what I see eventually. Fucking hilarious.
And it's just more layoffs. Jason Schreier, whenever there's bad news in the gaming industry, oh god, not surprised. They just slap a logo on anything. This is the thing, is that right before this, they announced another, this is an Xbox, it's the Meta Quest. No hardware problems when you can put an Xbox logo and Xbox buttons wherever you want. This is the thing, is I do think that if you look at the numbers...
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. He takes Nib seriously. One of the biggest lying chat GPT fucking asking and posting reries on Twitter. One of the biggest fucking PlayStation disingenuous fanboys that's been exposed how much now for being a lying sack of shit? Bro, you're referencing Nib. Bro, either get the fuck off of Twitter entirely or be on Twitter and do real research on who's actually credible in citing here. Because Nib is a clown. Fucking, like, dude, Dreamcast guy got off of Twitter, but guess what? He still uses Twitter to make his money with his videos. Crazy, dog. Yo, Benjamin, you wildin', bro. Bro. Yo, some dumb boy. I can't have you saying that shit though. I can't. I need you to chill back, bro. I need you to chill, bro. Yo, that's crazy. Hold up. I'm gonna have to chill. I'm gonna have to eat that one, my guy. That's too much, brother. That's too much, brother. We can't have that, brother. I appreciate you chilling and the shit that you be saying in the chat. That's one too far, my guy. I'm gonna have to take down the chat for a little bit. Yo. Yeah, that one's gotta come down for a bit. Yo, son.
Cut almost 3,000 people just last year.
Grapes? I don't
This
know.
talk
I
about,
don't know.
oh, we're trying to ensure the acquisition of Activision Blizzard. It'll benefit the company and the broader labor market. Video games will be better when we buy everything. It just shows the fact that, honestly, this is just not going to work. I kind of admire the fact that Xbox had a good catchphrase, the best deal in gaming. I think the idea behind Game Pass, it was functional for a time. The idea of, hey, you get $70 game.
Yo, it's crazy because like Game Pass is literally better than ever. And from a gamer's perspective, like, yes, the price versus what you get out of it is actually great, but this dude would rather fucking jump off a cliff and land on his fucking nose than actually be honest about that. Autocorrect. Yo, son, sometimes going, the fact that your autocorrect went to that is the craziest shit, dog. That's insane.
Games for $10. That sounds fantastic, right? But it just was never
That is
actually
some
going to
autocorrect,
last.
my
There's
guy.
always going to be this problem where even if you're getting a good deal, even if it's good for the gamers, it's not going to pan out in the long run. Oh, God. This will be the fourth big layoff of Xbox in the last 18 months, following 3 major cuts and the closure of several studios.
Bro, he's literally referencing Nib.
Xbox
like,
is dead.
No, what the
You
fuck?
can spin it, you can phrase it, you can try to put some flowers on it, but at this point, I do think that most of the Xbox defenders have given up and bought a PlayStation 5 Pro, but to the last...
Yo, son, who the fuck is gonna buy a PlayStation 5 Pro, though? Who the fuck even? Who are we kidding? If that was the case, dude, if Xbox dudes jump ship, it was like, fuck this, I'm going to PlayStation. Dude, PlayStation 5 would be outselling the PS4. Easily. Bro, if anything, they're just going... Dude, they're all going to PC. And honestly, yo, some of y'all should be going to PS5 instead of PC. I'm just saying, brother. That's not happening. That's not... Dude, why would you go to PlayStation where you're like, I could have all the games under one umbrella? Or almost all the games under one umbrella? Why would you go to PlayStation? Why would you put yourself in yet another scenario, console scenario that's limited? If you were leaving, if you were jumping ship. Xavier, thanks so much for hanging out with us, bro. Have a great, safe rest of your weekend, my guy. Alright, let's put the chat back up. Alright, we good.
10 people that are still ride or die
bro.
for Team Green.
Keep the normies off PC.
Man, it's time. It's time to hang it up, brothers. I mean, you can game on PC. I think PC gaming is great. Obviously, I'm a massive advocate specifically for the Steam Deck. I'm a big Steam Deck simp, but Microsoft.
No, we don't want you.
It's poisonous,
Normie.
to say the least. But how do you feel about Xbox? How do you feel about PlayStation? How do you feel about video games? And have you ever owned an Xbox? I'm going to bet that 99% of the audience, the last time you've owned an Xbox was probably an Xbox 360. But tell me your thoughts in the comments down below.
I've owned every single Xbox, just like I've owned every single PlayStation. I didn't own every Nintendo, to be fair. The NES came out when I was like well before I was even born, but like fucking shit, early 80s. So last Xbox for me was the OG. Goddamn, son, that's crazy that you missed out on 360, my guy. That's crazy. I actually have Xbox Series S, surprisingly, and I enjoy it for what it is. Hey, man, it's a convenient little fucking box. The OG Xbox was awesome, absolutely. I mean, dude, I think that there's definitely criticism of Xbox. That's 100% warranted, bro. Like, Xbox has had such a hard time really redefining itself after 360 era. Because 360 was the dude, bro. You know, that was the dude, bro console. Like, they wanted to distance themselves from that thought process and that mindset. Just and rebrand what Xbox is, and they've never managed to successfully do that at all. They should have stuck to being the dude, bro console, my guy. Even crazier if you went Xbox over GameCube. Bro, I had them all. I had them all, bro. I had PS2, I had OG Xbox, I had GameCube. I had them all. As an Xbox hater can confirm, yo. And I still have Xbox 360 as well. Freaking love 360, man. I'm gonna have to emulate. I'm gonna have to emulate some of this shit. I know 360 is hard to emulate for, but I need to do something, man. Bro, once I get this PC up and running, we're gonna do tons of emulation. We're gonna do tons of fucking downloading these pony fucking videos. There's gonna be a lot of shit going on, bro. I'm gonna be a FBI fucking file cabinet for these ponies and their dog shit ass lion ass content. Still have my GameCube for my 13th birthday. Yo, that's what's up, man. That is fire. But guys, if you haven't hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. If you can, also turn on the bell notification. YouTube's been acting really fucking retarded. I'm trying to figure out what's the direction of videos on the channel. So I'm gonna actually talk to Alex tomorrow and see what I should do, or like what his perspective on the shit is. But yeah, there's just weird shit going on with YouTube right now. And unfortunately, we have to figure. We just got to work around what it is, man. You could always follow me on Rumble. You could always follow me on Kick. But a lot of people just aren't being notified of anything that I do. So in order to try and circumvent that, turning on the bell notification to all does help. I still have my Wii with GameCube compatibility. Dude, I hated the Wii so much. I remember getting it for Christmas, and I tried, and I immediately just hated the fuck out of that system. God damn, I hated that bitch so much. I'm a super fucking Wii hater. I like the Wii U more than I like the Wii. Hold on, let's bring it up to the main stage, man. Still shook from the save Fox News, man. Dude. Yeah, that's what they're pushing, my guy. That's Benjamin. That's what it is, man. That's why, bro, support the creators you love as much as you can. And honestly, more than anything else, obviously making sure you know when they're live and supporting them, but also sharing their content if you value what they have to say and you value seeing them do well, man. Share it out. And that's not just for me, that's for every creator that you love and value and you like their content, man. That's what it's all about, my guy. We had some gems like Xenoblade 1 and Pandora's Tower, but yeah, mid system. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, just because, like for example, I think the Wii U is a shit system, but I think the Wii U has some great fucking games. So much shovelware on the Wii, yeah. Yep, that's facts, man. But yeah, guys, it's been a crazy ass stream. How long we've been live for? I almost lost the live, but we recovered. Dude, let me see. Oh my god, I've been live for 8 hours and 45 minutes. You guys have fucking stuck here. Some of you, since the beginning of the stream, you guys are insane. You guys have no idea how truly, how grateful I am. For real. And we hit tier 1. That's awesome. You guys totally didn't have to do that. We have, some of the most awesome, fucking phenomenal mods. Thank you so much, Philip. Thank you so much, Lindo. Thank you so much, L Alchemy. Golden Apples. Shit. I have too many dope ass mods. You guys are amazing, man. Thank you so much for always looking out for me. And now I'm headed to bed. Hey, Black Tailgate, thank you so much, my guy. And thank you also, Drewski. I appreciate you. Guys, thank you so much for the gifts. All right, dude, you guys did too much tonight with gifts. All right, you guys did too much. I'm calling y'all out. Y'all did too much with the Steam gifts. You totally didn't have to. You guys definitely took advantage of the Steam sale, which I do appreciate that you do that instead of paying full price. Right? Play Dark Tide, dude. I want to get this PC up and running, but I'm also lazy as fuck. I'm gonna see what's up, man. I'm gonna see what's up. I had a joke, but was busy. Let me say, oh my god. Good night, just in time. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the Steam gifts, for the fucking gifted memberships, becoming a channel member upon your own volition, of the super chats. You know, follow me over on Rumble and Kick, making sure those get going, and the gifties on Kick as well, and the super chats on Rumble. You guys are fucking too much. Thank you guys so much. Xbox went from dude bros to lady dudes. God damn it, Lindo. It's sad because it's true. It's sad because it's true, bro. Pour one out, bro, for Xbox. Not because it's dead for the 5 billionth time, but because it doesn't appeal to dude bros anymore. Yo, shout out to Randall Hess with the gifted membership, bro. Thank you, my guy. Hey, Trunks, thank you so much for being here, man. Anime Mania, Drewski, Duckman. You guys are phenomenal. Mr. Bang, your mom. Just in time. My man Randall, Philip, Lindo. I have to figure out who we rating. If there's anybody to rate. Black Tailgate, thank you, bro. Benjathan, thank you so much, bro, for the support. You do too much, bro. You totally didn't have to do all that. To Gamers Republic on Kick, appreciate you, fam. And also Anime Mania on Kick. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you. Sergeant Sapient, much love to you. Lowest expectations, my man. My man, Golden Apples. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Some Dumb Goy. Hope you're having a good day at work. Max K. My fucking G. Xavier in the building. Thank you guys so much, man. Radio Chimp, appreciate you, bro. You guys really look out for me, and y'all support so much, and I couldn't be happier. Trust me. If I could communicate anything else with you guys, just know that I'm so grateful for your support in any way, in any little way. All right, let's see what we can rate, man. Oh yeah, I also hope you guys like the thumbnail with Harmon and fucking and DSP, man. We gotta force them to get along, even if they have different opinions on the Switch too, right? That's what it's about, man. Oh, G Hammer. Empress is live. Let me see. Let's see what's up. Who we got? Yeah, we got Empress that's live right now. We gonna have to show Empress some. Yo, we gonna have to pull up for Empress, man. And shout out to Empress 40K. Let her know who sent you. Go say hi. Go hit the, go hit the like button. Go support. Go check out what she's playing. Guys, have a great, safe weekend. I might try to stream tomorrow. Might play some games, man. We'll see what happens. Probably be late. So if you're busy, sometime go. It might be live late tomorrow, which would be cool as fuck. But other than that, man, much love to y'all. Y'all are amazing, and peace out, homies.